ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí omi kọ́ tó yọ lání ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ́ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀ ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó wọ́n múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọ́kọ̀ o àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó ohun bẹ lágbo Ṣókótó mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlábàrò orí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò mo lórí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlábàrò làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba.
I'm not quite sure I could still hear the song, but there it is right there. Tebanwa obìnrin àlòkù ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kútọ́nù. Do you know what that means? If I translate it, it will lose its resonance. It really only has its impact in its native tone. If you are looking for a used woman, then you'd have to go to Cotonou. Cotonou, of course, the capital of Benin Republic. So there's a lot of nuance underlaid in there. It's not a literal pronouncement. It's a nuanced saying. It's an idiom, idiomatically speaking. So there it is right there. Tebanwa obìnrin àlòkù ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kútọ́nù. So can you imagine that? So there it is. All the women in Cotonou, then they are all used up and washed up women. So there it is. It's not me saying it, or it's Zainab, the artist, that was saying that. So good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So good day. I see this as a practice in other spaces. So why don't we adopt it here as well? Acknowledge the people already in the comment section. Of course, the elegant Choma, she's right there. So good day to you, Choma. The majestic Adama, who is still flush from her winnings at the Super Bowl. Good to see Adama. That's George Blue Shell right there, a stalwart of the platform. There's Mickey Okata. He's saying hello from Facebook. There's Cisse Sabui, who I suspect might not be a Nigerian. You have to confirm just which part of Nigeria. Look at this name, Cisse Sabua. So that's definitely not a Nigerian. That is Afawa ni Mecca. That's right, Abdul Mumin Adana right there in Saudi Arabia. And to put a dampener on proceedings, that's XYZ, who will start with the insult fairly quickly. So, those are the assembled. So for more assemble, document yourself in the comment section so we can acknowledge your presence and say hello. So good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? Another day, another dollar. The morning after the night before, we inadvertently happened upon a fight night session last night. It wasn't even this. The fight was meant to be with Alan Oyema, but we ended up cannibalizing ourselves. We started fighting from within, and it went on endless hours. So hopefully a lot more sedate. A different reflection, actually. We don't want a totally sedate session, but we don't want quite the high octane that we reached yesterday. So another day, another dollar. Another day, another dollar. Oh, somebody corrects me there. The capital of Benin Republic is Port Novo. Cotonou is their business center, a bit like Lagos and Abuja. So thank you, George Bluchel. So another day, another dollar. We go again as we always go. I'm not going to say we're never going to meet a session. We're going to miss sessions intermittently, but really almost with certainty, we're always going to have a session. We will have those sessions right all the way through to 2027, because all these things we're doing actually is gearing up towards the elections. And it kicks off really round about May, June, July, no later than August. Then it'll be heavy hitting politics from August. People will come here and they'll be throwing their computers out of the window. It'll be a bloodbath. It'll be vicious. I can promise you that. Because that's the nature of Nigerian politics. Not that I want to inflect it in that direction, but that's usually how it goes. People will take strong stances. The obedience, they will go for their last hurrah, because, of course, the last ever opportunity, I feel that the last opportunity for Obi was 2023, but they feel that their last opportunity is 2027. So they'll go hell for leather, and you know how brutish and brutal they can be in that section. So there'll be that. Article, of course, is last throw of the dice as well. So that'll be brutal as well. Tinubu will fight tooth and nail to hold on to the seat. So there'll be tears before bedtime from August all the way through to February, January, February, all the way to March 2023. Maybe even April, after we've had the Supreme Court judgment, there may be people who surrender to their faith. But certainly from August this year all the way through to February, March, April 2027 is going to be hard hitting. So we're gearing up, gathering up our loins for that launch. But as we gear up and gather up our loins, good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? Another session, of course, another session always will be a session. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me. No, I'm not going to delete last night's session. It's what I know. However it comes, it's however it comes. It'd be a dishonesty if I deleted it, AB. So that was what happened then. It's in the lap of the gods. I come on, say hello. Hopefully people join, and then I just try to hold on to the sanity of the session for as long as I can. It's in the lap of the gods. So yeah, good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me make the invitation. Do it now. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, we need 10 new subscribers to tip us over a particular threshold. So be one of those 10 new subscribers and tip us over that threshold. So if you're not already subscribed, please correct that immediately and right now. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, a hyperlink that says StreamYard should be rather in the comment section. If it's not immediate to hand, I shall repost it so that it is immediate to hand. It is a participatory sport, as I often say. I'm not here to sermonize. I'm here to conversate. So if you want the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finished fleshing out the body of the talking points. I'll let you onto the screen, and then I'll invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. You see me do it endlessly. You know that I'm a mild-mannered guy, so there's nothing to be apprehensive about. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links as widely as you can. Supercharge towards the stream. We're starting to see a slowing down somewhat. We cannot really, that's the one thing we must not see, a slowing down in the supercharts. That's the engine oil that lubricates the session. So lubricate the session with handsome supercharts. We cannot have it happening. Every session must be generously, liberally supercharted. That's the expectation. So that's the expectation. Yes. Shall we just launch into it? We're back with Nnamdi Kanu again, and it's Bula Balu and Bulaba. You know that guy. I don't know. Did anybody? Most of you should have watched the movie. I'm not quite sure if it's called Hannibal Lecter. If you know the it's not a guy called Hannibal Lecter, and he was so savage that they used to put a muzzle on his face. So maybe that treatment then for Nnamdi Kanu, because of course verbal diarrhea. So we're back with Nnamdi Kanu again, and his usual noise making. So we do a little bit of that. We do a little bit of Fubara. We play a couple of clips. We go to conspiracies. People, the realignment in politics still trying to take shape. Obasanjo being consulted. So we go there to find out what's going on there. So a whole raft of so many diverse things to talk about. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Throw your hands in the air. Throw your hands in the air in surrender as you just give yourself over to the space for however long the session lasts. Yet another evening with one man went to mow. That's now become a custom, hasn't it? If I miss a session, sometimes some people have withdrawal symptoms. They send me messages. So all those nice and funky things, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chats towards the stream, share the links as widely as you can. All those things that I always invite you to. Shall we? I will start it off with clips actually. So let's start it off with clips of your friend, probably not mine, Nnamdi Kanu. So this guy has been, I've lost count. Has it been? It'll be 10 years and plus there, still doing the same thing, still wearing that ridiculous Fendi, thinking he's protesting anything, still shouting that false machismo. The Nzobu is a one-trick pony, isn't he? A one-dimensional man. He doesn't know any other than all he knows, and really all he knows limits him somewhat. The limitations of Nnamdi Kanu, let's pick it up from here.
Listen, this is the laws of Nigeria. The prosecution and this court doesn't know the law. That is the fact.
Yes.
Poor knowledge of the law is Nigeria. Poor knowledge of the law, they don't know the law. This is a federal gazetted law of Nigeria that says here that the chief judge of Nigeria cannot tell Binta Nyeko what to do. It's here. It's your law. Just obey it. That is why I do what I do. I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra by right to agitate. My right. They turned it from reasonable felony now to terrorism. Stop talking when I'm talking.
Sorry.
And there it is right there. Stop talking when I'm talking. You know, he's still stuck in that loop, you know. He doesn't, the memo has not dropped yet. Somebody asked, you know, Simon Ipa would have made vastly more money than Nnamdi Kanu in the course of this ludicrousness that agitates their feeble little mind. He would have, in the short little window that he has had, made significantly more money than Nnamdi Kanu, and there he is still there in his ludicrous Fendi, trying to do this false machismo that has become his custom now. So a couple more from Nnamdi Kanu. Here he is again. No, this is not him actually. This is lawyers throwing their hands up in abject surrender.
Because what we are, as a lawyer, we have our rules of ethics, and you discover that when we are trying to calm him down, he said that we should sit down and walk away, that we should not represent him again. So he decided. So he's not a lawyer. So I think the judge and the federal government understand, because many people have applied to the.
So there it is. Is now trying to out-lawyer the lawyers. This is a guy that doesn't even have school start, and he continues still.
An old man like this doesn't know the law. You don't know the law.
I've got the petition.
I have a petition against Bitanya. I have a petition against her. Nonsense. Nonsense. Why is it when it comes to my case, they turn the law upside down? They turn the law upside down. Upside down. Upside down.
The rules.
Listen. This is the laws of Nigeria. The prosecution, and this court doesn't know the law. That is the fact. Poor knowledge of the law is killing Nigeria. Poor knowledge of the law, they don't know the law. This is a federal gazetted law of Nigeria that says here that the chief judge of Nigeria cannot tell Binta Nyeko what to do. It's here. It's your law. Just obey it. That is why I do what I do. I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate. My right. They turned it from treasonable felony now to terrorism. Stop talking when I'm talking.
Sorry, sir.
Because these people, they are fools. They think they can mess. You can mess around with people who are not educated. I am an educated man. I can't show them the petition for the simple reason that if you show it,
What the judge said was that the case file was.
I don't recognize anything Binta Nyeko said today for the simple reason that she has no jurisdiction to try me. None whatsoever. I came out of courtesy and respect. She stands recused from my case and cannot try my case. There are things that are happening in this country that a lot of you do not know. It is my duty to make that very, very clear to all of you today. Because the lies are too much. The lies are too much. I sent a petition to NJC. I don't want to talk about it. Justice Binta Nyeko is using her position for personal gain. For personal gain. Her son and her husband are facing corruption charges. And they told them that if they convict me, this is what happens. You can see it. They don't want the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out in Nigeria. That's the problem. Who is that person? Who is that person? Binta Nyeko's husband and son are facing corruption charges. They sent her to my case so they can release or smoothen the pathway for the husband and the son.
Who are the lights?
They are facing. It doesn't matter if they off it. In a corrupt society, that's what happens. They are very, very corrupt. There is a breach of judicial oath. They have violated the judicial oath. They have shown bias according to Supreme Court. They are biased against me. Supreme Court said so. And that is why what is happening in the judgments and rulings concerning me has been happening. So, disobedience to Superior Court orders. Supreme Court said you are biased. You are against this man. You should not have revoked his bail. Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped him. These things are in the public domain. Why, therefore, are they insisting on trying me? A court order was entered. In that very court order, it was said very clearly and succinctly that he is no more No. That she.
And there it is right there, the very embodiment of a ridiculous man. If you know, so if you want to, I don't even think the dictionary can make can do greater justice to that terminology. The very embodiment of a ridiculous man, the very embodiment of a the very embodiment of a ridiculous man. Our court adjourns Nnamdi Kanu's trial indefinitely amidst jurisdiction dispute. So, when did they actually rendition him? Was that in 2022? So 23, 24, 25, I think it's 3 years and a bit in that space now. And I don't see him coming out anytime at this side of the election. So it's going to be a minimum 6 years in there, if not longer. And ultimately, he will be broken, and you will see that contrition. It will be contrite. It will bow eventually. Our court adjourns Nnamdi Kanu's trial indefinitely amidst jurisdiction dispute. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has indefinitely adjourned the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, following his insistence that the presiding judge, Justice Binta Nyako, no longer has the jurisdiction to hear his case. So what legal training does he have to actually make that assertion? And what sort of Kool-Aid is the judiciary system drinking for them to pay any heed to anything that Nnamdi Kanu has to say? It's not a lawyer. If his lawyers are saying that, then of course, but he's dismissed them offhand and is now legislating for himself. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has indefinitely adjourned the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, following his insistence that the presiding judge, Justice Binta Nyako, no longer has the jurisdiction to hear his case. Kanu, who has been in the custody of the Department of State Services since June 20, it's even longer, so June 21, June 22, June 23, June 24, and then soon to be June 24. So it's effectively 4 years in there already, and it's still blowing hard. The guy is anyway. It serves as content for people like myself anyway. So long may he continue. Let him continue to do whatever. I show a bit of contrition, a little bit of apology. Be on your way back home. And go and live, go and be with your family. You've taken enough money from the Biafran system. Because of course, no matter how long he shouts, the Biafra is never going to happen. So I'm not quite sure what exactly I'm not quite sure what his end goal is. Biafra is an aberration. It's a concept and an idea and an ideal that will never ever in the history of mankind have any actualization. One, because the majority in the Southeast are not desirous of it, and two, because it's never really existed as an entity, and three, really, the people propelling it, the instigators, the progenitors, the propellers of it, they're disingenuous bunch who are only after money. Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, etc. They're just chancers. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has indefinitely adjourned the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, following his insistence that the presiding judge, Justice Binta Nyako, no longer has the jurisdiction to hear his case. Kanu, who has been in the custody of the Department of State Services since June 2021, after his rearrest and rendition to Nigeria, is facing charges including terrorism, treasonable felony, managing an unlawful society, and by the way, the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that IPOB is a proscribed organization and a terror group. So that's now instituted because, of course, after the Supreme Court, that's the end. So the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that. Kanu, who has been in the custody of the Department of State Services since June 2021, after his rearrest and extradition to Nigeria, is facing charges including terrorism, treasonable felony, managing an unlawful society, and illegal possession of firearms. His legal battle has been contentious, with a significant development occurring in September 2023 when Justice Nyako recused herself from the case after Kanu passed a vote of no confidence in her. However, in a surprising turn, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Tuso, reassigned the case to Nyako, stating that Kanu must formally apply for a change of judge through a motion on notice. During the resumed hearing on Monday, the prosecution counsel, Chief Adegboyega Awomolo SAN, informed the court that all necessary legal documents had been filed and served, and the prosecution is ready to proceed with the trial. However, Kanu's lawyer, Mr. Aloy Ejimako, opposed the move. As legal arguments continued, Kanu interrupted the proceedings, declaring that he wished to speak for himself. Look at that. It says Nigeria is a zoo, and the barbarism is certainly it's not even the lion of the den, it's the imp in the mix, isn't it? Is dismissed that he wants to speak for on what knowledge base or authority? Just is this shouting? Is that what it is? That shouting will overwhelm legal expertise that is on display in the court. During the resumed hearing on Monday, the prosecution counsel Chief Adegboyega Awomolo SAN informed the court that all necessary legal documents had been filed and served, and the prosecution was ready to proceed with the trial. However, Kanu's lawyer, Mr. Aloy Ejimako, opposed the move. A legal argument continued. As legal arguments continued, Kanu interrupted the proceedings, declaring that he wished to speak for himself. When Justice Nyako asked if he wanted to take over from his lawyer, he responded affirmatively, insisting that the court no longer had the authority to preside over his case. I don't recognize the authority of this court to preside over my case. Everything you said here is meaningless to me, Kanu stated. I think that justice is quite too late. Those are contemptuous words, by the way, and she could have just sent him to jail, although he's already in jail anyway. So maybe to a more punitive jail for a period of penance and reflection. I don't recognize the authority of this court to preside over my case. Everything you said here is meaningless to me, Kanu stated. He further accused the prosecution of subverting the law, questioning why his case was being handled differently from others. Why is it that when it comes to my case, everything is turned upside down, he asked, referring to the Chief Justice's directive returning the case to Justice Nyako. Kanu argued that he could not override the court's enrolled order from September 24. He challenged the prosecution to file an appeal if they disagreed, saying, "You cannot preside over this case. Not now, not today, not ever. You stand recused and you must leave my case. I don't need you in my case. You are biased. Tell the chief judge that Nnamdi Kanu said so. This is not a court of law. This is a shrine to injustice. I will not subject myself to it." Following the heated exchange, Justice Nyako ruled that the case would be adjourned indefinitely, stating, "The only decision I can make right now is that in light of what is happening and now in court, I am going to adjourn this case sine die," which is indefinitely. They like to use Latin words. Kanu's legal troubles date back to October the 14th, 2015, when he was first arrested and charged with an 11-count indictment relating to terrorism and treasonable felony. After pleading not guilty, he was granted bail in 2017 on health grounds, but later fled the country following a military raid on his family home in somewhere in Abia State. His bail was subsequently revoked in 2019, leading to his rearrest in June 2021 in a security operation involving Interpol. Since then, his repeated request for bail and transfer from DSS custody to a custodial facility have been denied. The indefinite adjournment now leaves the future of the case uncertain, as Kanu remains in detention while legal complexities continue to unfold. So there it is right there. Well, you know, as you make your bed, so shall you lie on it. Is that not what the saying is? So that's Nnamdi Kanu right there with his ding dong diggly whatever it is that he does. He wants to scream and shout his way through a legal system. So good luck with that, my boy. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. The link in the comment section. Anybody else to take it on, come into the studio. Supreme Court gives judgment on Fubara's appeal challenging Wike ally-led assembly. So this is handcuffs and neck and ankle chains now being wrapped around Simi Fubara. He is surrounded essentially by Wike acolytes. Supreme Court give judgment on Fubara's appeal challenging Wike ally-led assembly. So that is to tell you then that he would never rest his in that space. The Supreme Court of Nigeria on Monday, February the 10th, quashed the appeal filed by the governor of Rivers State, Simi Fubara, challenging the factional leadership of the State House of Assembly led by Martin Amiawule. Correspondents report that Amiawule is widely regarded as a key ally of Yemsen Wike, the incumbent minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. As reported by Channels Television, a 5-man panel of the Supreme Court led by Justice Uwani Abba Aji discarded the suit and awarded a cost of 2 million naira against Governor Fubara. The court directed that the money should be paid to the Rivers State House of Assembly as the first respondent and Amiawula as the second respondent. The crisis within the Rivers State House of Assembly traces back to late 2023 following a political fallout between Fubara and his predecessor, now FCT Minister Wike. On October the 29th, 2023, amid speculations of an impeachment move against Fubara, a fire broke out at the Rivers House of Assembly complex around 10 p.m. However, security operatives swiftly took control of the complex whilst a fire truck was deployed to the scene. The tension escalated as Massars, Fubara and Wike struggled over the control of the PDP's political structure in Rivers State. So Wike now have control of Rivers State, essentially, is what that tells us. Earlier correspondents reported that a political analyst, Segun Akinleye, explained the chain of illegality sweeping over Rivers State. Akinleye, in an interview with correspondents, asserted that the present political crisis in the prominent South-South state is a result of 2023, where Wike showed that anything goes. He called on all political stakeholders in Rivers State to call everybody to order for the sake of peace. So we are still not clear on that budget that he passed, you know, if that holds for anything. Fubara, when they passed the budget with only 2 parliamentarians there. So from that to this, no matter where you go outside your country, you remain a second-class citizen. Federal government tells Nigeria, this is the Japa narrative, isn't it? So they are encouraging you not to Japa, but the country offers you nothing. So what exactly is the plea? The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isaac Salako, has expressed confidence that the mass emigration of healthcare professionals, popularly known as the Japa syndrome, will soon subside. Speaking during a working visit to the University of Benin Teaching Hospital on Monday, Salako credited this optimism to the focused reforms and policies introduced by the Tinubu administration aimed at strengthening the health sector. So, you know, the health sector is actually the highest paid within Nigeria. Maybe between them and the bankers, they're still lowly paid relative to international standards, but certainly in terms of the Nigerian pyramid, they are the top tier of our financial remunerations. Speaking during a working visit to the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Salako credited this optimism to the focused reforms and policies introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administration aimed at strengthening the health sector. Within Nigeria's economic realities, health workers are amongst the best paid professionals, Salako stated, adding, however, beyond salary increases, we must cultivate a stronger sense of commitment and passion for the profession. He emphasized that improving doctors' salaries alone would not resolve the challenges facing the health sector. If we increase doctors' pay, other professionals such as teachers will also demand pay rise, he explained. Salako urged anyway, you get the drift. So if you can jackpot all your life, but you'll be a second-class citizen wherever it is that you go to. So that's essentially what Salako is telling us there. So from that to this, Nnamdi Kanu again asked George to withdraw from his case. So, the judge will go home to her mansion, and he will go back to his 4x4 cell in a DSS facility. So from that to this, so this is the politics now reshaping towards 2027. Atiku arrives Ogun to meet former boss Obasanjo. I wonder then how Obasanjo can recommend Atiku to Nigerians after all he wrote about him in his book. The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has arrived at Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, to reunite with his former principal, ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In a video via Channels TV's X handle on Monday, February the 10th, the former vice president was seen to have arrived at the hilltop residence of the former Nigerian leader with a delegation. He was accompanied by former governor of Rivers State, Liyel Imoke, and Senator Aminu Tambuwal, who is a former governor of Sokoto State. So that Tambuwal is faith completely linked now to Atiku. So here they are arriving at Obasanjo's place. Cover. So there's that. So what we're seeing now are political realignments taking place. Let me send the link again. So we need the room populated. So anybody that wants to come in. So that's the link right there. Anybody that wants to come in, come in. Let's go on from that to the next one. Still the same storyline. Atiku Obasanjo discussed opposition coalition. So this is the thing now. Who does it detest more is the thing. Does it detest Tinubu more than Atiku is essentially what the question Baba Yaba has to answer for himself. Atiku Obasanjo discussed opposition coalition source. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo met behind closed doors in Abeokuta, Ogun State on Monday, fueling speculations about a possible political alliance ahead of the 2027 general elections. The meeting, which took place at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, has been linked to ongoing coalition talks aimed at forming a formidable opposition to challenge the ruling of Progressive Congress APC in the next election. Correspondents report that Atiku, the 2023 presidential candidate of the PDP, was accompanied by key political figures, including former governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, ex-governor of Rivers State, Imoki, and lawmakers representing Bauchi Central, Abdul Ningi. So there it is right there. You see, but you see, going from Tinubu to Atiku is not a graduation. We're not It's not even a sideways move. It's a backward step because Atiku offers nothing. He has no plans. He just wants to steal. We all know that, and he knows we know that. So, confirming the meeting, Atiku's media advisor Paul Ibe said it was part of the former vice president's engagement with key political stakeholders. A source familiar with the discussions disclosed that the talks centered on strategies for a coalition ahead of the 2027 elections. The meeting is related to the coalition talks, the source said. Atiku has been vocal in recent months about the need for opposition parties to join forces in order to challenge the APC's dominance. In November 2023, he called on opposition groups to form a broad coalition, arguing that Nigeria needs a strong opposition to prevent the country from becoming a one-party state. The country already is a one-party state because outside of the only other party that we have in Nigeria is the AAC, which is Showore's party. There is no other party outside of that. SDP, PDP, ABGA, APC, they're all one party. That's just what people will tell you. I think we've been around this one as well. Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's suit seeking to remove 27 pro-Wike lawmakers in Rivers State. So that is to tell you then that Wike essentially still holds the reins of what's it called, Rivers State politics. So that's that. Let me play you a couple of clips, and I will say what happens after that. Let's play you a couple of clips. So let's go to Kemi Badenoch, and it looks as though they are actually starting to reject her in the UK. Certainly, the white people are not buying. The white people are not buying her shtick, and she's alienating the black people. So who exactly is she? Is she dog whistling to? Watch this.
Oh my God! Well, it's not looking good for Kemi. A new YouGov poll just released has revealed around 48% of Conservative voters that were polled say that Kemi Badenoch here does not look like a Prime Minister in waiting. This is obviously disturbing news for Kemi, and the entire Tory party for that matter, as we mark 100 days of Kemi Badenoch here being appointed leader tomorrow, Monday the 10th of February. Obviously the Tories are going to stand there now in every single interview like stuck records saying how talented she is, what enormous potential she has to change UK politics and to deliver the social and economic change the country needs, and that they have every confidence over the next 4 years that she will show that. Well, that's all well and good. If the public, the Conservative voting public, don't like her already after a mere 100 days, I would say that ship of getting them back on her side has sadly sailed. The Tories need to accept it's over.
So the Tories need to accept it's over. I wonder why they have put her there. Actually, if they let her run up to the next election, then they've just given the Labour Party an open goal. So as Kemi Badenoch is never going to. I think although where she is now actually is an achievement in itself. This is the highest. That Kemi Badenoch right there, where she is now, is the highest that a black woman has ever achieved in history. Pause for a moment and reflect on that. Kemi Badenoch, being the leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party, that is the highest achievement that a black woman has ever achieved in the history of mankind. If you think of the British Empire and what it means, and if you think of the United Kingdom and what it stands for, and if you think then this now lady, she stands one step away from being the overlord of the British Empire, the British state. I cannot think of a Black achievement greater than that. As she stands now, Prime Minister or not, where she stands now is the greatest achievement that a Black woman has ever achieved. That's by my reckoning. You may disagree. That's by my reckoning. You may disagree, but still talking all things positive. Nigerians cannot be ignored anymore. It's now, Nigerians have now been detached from Africans, so they talk about Nigerians separately from how they talk about Africans, because of course they fully, evidentially, a totally different entity from anything African. And this again exemplifies that.
They are.
Nigerians are in New York, in Miami, in Washington, in California, all over California, because Nigerians have this work ethic, right? They will do whatever it takes to get the job done or to get the job.
Yeah. But and interestingly enough, they're the guys who've actually broken the ceiling for me in terms of earnings as well.
Yeah.
Because I was staying in that space with, the Americans and the African Americans, and it was, you can feel, the block.
The average Nigerian American earns more than the average white American, average, but just less than the average Asian American.
So we must hack the Asians now.
Well, no, I mean, it's just amazing to me that this undermines that whole narrative that, like, it's got something to do with your race. Like, a lot of people have been conditioned from a young age by people who are on the grift. These politicians, these white people, frankly, who are talking all the time about, like, DEI and all that shit.
Yeah.
They're on the take. Yeah. And then you have parents who are telling their kids, like, you're not going to succeed in this world because you're Black. They talk about that conversation.
Yeah,
you have to have that conversation with your kid.
Yeah.
Nigerians don't. They come in, they're like, fuck you.
We are going to
You're going to get in, you're going to be in charge, you're going to take control, and you're going to make the most of this thing. And then they go in and they just win. I love it.
You remind me of this old Nigerian dude who was saying, any place you go to in the world that doesn't have Nigerians is uninhabitable.
So there it is right there. In fact, we should start taking this for granted, because now it's decades and decades in now. My doctor is a Nigerian, is a Yoruba man. Probably your doctor is a Nigerian. Plenty of doctors on this platform, even internationally. Your accountant is a Nigerian. Your lawyer is a Nigerian. Your psychologist is your teacher at school is a Nigerian. The person that lectured at university, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, wherever, is a Nigerian. So, and long-standing there. So the Nigerian entity, what we stand for, I think is now is solidified and casting in stone. So solidified and casting. So do I have anything else before we? Let me give you this little soup song from Donye Kukwe, who is now trying to wiggle his way into the Tinubu administration. Watch this.
Rail system that had been moribund for 20 years, have been comatose, that have never ever worked. This administration has revitalized it. They have revitalized.
We see the pictures of the rail side. They look like locomotives from 1950.
What does
second-hand, third-hand brought from China.
We are not America.
Why can't we have brand new?
You cannot have brand new trains because the economy cannot support that. And besides that, we are using.
Why? I thought we are the largest economy in Africa.
We are the largest. We are the largest market. We are the largest economy. It does not mean that all the money is not going to be used to go and buy trains and coaches.
So where
look. You've got the money. The money is being spent on Nigeria and the Nigerian people. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
So there it is right there. That's Donyo Kukwe. But I was a bit off put by the question being asked by that lady, whoever she was. That looks like Deola. I saw it was that Deola even. I was a bit off put by that question. That why does Nigeria then not have locomotives? The likes of UK, Japan. Nigeria is a third world country. We have to cut the cloth according to the size of our economy. Yeah, but the most important thing are the rail tracks. So the locomotives can be, of course, it will never be brand new. So it's even an irresponsible ask with the plethora of needs that our country has. You are asking them to go and splash out on funky, dazzling locomotives. When that money, they call it value cost. You know, there's a value cost for every financial decision you make. There's a value cost to that. So what's the value cost? It's just a ludicrous. It's this empty-headed nonsense that we see all the time, isn't it? But there it is right there. The vacuous bunch are doing their usual empty-headed nonsense. The K guys, and then we see who turns up.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Neru Agweshime just have nothing to do with us. So join us, Baba. Good to see Baba. Always a delight when Baba is here. Choma in the house as well. And taking a break from our heavy working. There's Thomas right there. So good to see you, gentlemen. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on. Who wants to kick it off? Do you want to kick it off for us, Choma? Chi.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Awesome. Yeah. So, I came in because of the whole Nnamdi Kanu dilemma, you know, and then there's another. Oh, Kemi. I'm so proud of her. So yeah.
Yes, the white people say they don't want her. So
that's the opposition.
No, that's not the opposition. That's her party. That's the Tory party.
Okay.
40% say that they don't see a prime minister in her. God. So the white people don't want her. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's just wait till the end. You know, that's what they're saying now, but let's wait to the end because I still believe that she is a good candidate and she's made all of us very proud. I don't really care what people think about her or, you know, judging by her, you know, her harsh words against Nigerians, I think is warranted, you know, given the situation that the country is, you know, is in. So yeah, we need someone like Kemi to speak for us and really expose the bad things that are happening in Nigeria. But yeah, I really do wish her well, and I know she will do well. So yes, she is.
Well, she has already done well though, but she has played too. That she's not going beyond where she is now. But
yeah, but let's just wait and see. You know, because even if she's a prime minister for one day, she's made me proud, you know, and her being the leader of her party, that's already a big win. You know, I'm so proud of her. I think the sky is her limit. I believe that all these traitors in her party are just saying all these things because they're jealous. I mean, who else have such a big trend? Which other prime minister is trending like Kemi ever in the history of the United Kingdom? None.
Yeah, but she's trending for novelty, not for policy, though. For
That's the
novelty.
thing, right? Any publicity is good publicity, to be honest. I mean, without Kemi, what is UK for? Like, really, nobody talks about UK. It's such a boring country, So, I mean, they should be grateful that Kemi is putting them on the map. I'm sorry, one man, no offense, but really, Kemi is the only reason I know what's happening in the UK.
Is she making the news in America?
Yes, she is.
Really? I doubt that very much. But
yeah, even I'm sure Trump will be talking about her soon. But yeah, I'm very proud of her, and so many Nigerians that get it are proud of her. The good Nigerians, not the ones that want to be judging her and pretending. We have to say it as it is. After all, are we not the ones that are washing our dirty linens in public? We might as well expose the whole gist, so
she's the one doing it for us now. Is she not the one
we do it too. We individually, we contribute to the, bad reputation. So it is what it is. And she's just, giving her opinion, and I respect that. She's shedding light on the negative aspects of Nigeria, and I respect that. So kudos to her. The sky is her limit. She's a excellent speaker and very eloquent, and she's a
do you think she is? Do you think she's a good orator?
100%. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't think she is.
Yeah, she speaks very nice British English,
Yeah, but it's not the accent now. She doesn't know how to navigate language elegantly. It's beyond the accent now.
Well, if she didn't speak eloquently, then I don't think those people will make her their leader. You get my point? She wasn't like the bottom of the barrel. Think about it. She's a whole leader of the UK political party. What are you telling me? She's not no Instagram model that don't know jack. She's highly intelligent, well educated. So yes, she deserves to be in a platform that she's currently sitting in, and she'll be there for a very long time by the special grace of God.
So, but Chima, one man, greetings, Thomas. It's been a while I've seen you. Greetings, Baba. Good evening, sir. I wanted to ask Chima a question. Chima, with everything you said. Yes, good evening, sir. With everything you said about Kemi Badenoch, my pushback to you is I love her and whatever, and I wish she will get to be UK Prime Minister. But the question I want to ask you is, and you and woman, realistically, do you think UK is ready for a Black person to be their prime minister?
I couldn't even wait to answer that 100% because they were ready for Meghan Merkel. She's a whole queen. I mean, sorry, she's a whole duchess, princess, whatever she is. But yeah, they have a mixed race, blackety black girl, even though she looks, very white, but her attitude is blackety black. Okay, that girl is.
She has Nigerian in her.
I know.
But don't say that phrase again. It's a trigger phrase. That kitty something. Don't carry on.
Okay, yeah, she is black. So, yeah, and she's not forming. You get what I'm saying? I mean, she had a whole black pastor at her wedding. He was speaking in Ebonics and shit. It was off the chain. Her wedding was like, what? So it was like a hood party. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, they have a whole Meghan Merkel whether they like it or not. And there's so many Nigerians in the UK. Adam, I've been to the UK like 3 times. There's so many Nigerian people there, and they're doing very well. I mean, the ones I know, they're doing very well. So they should be ready, whether they like it or not. They have to be ready. Kemi's gonna take over. And one thing I love about Kemi, and reason why I'm embracing her, is because she is going to put our politicians in check. See all those men like FFK? She's going to put all of them in check. All those ones calling her a little girl and this and that, she's going to put all of them in check. You understand what I'm saying? So, but that's why I respect Tinubu. You know, he's humble, he's quiet.
If I can just answer Chioma's question, no, Adama's question. The answer is no. We had Rishi Sunak, who was the prime minister before Sir Keir Starmer. Rishi Sunak, if you remove his Indianness, is the real template of a British prime minister. He's supremely intelligent. He's very good looking. He's young. He comes from wealth. He's an aristocrat by all of the standards of measure. That guy could have ruled this country till he died if he had been a white guy. He's an upper class British guy, but by birth, by education, by everything, the only thing that stopped him was the fact that he was Indian. So now Rishi Sunak is more British than Kemi Badenoch. So if they rejected Rishi Sunak, that is, and even her own party are already saying no. So the chances are between 0 and 0, 0 and 0.
He's not no British to me, especially not by pedigree, because he's still Indian. He still eats curry. So it is what it is. Anywho.
Kemi doesn't eat a Barbie. Kemi doesn't eat a Barbie.
She probably don't, because her husband is white. Okay?
All right.
Her husband is white. So anyway, back to what I was saying. Kemi is a legend. And she's a beautiful, eloquent, educated woman. I'm very proud of her. And one man, I hate when you interrupt me, because now I lost my train of thought. I had something I wanted to speak about her, but now I lost my train of thought. But yeah, she's gonna go far, and you know, she's going to do well. Yeah.
All right. You said
Nnamdi Kanu, right? Yeah, I'm very disappointed in the justice, Nigerian justice, or whatever that is, and even Tinubu. You know, like why are they allowing Nnamdi Kanu to kind of like make a joke of the? I mean, we all know the judiciary and the justice system in Nigeria is like zero, but why are they like making it worse? They're allowing him to make caricature of the courts. I mean, off the light, who are you to speak when I'm speaking? Even in America, like they will hold you in contempt, they will even arrest. You know, there's just some things you don't do. How can someone that is in custody be in control of a whole court? That's the highest form of disrespect. Honestly, like one man, think about it. It's not about emotion. It's not about Biafra. It's not about Igbo, right? I am in custody, God forbid, and I'm calling shots in a court that even allowed me to, you know, plead my case. Why? Why is Tinubu or the judge, why are they allowing him to have this press, this media? And then another thing, what's the maximum time they can adjourn a case? Because I feel like they're giving him every three months to come and make fun of Nigerian justice system, when they could just extend it to like 2 years or 3 years. At least let him, you know, hold himself together, get real comfortable in that dungeon or wherever he is. Once he gets comfortable, then he will come with a clear mind, you know. And, you know, do the right thing. He's not doing the right thing. Shouting at judges, insulting judges, making a mockery of our judiciary. And I mean, I know it's not the best, right? Our justice system is horrible in Nigeria, but this is far beyond. This is beyond one man. This is he's really making a joke of the whole system. That's what I'm asking genuinely. What is Tinubu doing? What are the people up there? What are they doing to kind of like fix this once and for all? Like get rid of this whole, Nnamdi Kanu stuff. Like it's annoying. I mean, do you see where I'm coming from, one man?
Well, I do, but I'm not sure it's a Tinubu matter. I think it's a court matter, and I don't think that judge is strong enough to deal with Nnamdi Kanu. If he had been misbehaving in front of another judge, they would have summarily dealt with him in a manner that would straighten him up. You can't go to court now, no matter how, you can't go to court and be shouting now. It's not a street market, and do you know this machismo, whatever it is, it's just, and it doesn't even help himself, You want justice to weigh in your favor, and then you go and insult justice. How does that, where's the correlation between the two? It will do that. The lady has now adjourned indefinitely. That is to say that she doesn't want to handle it, and she will just hold it in abeyance until they find another judge. They find another judge, and then the process restarts again. So just from that shouting now, he has extended himself by another 2 years. It's just ridiculous. I don't get what he's doing. I don't know, man. Maybe that's what his audience wants, the shouting.
I don't get it. It's really, I mean, like I said, we all talk about it on social media. We laugh at the judges, the judiciary, the system. But I mean, to really be in the same court, insulting the judge. Is it because she's a woman? Is it because she's a woman? And not only that, it's downright disrespectful.
It's because she's a northerner. That's what really rankles him. I think it's because she's
I just think it's out of line. He's way out of line. This is beyond, because this happens every time he's in court. They need to literally put a stop to this, for real. Like, it doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. Like, they really need to stop, for real. So I feel like Tinubu or the people up there, the justice, the courts, they need to kind of like change the whole, thing for him. Like, let him stay where he's let him stay where he is, like in detention, where he is for like 2 years before coming to court to plead his case, because I feel like he's getting too comfortable being in a spotlight, so that they can all gather their thoughts together and find a resolution. It's not about shouting. I don't like people shouting and, causing buzzballs. It doesn't solve anything. You only look like an idiot. You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. So I'm embarrassed for our justice system, because look at what he did off the lights, on the lights. Anyway,
that was the one thing that struck me. NEPA struck in and it just speaks to, it gives the momentum back to Nnamdi Kanu. Is the guy is talking and then the light goes off. I mean, it's just, this is the thing now.
And the way he's shouting, he's shouting like he's the judge himself.
It's right to call you a zoological republic, isn't it? It just.
No. Woman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chama. I think one thing we need to understand here, when I was watching him talk, I don't know if he's been on isolation. You can tell from his body language, this man has been mentally broken down. So all he's doing is yelling. And I don't know why the people representing him should have requested for him not to be present, because quite frankly, his body language, he's not with it. He's frustrated. He's tired. He's angry. So many things. I can go on and on. The way he kept yelling, he couldn't hold a sentence without yelling or arguing with someone. So it makes me start a question, given whatever, I don't know what kind of prison they have him on, but if he's on solitary confinement, trust me, I am telling you, it is something, even the greatest of the greats, it will break you down mentally. So I don't know, but when he came out today in the same outfit, I'm starting to ask, is this the only clothes that he has? Why is he always wearing the same thing? Like, I'm just curious.
I
I
think
don't
I think it's I think it's wearing it as an act of protest. Is not is wearing it by choice as an act of protest.
But woman, if he's promoting Biafra, don't you think his clothes should be cultural and not a designer in Italy or whatever called Fendi?
It's not a real Fendi.
Sorry, it'd be a real one. No, the guy is very rich, but is wearing those clothes to mark the moment that he feels he was illegally renditioned. So is essentially freezing a moment in time, and that's the protest. That's the symbolism of that.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Adama, if he is not able to withstand the current condition he's in mentally, right? Isn't that another incentive for him to like calm all down, chill?
Yeah, calm on down. He needs to be evaluated. But this is the thing, Chioma. Now I don't know what they offer to him in where he is medically. Because you know why? Because what I saw is a man who is so angry representing himself, and at the same time, the judge who you're talking to, who is the one that is going to make the decision, everything you're saying, you are yelling at him. That is a no. You don't yell at a judge. That is a no. So, one, my question is, why is he representing himself? Two, why do they allow him do it, knowing in the wherever confinement, prison, whatever he is, you know that like everything is not going on mentally, like something is not just right. I wouldn't allow him because I saw him took over like.
There's a method to that yelling, and we have to bring Baba and the rest in a moment. But there's a method to that yelling. He doesn't want that judge to try that case, one, and then no judge wants to take that case on because of the character of Nnamdi Kanu. They don't want the smoke of that space too. But what he wants is for that case to be transferred to the east. So he wants to frustrate it out of that court so that then it's taken back then to the judicial system and nobody in Abuja wants to take it on, then it gets transferred to the east. So that is his push, to have his case transferred to the east.
Wow, one man, thank you for breaking it down, because the other question, and Baba is listening, is I want to learn. That's why I came in. I want to he kept saying that there was a judge. I read something, but I was busy. I couldn't quite finish it. He said a judge, a Supreme Court judge, whatever, cleared him and said he's allowed to walk away, but they are still holding on to him. So why is it that wherever court he is now, they are not honoring what the Supreme or whatever who said to let him go? That's where I'm a bit confused. And why is he still being held captive in prison? Is there something else? Is there more counts or something else added to his crime? Because that's where I'm confused, because he kept bringing up papers and saying this is the law, is in black and white, don't tell me the law. I was picking up everything he's saying, and my question is, we all need to, my prayer is that may Nigeria never happen to any one of us. But at the same time, I was so disappointed the way he was yelling, because at the end of the day, I
Adama,
wouldn't. Yeah, yes.
Adama, how are you, my sister? Yeah,
I'm
it's,
doing
it's
good. I'm
afternoon.
doing good. Thomas,
How are
I'm
you?
not
How are
mad
you?
at,
Long
I'm so
time.
mad at you. You didn't bring me anything
Yeah.
from back home. I got
No,
no. You want anything?
no
My
vex.
sorry, rara.
Not
Make no
even
vex, my
kule
sister.
kule, not even kule kule, it didn't bring kule kule.
Make no vex. Choma, sorry, Adama. Sorry, Adama. Can I answer that question, please?
Yes, go ahead. I'm
Yes,
free.
yes,
Thank you.
yeah. The court that said they should the what do you call it? The judgment he got from the Supreme Court is how they rendition him back to Nigeria. It doesn't do with his crime. His initial allegation and crime is still subside. So the judgment he got from Supreme Court is how the rendition, how they brought him back to Nigeria. That's the judgment he got. He hasn't got the judgment to
When
be
you say
set
how
free.
they brought him back, are you saying how they extradited him from Kenya to Nigeria? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. One man can add to that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So thank you, Choma. Choma, let's bring Baba in by way of the question, the poser that Adama has just put on the floor. So, Baba, good to have you. So, with the Nnamdi Kanu space and what Adama is asking, and I have a thought on it as well, but I'll let you lead that space. What Adama is asking is that the guy is saying that he has been released. So, why is he still being held in custody? Baba.
Yes, thank you, man. I salute all the panelists and our people, dear people in the comment section. Our esteemed viewers, it's another week, it's another day, and I could see the viewership numbers going up and up. But your good self, take a look at the like button and see if that is justified. So most of you are eavesdropping. Eavesdropping is a bad habit. It's a bad habit. So come on, rid yourself of that habit. Click the like button and don't forget to share and subscribe. Yes, one man. The Nnamdi issue has turned into an imbroglio, actually. Let me answer Ada's question first. He has a case. Then it was not terrorism, but treasonable felony, and he got bail. And the bail, of course, one of the or some of the conditionalities attached to that bail was that he should not be in a gathering addressing people. He should show up on his court date for his trial at all times, and he was restricted to a certain area. He should not go beyond that. And of course, he of course went against all those conditionalities, and then they sent our forces after him brutally, I would say, and he managed to escape to Europe, and he didn't stop his belligerence. He continued, and I think every country has their own secret service. Somehow he was lured to Kenya, and in Kenya he was captured. Let me use that word advisedly. He was captured and renditioned. He was renditioned. He was not extradited. Most nations do that, prominent amongst which is Israel. They've been doing that since the Second World War. America has done that a couple of times, and they renditioned him to Nigeria. I don't have a problem with that. If somebody has become a jiga in your toe, you use needle to remove the jiga one way or the other. You get away with it so that the country can be at peace. He was brought back to the country, and of course he went to Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to clear him, and then so that he can be released. And the Supreme Court said, yes, we agreed with you. You were unjustifiably brought back. You were rendition. That is criminal. We won't accept that. On that basis, of course, we support your position. The federal government is guilty of that. But you go back to the court that was trying you, that gave you initial bail before the katakata happened, and face your trial. That was why he was not released that day. The Supreme Court judges, the panel of 5 judges said, but you have a case to answer, so continue with your case. So he was brought back to the woman's court at the High Court now to face the original trial. The Supreme Court never said, go in peace, even though they supported his position that he was unjustifiably brought back to the country. It was rendition, which is against the law. Have I satisfied that question?
But Baba, let me just add this as well. To exactly the space that Adama's question is. When the Supreme Court gave that judgment, part of the Nnamdi Kanu plea was his because he absconded from bail, and then that bail was revoked. You know, so he is it absconded? He jumped bail, and that bail was revoked. And then his argument then at the Supreme Court was that there were extenuating circumstances that led to him jumping that bail. And the Supreme Court agreed with him then that the circumstances were such that he had no choice but to effect his escape. So what they then said was that that bail should not have been that bail should not have been revoked for the reasons of those extenuating circumstances. They then reverted him back to the court to regularize that. But the court, to the lower courts to regularize that. But the lower court have not regularized that. They've appealed, so they didn't reinstate his. The one thing that this narrative often leaves out is that the Supreme Court did not reinstate his bail. They sent him back to the lower courts to regularize it. So the bail still remains revoked, even though the Supreme Court felt that the circumstances for the revocation were not entirely judicial. So that's where it is. So it is not been set free by the Supreme Court, no.
Yeah, you're very correct. You put it better than myself, one man. So for this is new post-shoring. A is known for that anyway. And I think someone asked, I think it was Adama, that why are they allowing her that, why are they allowing him that space in court? No, the court has shut down. The judge has retired into the chamber before that shouting match. And I think the DSS they are deliberately setting him up because naturally he's in their custody. As soon as the judge retired into their chambers, they could surround him and whisk him away like they've been doing before. But these days, they allow him knowing definitely that he will always have his foot in his mouth because the opinion may be divided, but I think it will skew to a higher degree to those who dislike that kind of posturing or he's thumbing his nose at judiciary. So the judge was not on seat. He cannot face the judge and start doing that kind of rubbish. And you have the cameras there. One of them, I think, when he started accusing the judge of his husband and son having a trial with going on and accusing them of corruption and accusing the judge of corruption. I think some people were persuading those media people to switch off their lights and camera and things like that. That was what happened. It was not NEPA and things like that. The court has practically shut down.
Daddy, please,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know, maybe you see another video. This is somebody snaking his phone out. There was a time he was speaking directly with the judge herself, yelling at her. Yes.
Yeah, that was during the this thing. He was saying, look, the judge, the woman, I think she's just overwhelmed. To an extent, Kanu is right. The judge made a judicial error might consider opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but at least I have a small knowledge of court procedure. In matters of asking, as serious as asking a judge to recuse himself or herself from the case, is not by just verbally with verbal requests. You have to put it through motion on notice, and the prosecutor have to respond, and then a ruling date will be set, and the judge will come back to now pronounce that I will recuse myself or I will not recuse myself. She did not do that on that very day this thing happened. It was a Jima call, and who Kanu subsequently shouted down and stood up to process his case and asked the judge to recuse, giving his own excuse. And I can't remember Chief Awomolo. I can't remember Awomolo's response, but the judge sitting at that straight this thing ruled immediately and recused herself. That was an error. That was an error, and that was what the Chief Judge of the Federal of the High Court said, that he returned the file to Nyanku's court. That no, you do the proper thing. Ask for a motion on notice, and let the prosecutor also have a contribution in writing before you can give your ruling. That is the proper thing to do. But Kanu sees advantage upon the advantage he has and said, no, you've ruled already. You can rule on something twice. So I'm not going to accept it. I'll accept that you have already recused yourself. So on that stand, I think Kanu is right.
Daddy,
Baba,
please,
can I ask?
I have
Baba,
a question.
Can
Adama,
I ask a question?
Adama, go
Yes.
first. You go first.
Yeah, my question is this, Baba. What is Nnamdi Kanu being charged for in the federal court? What is his crime as of today, as we speak, by Nigeria?
Terrorism.
Wow.
They amended the charge. Originally, it was treasonable felony, and they amended it to terrorism. But to me, they are just the same thing.
Is it just only that one count, the terrorism? Is there any other counts?
No, I can't really remember.
Illegal possession of firearms, terrorism. I think that treasonable felony is still there as well. Yeah.
So they are serious
charges. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and they are not billable offenses.
And then convening an illegal organization, So,
I like to be fair. What do you mean
by convening an illegal organization? If he says that's his rights, so what do they mean by that? Like, what does that mean? If he says it's his rights in terms of, I believe he's speaking about the IPOB. Maybe I'm wrong. So that's where I want to understand, what does he mean that is his right as a citizen?
No, it is his right. Sorry, it is his right to agitate for Biafra. It is his right to agitate for Biafra. So that right is sacrosanct. But it is not his right to convene a paramilitia group to forcefully try and actualize it. So the right to agitate for and want Biafra and even be vocal about it, that is sacrosanct, but not the right to form a paramilitia group. Sorry,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And weaponize them as well. So that's the big crime there. Weaponize them. Daddy, Baba, I want to ask a question. But what do you think is going to be the end of this game? Because
Tommy,
sir, yeah. Let me finish. Why do I ask that question? Yeah. Why do I ask that question? The case can't continue like this. They should just find a way. Let this guy has his. I'm getting confused now. Let him have his day in court. Let him, if they want to sentence him. They want to sentence him to gun killing, anything they want to do to him. Let's just clear this thing out of the plate. It is getting ridiculous. Yeah, up to you, sir.
Yeah, look, let's face it. It's a political issue. It's not a criminal one. That is the bottom line. It's a political issue. Because I claim that. Because, like he said, agitation is not a criminal offense, though the method he was using is based on criminality. But then I look up at what is happening elsewhere in the regions of our country. I mean, the people that are troubling us today in the north, for instance, they are rehabilitating them. As we speak, there are 800 terrorists that are being so-called de-radicalized. How can you de-radicalize a terrorist? I don't know how they've done that. They can do that. That means you will pamper them for maybe 6-9 months. 800 of them currently, they've done it previously over and over, and release them again to the society, and they'll go back to their vomit. That is happening in the north. The Igboho case, of course, is different. But I mean, let's be
but Baba, sorry, sir. What makes Sunday Igboho's case different if he is agitating for the same thing similar to what Nnamdi Kanu as well is doing? What makes his own different?
Yeah. Igboho's house was raided by DSS. They had information that he has arms piled in his compound. Igboho has been a thorn in the flesh of the Fulani herdsmen. There has been confrontation. He has a large following, and they were armed to the teeth. During that raid, just similar, not similar actually to Kanu's own, he ran away. He escaped. Somehow he landed in Cotonou. And with his wife in tow, he was going to board an aircraft to Germany, and he was arrested and put in jail in Cotonou. The federal government, through our embassy in Cotonou, asked for his extradition back to Nigeria, and the whole thing bogged down in the judicial process of that country. Don't forget, 12% of Benin Republic citizens are Yorubas. I'll be very factual here. The Yorubas, their leaders, include President Obasanjo, Wole Soyinka, Oni of Ife, and many prominent others. They acted, visited him, and visited the Prime Minister or President of Cotonou to put pressure on him not to release Igboho to the federal government. They frustrated the trial. And at the end of the day, the federal government gave up, and Igboho had a right of passage to go to Germany. But the thing there is, when the mother died, somehow, I don't know what happened, the machinations, political machinations they used, he was allowed into the country to bury his mother and left again.
So why was he not arrested? Why was he not arrested?
That is the question. Actually, but if you remember, there has been regime change. Tinubu was a man in power when he came for the burial.
Well, there it is. That's the double standards that the IPOB space is talking about. That almost equal measure, mirror for mirror. The guy effects his escape. So it's a fleeing fugitive. It's a bail jumpy, and it wasn't even on bail. It's fleeing arrest. And then he comes back into the country and he gets celebrated, throwing parties. whilst Nnamdi Kanu is in prison. So that's the double standard, isn't it?
But what happened is this: if we have to go back, one of the conditions that paved the way for Chief Odumegu Ojukwu to come back from exile to join MPN, the political party, was that he has to denounce Biafra. And he did that. And we all know what he said thereafter about Biafra being a living organ in the heart of every Igbo person, but they should forget it. But now, Nnamdi Kanu case, why I say it's political is this. I think it was Aberibe, or the senator, this has bailed him before, and he escaped. Now, all these people pretending to beg for him, they are not begging for him. They are just posturing for the public, for fear of the IPOB mob, because we are all being accused. You understand? So the thing is, this guy has shown propensity for violence by his posturing, by his manner of speech. If he's released back to the East, what is the guarantee that the whole East will not burn?
But
no responsible government. No responsible government will do that. We are not at peace, but then we have some relative quiet so far. Imagine North is burning, and now you put another incendiary material into the East that is not settled at the moment.
But Bob, let me ask you a question, Bob. Why don't you have different law for the North than the South? Why is that? I know there's different law against the North and the South, different laws. Why is that? Why is that? That's a fact. We can't deny that. That's a fact.
Yeah, I want my. Can you help me there? I don't. I find it difficult to understand, Charles.
Is asking why the laws apply differently in the North to the South, but that's not what we're talking about.
It's a part of what we're talking about. You get my point. I mean, why are you recycling terrorists, people who turn their guns against their own people because they've not gained incursion to the south side of the country so far? Massively, let's thank God for that. But it's like you are recycling them. You take 600 in today, and then you say you want to rehabilitate them. Now it's de-radicalizing them and stuff like that. It's a money-making industry for them. How did you capture 800 terrorists who has maimed and kidnapped people, and say you want to de-radicalize them? What does it cost the country to de-radicalize one terrorist in the North, one kidnapper in the North, one bandit in the North? It costs.
But Baba, if we go back to the Nnamdi Kanu thing, if we mirror it against Sunday Igboho, Nnamdi Kanu was agitating for Biafra nation. Sunday Igboho was agitating for Yoruba nation to a lesser degree, but the agitation nevertheless. Nnamdi Kanu was campaigning his agitation. Sunday Igboho campaigning his agitation aggressively. The two of them came in conflict with the state. And as a result of those conflicts, the two of them had to effect their escape from the country. So that then made them fugitives from the laws of this country, of our country. So now one of them was rendition from Kenya and is held in custody to face the full weight of the law. The other one strolls in casually into the country and is venerated, celebrated, and is throwing Owambe party. So there's a double standard there.
One man, I just wanted to say, Chukuma, one of our panelists, has a question for Baba, so I just wanted to let you know.
I have a question for Batu.
All right. Who's Chukuma? Oh, you mean Charles? That's Charles now.
Is it Charles? I thought I
That's
said
Charles.
Chukuma. Is it
No,
Chukuma or Charles?
Yeah, no, it's Charles. Yeah,
It's
no, we know
Charles.
him. It's Charles. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's why he has Chukio as his name, but it's Charles. Yeah. So, Baba.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead, please.
Baba, the point you made about the radicalizing of people, I guess terrorists or whatever. Okay, so in cases where there's an insurgency going on, and the insurgents wrangle children or young people, they round them up and they drag them, force them into that group, right? With force. They force them into the joining into the group where they have no choice. A place like in the Northeast, for example, where Boko Haram round up the village, kidnap the girls, and even round the boys up and force them to, accept Islam and things like that, and force them to join the camp. Now, when those kind of people are now captured, there's a sense in the government that, okay, these people depend on their level of radicalization. Is it really fair to just say we execute them? Or even like some of those girls, some of them radicalized after kidnapping them. So in some cases, they will say, okay, let's rehabilitate these people since they were forced into it. It's kind of like in the war in Liberia.
Hello,
we lost
Mike.
Mike? No, I think we lost him. But I think you get the gist of where he is.
Yeah. But how do you determine? Because they don't have the mark on their forehead. Yeah, I understand they capture people and force them into those odious acts. But then when you scoop 800 people, are you sure they are not, or let me use the word advisedly, original? Which is who has been radicalized, who is original? How do you separate them? Have they not? Wouldn't there be infiltration? Because 800 is a large number of people. It's not today, and we've had people they've captured over and over again, even in Northeast, for instance. It's like that's why I use the word like recycling these people to trouble the northern part of the country. But as for Nnamdi Kanu's case, I think the issue here, the difference between Igbo and Nnamdi Kanu's case, is that the Southwesterners, they are divided. And I think, by my own calculation, the number of people who are agitating, who support the agitation for Yoruba nation are in majority, because a lot of people don't, even though I don't mind it, but I will want us to discuss it. I don't want an accident of Nigeria to happen in Southwest, because if you have to do something, you have to robustly debate it. It has to be inclusive. To make it that, it has to be by referendum. That was how Midwest region was created in 1963. If the referendum is not in place, it's not an event.
Sorry, Baba, did you hear my question earlier? Did you hear everything I said?
No, you didn't finish it before we lost. You were in the process of saying that most of them are people that were forced through kidnapping and things like that, and then branded. Okay. Those are the people that are being brought to camp.
Yeah. So then I'm saying it would have been a different argument if, let's say, the Abubakar Shekar and the commanders of the Boko Haram were the one that were arrested and being rehabilitated. It would be a different argument. Now, and I also said, if the IPOP young boys that were brainwashed or pushed to join the IPOP movement, or those things, like those boys and the young youth in the East, if those kind of boys are captured themselves, I will support the idea of rehabilitating them, to be honest, because we can say maybe they're misled or forced to join, all those kind of things. But to say that the leaders of the creator of the terror group should be also considered being rehabilitated. No, those ones got to face justice now. I won't support Abubakar Shekau being rehabilitated, you know. So if Kanu is the creator of the whole terrorism, we can't say because some young boys that were in the north were being rehabilitated means we have to now use the same standard for the person that created the group. So don't you think that's a, you know, two different scenarios?
Yeah, why I say that your argument, what I have against it is that of late, the Toj, what is his first name now? The terrorists they are looking, Bello Toji, they are looking for now. We've had over and over and over in the recent weeks that some of his deputy, they are surrendering and or want to surrender to the federal government and drop their guns. You understand? And I wonder if they surrender, what happens to them? Is this how they are going to de-radicalize them and release them to the public too? So this is where I now say that, look, how do we now know exactly who was forced into it, who was not forced, who was captured from where, in a place where the people just bear the names of their villages. Abdul Kotangora, Mumuni, Sokoto, and stuff like that. So you could have 10 people bearing that same name. So that I look at it as it's a money-making machine for some people because they monetize this thing. But let's dwell on that. Let's dwell on this Nnamdi Kanu issue. I think Nnamdi Kanu has gained some impetus because in the last 1 week, maybe I think that it is a Trump thing that is come to say, don't beg for me. I don't want anybody to plead on my behalf. I'm a terror. I'm a agitator. I'm agitating for Biafra, hitting his chest. And I think that's some photo ops is displaying there and capturing for maybe thinking that the America will come and intervene and say, look, this is somebody actually agitating, more so when the chief of staff has in a capacity as a consultant and a lobbyist has done 1 or 2 jobs for Simon Ekpa, though lowly, not a high profile lobbying thing, and they couldn't even sustain the payment.
To Trump? Is it chief of staff to Trump?
Exactly.
Is an IPOB member?
No, white woman. No, she runs a lobby. She's a lobbyist in the Congress, and I think Simon Ekpa Group paid her company to do some lobbying job for them to bring Biafra's agitation problem to the Congress. They didn't do a good job of that, or maybe it's got to do with payment, because the payment was at least they paid her a company a little bit above $100,000 or $90-something thousand, and they couldn't meet up again because it was supposed to be a monthly payment thing, and that didn't work out. So they are looking at that woman again, like, okay, she knows about the matter in the first place. We've been a customer of our company. Now she's the chief of staff.
So that's what emboldens him. That's what emboldens him.
Yeah, that's what I think in my considered opinion, actually. But he now says, don't beg for me. I'm a terrorist. I'm a Biafra agitation adherent. Just leave me alone. Let me fight. I'm fighting for Biafra and things like that. So I look at it as a posturing and doing it for the camera. But I think DSS also, I think they are lying him, because DSS, they do things on purpose. They do things on purpose. If they don't want that kind of press contact to happen, it will not happen. Maybe because he's always putting his foot in his mouth. That is why, because right now, those who watch those clips throughout today, I know we are all divided one way or the other. Some people like it, some people dislike it, and think this man won't say too much. Waiting happen. But the difference actually is, look, the West so far are punishing those that are using violence for the Yoruba nation. But the East are handicapped because they are just not facing just one. There is the EPA group, there is the Ima Powerful group, and several other criminal groups. So it is not an arrowhead thing. It is scattered, not pointed. So it is a very difficult matter, but I think it will be irresponsible of the government to now say, go in peace and sin no more Nnamdi Kanu and release him to that. That's why I say it's a political problem. They have to sit down somehow, and then it has to come through negotiation. Either he goes back into exile and not to run again the Radio Biafra and put some conditions in place, or even like it's done before in time in history, a foreign country could come and negotiate. And
Papa, so what about the people that have died and people that have lost their properties? I mean, this guy, I mean, there are a lot of victims there. I mean, how do we do justice in Nigeria? It's like almost like we don't care about victims. I don't get it.
Look, I'm sorry to say this. I say this.
There are soldiers that have died, police that have died. There are civilians that have died.
Yeah, that's
even innocent civilians, especially during that EndSARS.
IPOB have committed so many atrocities, and at the end of the day, no one pays for it. The man that is responsible for the whole thing will not pay for it. I don't know how we do things in Nigeria. It's the same to Ojukwu, the guy responsible for massacre in Ore, in Benin.
If there's
and millions of people die, at the end of the day, political solution.
Punishment.
I don't understand. I don't know how we do things in Nigeria. At the end of the day, the person gets away, and they will become hero too.
See, in matters like this, if we go back into history, if you look at the Tamil Tigers, for instance, you look at the Shining Path in Greece, you look at the Baader Meinhof group in Germany, you look at the Irish Republican Army issue. It's left a litany of dead bodies, but at the end of the day, they all ended on a negotiation table.
Baba, I don't disagree with negotiation. If you want to negotiate the issue of the Southeast with the Southeast, you negotiate it with the actual leaders, and the leadership of the Southeast, and their traditional leaders, the Anese, the governor, the people who recognize leaders, but not with non-entity now. So one guy just started terrorism, and now what are you negotiating with him? What are we negotiating with him for? They negotiate what?
No, I'm not saying negotiate with him directly. The people, the elders, the leaders of thought in the East will be involved, and a foreign country, foreign power, either in the West or in Europe, has also to be involved.
In Kanu's case, we have to learn to separate Kanu's criminality with Biafra, with Igbo interest or Igbo nation issue. You understand? The Igbo people, they have their...
Mike,
sorry, Nzelgo, you are very correct. I wanted to say Red Brigade. Red Brigade was what I wanted to say.
I get my point now. It's not like the Igbos elected Kanu to be their leader.
No, I get your point, but the point that Baba is making is that, and it's citing your examples internationally, there's the Irish one that he was citing, there's a freedom fighting organization in Northern Ireland called Sinn Féin. They killed a lot of people, including members of the royal family. They were led by a guy called Gerry Adams. Ultimately,
Gerry Adams.
They had a good Friday agreement, and then this guy ultimately transmuted into a parliamentarian, and it just
but the Irish example is more of the Irish people behind someone, and then the Irish actually, they are the legitimate. The British, of course, they committed this. There's something that has to do with the Irish nation and the British Empire, and they have to work out that differences. But in this case, the issue with the Igbo nation and the Nigerian state has been addressed over and over with the Igbo leadership. First, it was addressed after the Civil War, even when Ojukwu, the Anese, they've addressed with the Nigerian state. So that And if
Yeah,
there's
but
more
it's
to be
not being
addressed,
addressed to their satisfaction now.
well, we will
It's not been
satisfaction.
addressed to their satisfaction.
If it's not, then okay,
Well,
bring it
if you look at the East now, they're still in Biafra mindset. So clearly, it's not been
okay.
addressed to their
So
satisfaction.
the leadership or whoever bring it and address it again. But for one individual, it's not coming to say he's addressing the country, right? He's just straight up carrying out criminality. Straight up criminality. He's not even bringing forth some demand to the Nigerian state. Like, looking, this is a formal demand. This is what we want, right? Go to a formal organization that is recognized.
They said what they want now. They want a Biafran state.
No, it's and also this will even kill your arguments. The Irish were agitating on behalf of Irish nation. Irish as a body of people, a nation of people, right? An ethnic group.
It's secession too, Mike.
Hold on.
It's secession. They want to stand alone.
Exactly, Irish, yeah. But
it's
Irish
exactly the same thing. Huh?
It's not the same. Why can't you say the same thing? Is Biafra a body of people?
The Igbo nation.
No.
Igbo people now.
No. Nnamdi Kanu's Biafra, he made it clear now. Come on now. He made his Biafra clear now. The Biafra, anywhere that title rapper, it means, and they ask him, go use Zoma to say, this is Biafra wants. He's from Yoruba to even Ishekiri, the Ijebu people, Ishekiri, got all of them, people that are non-Igbo. That's what he's calling for. So that right there is already, it's not even self-determination.
No, that's just a negotiation. That's
you are looking at the excesses now.
At the heart of it, everybody knows what Biafra is Igbo nation. That's the central core of it.
But that's not what everybody knows. That's what they say is what we know. What they say they want is Biafra, and they give you the territory.
No. Everybody knows now that what they want is an Igbo nation. We under the
which territory? Which
5 Southeast states.
Well, no. But that's a negotiation ploy now. It wants
Nigeria history.
It's not going to get it.
Woman, since the creation of Nigeria, I've never seen a day where the Igbos agitate as an ethnic group to leave Nigeria. It's never happened. So let's stop helping people to say what they are not saying. And it never happened. In fact, they are the one even more interested in Nigeria than anybody else. They benefit the most from Nigeria. And they're the one that really need Nigeria than anybody else. And there's never been a day that they agitate for Igbo nation to leave Nigeria. What
happened during Ujuku's clarion call for them to go back home? They agitated.
For
just a dream that didn't happen.
No, Ojukwu was agitating for the whole Eastern region.
Yes, then it was a region.
Igbo nation. Well, Ijos are Igbos, or the Gunis and the Akwa Ibons are the Igbos.
But they were all in Eastern region then.
Well, that's not Eastern region is not Igbo. Did you hear what I said? I said there's never been a time in Nigerian history where the Igbo as a people have agitated for Igbo nation, Igbo country, meaning that you see how Yoruba say Yoruba
nation. Biafran narrative is an Igbo. The Biafran narrative is an Igbo narrative.
It's an Igbo interest, but it's not. It's Igbo interest. Igbo interest is we want to take these big territory.
I don't see people
and make it a country.
Who is agitating? Oh, hold on. Who is agitating for Biafra?
It's Igbos.
Well, there you are.
But that's not where I am. But it's Biafra Igbo. Is Biafra Igbo?
No. Who has always, as the people of the South ever agitated for Biafra?
Yeah, you're making my point. Yes, and exactly.
What I'm saying is it's an Igbo narrative. Whether they want this expansiveness of land to consume other smaller tribes around them or not.
We are agreeing as an Igbo narrative. We are agreeing as an Igbo narrative, but it's not an Igbo nation.
So what are we disagreeing?
We are disagreeing that
it's an Igbo nation.
It's okay. Let's say they give them Biafra today. So the Biafra belongs to Igbos. It doesn't belong to Ijo, Ogoni.
Who else will it belong? Yeah, but who else will it belong to?
So the other tribes there is not their country.
So, it
doesn't belong to them.
So the whole land now is not Igbo land. The whole Biafra land is Igbo land. It will be an Igbo country.
it will be an Igbo nation.
Mike, when you think of Biafra, how many states do you think of? Is it not the 5 eastern states?
No, it's not.
Your mind readily?
Baba, go and show me a proof of when they've ever said the 5 eastern states is Biafra.
You don't. You listen too much to the rascally call.
I don't think
who else am I going to listen to besides Nnamdi Kanu?
You are lost in the funk of it. Don't get too bogged down in the funk of it. The ethics, the whatever it is, they want to consume them, but ultimately their agenda is to have an Igbo country. That's the whole essence of Biafra. And the people
beyond Igbo land, right? You agree with me at least. If there's something we disagree on, beyond Igbo land.
What beyond Igbo land?
Igbo country beyond Igbo land, meaning territory that's not Igbos included.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
That's
so I that legitimate
now.
No, Mike, you are missing the point.
No,
the ethic have come out to say, I don't know anything about Biafra. The queries, the jaws, the BBOs, all of them.
And that's what makes it different from the Irish movement. Because the Irish movement is not saying, Irish is not saying, hey, we're taking Scottish and we are taking Italian or whatever, other European ethnic group to say, oh, this is our movement. Now let's go on negotiating table.
That's not a strong point.
No, it is, one man. You are saying the Irish have to come to the table. And you're saying, hold on. You're saying, I'm telling you that the situation of the Irish is completely different from the Biafra because the situation of the Irish
at all. It
is completely different. Irish is a mono. Irish.
They're agitating for an ethnic nation similarly to how the Igbos are agitating. It's exactly the same.
How is Biafra one ethnic, mono-ethnic nation when they include other nations?
Like one man said, you are getting bogged down in the funk of it.
Lord have mercy.
We all know, you understand definitely that once they say Biafra, for me,
maybe you guys see Biafra, one of these Yorubas they haven't believed that anybody from the there's no Hausa is Igbo. Anybody in the south, there's no Yoruba is Igbo.
No, don't do all of this Yoruba. Stick to your point, argue it out.
And that's my point. Now I'm telling you that the most of the ethnic group in the so-called Biafra enclave are non-Igbos. So therefore, it's not an Igbo nation.
It's a
multi-ethnic nation. It'll
most of them.
You say?
Oh, all right, carry on.
The fact is, you understand.
No, just carry on.
This has to end on a table, round table talk. There will be a nation, one of the West, the powerful nations in the West or in Europe that can take him in, let him quietly go into exile. It is that nation's responsibility. It has been done before.
So Baba, so the round table talk after the Ojukwu one, that's not enough. So another round table after, right? Then after this one, which other another round table will come again?
Ojukwu went
so how many round table are we going to do?
No, Mike, calm down.
The issue has not been resolved now.
The issue has not been resolved.
Okay, so the point. Okay. So this issue will be resolved. Okay, wait. So the issue will be resolved after release Kanu tell him don't sin no more, go in exile. The issue will be resolved there right now. The entire Igbo will now say, okay, now we're going to give up on Biafra. That's what will happen, Abi. The next Kanu will go. The next Kanu. That's the same thing they deal with Uwazurike. Oh, they deal with Ojukwu. The issue is resolved. Now we get to round table. Issue resolved. Another person came. Kanu came. Even they are not even done with Kanu.
Already came. Forget Kanu. No, you're just getting
every leader. One man, wait, please. Every leader, leaders of thoughts of political leaders in the southeast. The one thing we've all been hearing is that the release of Nnamdi Kanu would bring peace to that region. Every one of them, that's you. It will bring peace. To bring the peace, they remove him.
So
let him go into exile.
Become the peace angel. So it's like saying when you release who's that Shinorambu armed robbery hand in Lagos. Come on now. We are smarter than this now. So if Nnamdi Kanu is the one, the key to peace. So why hasn't he proven it? From there, the first thing the government will say, okay, prove it by establishing peace for 1 month there, and then if you successfully do that, then we'll release you. They haven't proven it. It's not proven that if Nnamdi Kanu get out, the peace will come to the southeast or crime will
But
end.
you and I know definitely
It's
that
not proven. It's just a tactic the people, his followers, his supporters are using to get him free. And I don't know. It's only well, I won't doubt. Mumun, they don't Nigerian government. Most of them are Mumun that are there. So they might fall for it. But to me, it's not guaranteed that you release him. Peace will come there. They will stop agitating. Even the followers are saying it that Biafra is bigger than Kanu. As Samuel Ekpa himself said it. He said the Biafra is, before he was arrested, the last interview, he said Biafra is bigger than Kanu. He even said Kanu himself will come to Finland to talk to him. The people are not following.
And Kanu also said that, who is that bagger? He said, who is that bagger that released me in 2 hours? All this nonsense will stop.
Okay, did Ekpa followers? Did they stop following Ekpa because of Kanu disagreement with him?
Look, we all know there is a pecuniary side to these things. Even if today in court, look at those lawyers. You understand? This guy have had the mighty behind him before. The last was Ezekome, and he left. Will he be shouting at Ezekome that way? Stop talking when I'm talking. This everybody, even behind standing, I look at them, they all have their agenda. It's all about money.
He's paying them now, of course. The guy has a lot of money.
Nnamdi Kanu is a commodity for these people.
But Baba, just to go to what Simon Ekpa said, that Nnamdi Kanu, that Biafra is bigger than Nnamdi Kanu. You see, there's a desire for Biafra in the East, an ethnic nation for the Igbo people. There's that desire. That desire has been there for decades now. So until and unless that's been addressed in whatever way that either keeps them within the country or makes them a sub-ethnic nation within that country, it will always be there. So the desire for an Igbo nation is there in the East. So it's as simple as that now. So it's not even in Nnamdi Kanu. It burns in the heart of so many of them.
I don't think there's a desire for Igbo nation in the East. I think there's a desire for Biafra. And the real reason for that Biafra is greed. It's that oil in Niger Delta. They want to control it. They want to own it. They believe their leaders always say to them that if we can capture that oil, all your poverty, all your problem will be solved. That's what they preach to them from the day they are born. And most of them, if you notice, the people that are always agitating are usually poor people. A rich Igbo Malawiema doesn't care about Biafra anymore because he has already made
a lot of the elites, they don't care about Biafra because they've already expanded outside of that.
Exactly. They're rich.
They will never, for one, they don't even think it.
Yeah,
this is where the problem is. That is why this guy has to go into exile. A country have to take him in and bolt him down there. So that he does not.
Baba, was it not from exile that he created the problem? So you want to send him back to exile and to solve the problem?
No, when a nation is involved, like it's done that's been done over and over before, it is that nation that will give the guarantee. They will take him with condition. While you are here, they will house you, give you everything you want, monthly stipend. No, look, listen, they've done it before. You must not talk politics. The day you talk about politics, they will send you back to Nigeria for trial.
Baba, here's where we don't learn from our mistakes. First, that's the same thing they did with Ojukwu. That was the condition they gave him because when he wanted to return to Nigeria, they say when you come back, you don't talk Biafra again. You don't do
and
it.
Did he?
He did not. But did he end? Exactly. Did the problem solved? The problem did not solve. In fact, I can show you a picture of Wazurike behind Ojukwu. His mentor was Ojukwu. He was mentoring the next takeover guy, the generation of Biafrans in the background. In fact, this guy is one of the reasons why we are where we are today, where many of the Southeasterners were brainwashed because he twisted the whole story of the war. He brainwashed because he became his generals became the people running
because
that
he didn't want to be lynched. He did not want to be lynched. He did know the true story.
He was doing this agitation from the background. The propaganda, everything was done in the background. So you let Kanu go. For one, he said he will be in one nation. He can flee that nation and go to another nation and continue his stuff. That's 2. 3, he can brainwash the next guy. He can create a puppet and be speaking through that puppet. So this solution idea that you guys always bring, especially about Yoruba people, is just that it doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Look, the thing is, look, in the United Nations, it is entrenched that in a conglomerate country like ours, any of the component parts that want to leave is free to do so under supervision of the United Nations.
But that's not what we
But the
have here now.
unfortunate thing with our own case here is that the same people talking about Biafra have their leaders of then entrench it in the constitution that it is a no-go area. It was settled in our constitution and subsequent constitution up till today, the one we're operating, that the unity of Nigeria is not negotiable. And who disbanded also the regionalism we were operating? The same people turn it into a unitary government. And of course, you don't have to look far to know the reason why they did that. But it has backfired. It has backfired against them. And they are kicking.
Baba, I don't necessarily think anything backfire against them, because even that first constitution that a component can leave, they are against that, and they were still against that.
No, component cannot leave. Ezekiel said that.
No. In the beginning, the first constitution that a component can leave.
No. There is no one. There is no constitution ever after that Macpherson's one that has allowed it.
Hold on, the first constitution now, after the pre-independent constitution, right? Allow to put a clause that any component of Nigeria that wants to leave or any.
No, Mike, you are wrong there. No, that's not the case.
Referendum.
The first line after we the people is Nigeria's unity is not negotiable.
Are you talking about
we've maintained it ever since.
From the independence?
Yeah, right from pre-independence and independence. The North did not, even during the 66 coup, when the North started messing up, let me put it, messing in quote, the Igbos, that the pogrom happening then, they were talking of Araba. Araba is, we want to go. They wanted to go.
The North, that program was really not saying they wanted to go now. And to me, I thought Nigeria was already over. I don't know why Ojukwu decided to go and start war, because that was ready to settle the matter of breaking the country. You should have just kept chill. They already kicked your people out, so there's no way Nigeria can force you back into Nigeria. But that war is what really kept them back, kept Nigeria at one. But to me, I believe the Igbo as a people never want to leave Nigeria. The only way they wish to have a nation other than Nigeria, but they as an entity, as a single entity, they never want to leave Nigeria. They need that country badly. The only way they want to leave is to have that whole South and that oil wealth there to themselves, and they can give up Nigeria for that. But to say them, just the Igbo land alone to leave Nigeria, that's a disaster for them completely, and they know that. They are intelligent enough to know that, and that's what led to that war. Because the moment the Gowons started creating states, giving those rivers, all those people their own states,
that was a master stroke.
Exactly, they had to go to war. So that tells you that these people cannot be on their own. They have their land for themselves, that their territory. They have 5 eastern states and maybe small villages that spill over to other states. If they just that alone is not enough for the Igbos, man. It's just not enough for them to survive on. That land is not very horrible for agriculture. There's so much erosion. So they really cannot survive alone. They depend on all that Nigerian territory to survive. So they, from that idea of the one Igbo nation, I don't believe it. And that's why, in fact, Nigeria will never be one. That's why Azikwe fought so hard to keep Nigeria one, because he knew that this new country, is a great advantage for my people. You know, we rely on trade a lot because mostly what they do is trading, not really agriculture or something. And they need to expand territory to, do their stuff. So Nigeria favored them more than anybody. So that's why when they complain a lot, it just irritate me. I'm like, and then some Yorubas were like, they are marginalizing them.
Even Zik was born in Zungeru now. Zik was not born in Igbo land.
Exactly. Yeah, most of them were not even there. They were already been fleeing Igbo land before Nigeria even claimed.
Ojukwu was not born in Igbo land.
Before Nigeria now, they were already in Lagos everywhere, So we know that they're the one that needed. In fact, they work with the British. That's why British put them in all the positions before they left, because that these people here are the one that are really more interested in this country than any other region. The Yoruba, I don't even see what we benefit in Nigeria. Like average Yoruba person doesn't see any part of Nigeria as anything there for them. The only thing we can say maybe in Nigeria that Yoruba benefits maybe when they are sharing Nigeria Delta oil money. But to say Yoruba people say, I can't do this thing, I have to go to the north to do it, or I have to go to the east or anywhere. We have seaports, we have vast land.
But that is where they are different. Anybody. Look, the argument is this, that they always say that we are more Nigerian. Okay.
Sorry,
I thought we were making a conversation
as well.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No, it can be conversational, but I'm saying other voices can come in as well. Because we got the star, we got World Peace, so it's just so they don't feel they are waiting to be called.
Baba, you see why it always irritate me when I see Yoruba people begging Igbo, stay in Nigeria, why are you agitating? Why? I'm like, dude, why are you begging these other people to stay in Nigeria? You really are the one that should be even the one doing shakara that wants to leave Nigeria, because you have nothing to lose. The Southwest literally have nothing to lose leaving Nigeria. Or if someone else leaves Nigeria, if Igbo pack today, maybe they cut Igbo land, give them their country, Yoruba land will lose nothing. So I don't see why these Yorubas always cry and be the ones to go and be speaking on behalf of, especially like Feni Ferry, spending all that time fighting for the Igbos. And I'm like, what is this? What's going on here? What is our interest there? And Yorubas, our population is in the southeast eating something there or something.
I think they are Ohani Ferry. That's what the new,
I don't get it.
What they have coined for them. The Baba Desonya, Ebisheni, Dele Farotimi. But if you look properly, amongst most of them, these factions, they have Igbo wives or somehow Igbo grandchildren. If you look amongst that faction, and that is where their interest lies.
So they are coming to them what to do.
Yeah, so what is happening here is that at times, be careful what you wish for, because what you wish for could really, because when you look at the whole thing where we are coming from, you get, I mean, it was Zik. Let's be factual. Let's say it like it is. The rest of the country are afraid of Igbo dominance because it was never hidden. Zik said it to the face or to the hearing of the world that they have the capability, the capacity, the wherewithal to rule, and they believe they can make Nigeria a utopia. And they not became more afraid. And that fear has always been there. More so when that coup happened and they make a unification as the political tool. And what do you mean by unification? Before, the 4 regions have their civil service. They have their finances in place and everything. Now, unification, when Ironsi came, is that there will be only one civil servant. And the fear came that, okay, we are educationally backward. When we have one civil servant, everybody come into one pot, then we will be at the bottom because we don't have the requisite qualifications to be a permanent secretary or be a director. That is 1. 2, no more regional pulses. All pulses will be central. Bring it to the center. That was the fulcrum of Ironsi's political direction, which, of course, when you go back to what Zik said, imprints in West African pilot of the dominance. And if people that are already mourning, 6 months later, we know what happened. And to break that position, they carved the country into 12, which I call a master stroke. And things have never been the same ever since. So if they want the Biafra, that is why it is understood, like people like me, but when I think of Biafra in my head, in my mind, is the 5 eastern states. Because I know very well that the Bibios, the Efik, the Ijos, the Okpobos, the Andonis, and even Eka Igbos will not follow Biafra. And I know definitely we have friends, we have family members who are Igbos, and they said, no, they are not interested in this. They can't stand in middle of a square in Inewi, Onkalagu, or Enugu, or Weri to say that, because they know they will be cut down. But in their head, it's like it's a joke. And these people are the financial heavyweights of the Southeast. So they are doing their own sabotage. Underneath, they speak with both sides of their mouths. One side, they will say, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. The other side, in the middle of the night, when they crawl into Aso Rock, say, please, oh, don't cause trouble. Oh, don't leave him. Oh. We don't want Wahala. So stalemate. That is the truth. That is the truth. So that's why I call it a political problem. And of course, in a political problem, you have to apply political solution. And at the end of the day, mark my word, this thing will end up on a round table. Because even all the great wars of the world, even the Second World War, where did they end? On a table. After World War, you jaw. So the time for jaw will come. When, I do not know.
Baba, I disagree with you. After Second World War, they didn't sit on the table. They prosecuted all the. I've never seen a war where you lose and they can't sit on the table with you. The moment you lose, they will prosecute all
the Marshall Plan. Have you forgotten?
No, the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe.
So that is part of the negotiation.
Baba, what
and
I'm
the
saying
Nazis were also.
Nazis were on the table.
No, the Nazis were. Of course, they run helter skelter. Hitler was said.
The ones they caught, they were all executed. They were all sent.
They all went to Argentina. Do you want to say the Allied forces don't know how they left? Don't let's go into that too much, Mike. Because
Baba, I'm just telling the fact, the way the world works, except in Africa. In the world, once you lose the war, declare, unless there is a ceasefire, you can sit on the table or maybe break peace. But once you lose the war, you have to face prosecution and you'll never be relevant again. If you don't get death sentence, you get life sentence, or even if you don't get life sentence, you can never be relevant in any position of power. You cannot even attain any power. Now, what they do with that enclave, the society, the losing nation, is they create a new class of leadership, which is what they did in Germany. The Nazis, Germany was forever denazified. In fact, the word Nazi is criminalized.
Mike, let's restrict ourselves.
No, but the difference with Nigeria is Nigeria lost a war. Nigeria won a war. Now, you gave the victory to the losing side. Well, you claim that.
Baba,
this is very
please
important.
come in also, please.
Yeah, Baba, let me tell you the backwardness of the black man thinking. First of all, you won a war. You lie to everybody that is no victor, no vanquish. Okay, we get that. Maybe political, whatever. We can forgive that little part. Now, secondly, the propaganda war, because the war does not end on battlefield. It ends in the mind. Now, that's why they call it propaganda war. There's a physical one in battlefield and it's a propaganda war. Now, the battlefield war, you declare a draw. Now, the propaganda war, you give the victory, the upper hand to the people that actually lost the war. The Southeast won the propaganda war. That's why most people today see them as, the Nigerians are evil, but the evil actually, why they are the good side. So you get victory to the other side. So it's just the backwardness of our leaders, the backward way they think. In Germany today, even in Germany, most of them hate Hitler. Because after the war, Hitler lost most of the battlefield war and the propaganda war. Because after the end of the war, now the winner tell the story. You that lose the war, you don't open your mouth and tell the story. In fact, you are banned from even speaking. There's no German today that can write a book to say the glory side of the Nazis. Even though there's so much glory, the good side of the Nazis, but you dare not discriminate because you've lost the war. You dare not. You understand? But Nigeria, most people that are writing about Biafra are the one people that lost the war themselves, and they twist the story and they feed in the Nigerian population, they feed in the next generation. Are you kidding me? So they won. You get the victory to them. So that's just how done Nigeria people that rule Nigeria are. You know, you get the victory to the loser. And you wonder why you have problems today. You have the Kanus and.
Well, I think let's leave that for some time. Let's go to River State issue. One man. Or let me yield and let other people even come in. Woman. Hello, woman.
But Baba, I think they're happy for you to carry on. We did invite them to. No, Prince Daddy has dropped. I think they're happy for you to carry on. If you're happy to carry on, we invited them. Anybody that wants to come into the conversation, just come in. Yeah.
The River State
the River
issue.
State. Victory to Wike. That it looks like.
No, I mean people are dancing in the square. I mean they misinterpreting everything. There are several lawsuits actually going on between Wike and the Fubara group and the legislators, the Mewule group also. This particular one today that was dismissed was based on the 2024 budget that has already run its course. So it will be futile for the case to continue when even the 2025 budget has already kicked in. So that was what Fubara withdrew on the advice of his lawyer. That's all. And of course, Chief Olaonekpekun for the Amewule group also considered that, okay, this is gone, because you cannot legislate on something that you cannot have a hold of. And people have gone to town to say, oh, Mewule group has been restored and things like that. No, the other cases still remain, particularly as regards the pre-lawmakers actually putting their signature to the 2025 budget and things like that. But the bigger picture here is actually, look, River State is suffering. Forget the propaganda. Forget the propaganda. People have come to trade with it. He's spending a lot of money. Fubara is spending a lot of money to keep his friends, his supporters, to the detriment of development. Every other person may disagree with me, but that is what is happening. But it behoves of the elders to come together and find a solution to this problem. Because whether they like it or not, Wike is still relevant. He's still a PDP man. And of course, the greatest, if not more than the best of the PDP man. Because amongst all those that are kicking against Wike, Wike here, Wike there today, how many of them deliver their states? Wike delivered the whole House of Rep, the whole Senate, and the Goba. He delivered the Goba too. The only thing he gave away was the president. So how many of them, even including the Bala Mohammed in Bauchi, delivered that much for PDP? Today they count the state as a PDP state, isn't it? So the leaders that are making money, enough of that. Enough of that. They should sit down and find a solution to the problem. Because they were there. when they first went to Aso Rock. Because if they woke up to their responsibility in the first place, they will not end up in Aso Rock. These same elders escorted Fubara there. When Fubara was signing that agreement, were they not there? What held their mouths? Why were they tongue-tied? Why couldn't they go against it? And when they came back, this young man has started implementing some of the agreements until Katakata burst again. Of course, it's all wiki here. What about those that are empowering Fubara? Because to me, agreement is agreement. Once you sign it, it's binding. But like when you were not forced, you were not cajoled. You signed it with your eyes clear. You are as good as what you negotiated. So I don't see reason why today, because the lawsuits are uncountable, both at state level and federal level, in appeals level, in Supreme Court level. Everyone is even confused. No one actually knows exactly the situation of things. So today, when after that they withdraw that and he paid $4 million fine, you can see it was actually dismissed. So they cannot legislate it again. 2024 budget is gone. So it's not a restoration of the Amewule assembly or its leadership of the assembly. That's another case entirely. That's for Rivers State. And for the Atiku meeting with President Obasanjo today, he's been doing that all along during even the last election. He's always visiting. I don't know why a man will write that kind of thing against you in his book, and you are still going to the man every time you run to him. I can see the man even doing his onyimu behind your back all the time. For us who bought the book and read it and everything, of course we believed it. He was the boss then, so he knew everything, and he didn't hold back. You didn't come out to deny it. Up till today, Atiku has not denied all the accusation in that book. And you think this man will support you? Very dumb, I would say. Very, very dumb. There is nothing you can use to placate President Obasanjo. He said it, he has said it. So this one, they are running helter-skelter. It's even worse when it is established that you want to run again and you think President Obasanjo will support you. He's a supporter of Peter Obi. So why will he support you? So what are you doing even there? What are you doing in Abeokuta to get what? President Obasanjo is not PDP anymore. He tore his membership card and stuff like that. He tore his membership card. So it's not PDP. He has said everything he wants to say. He has not come to your house one day to knock at your door. You want to say you don't know the color of his politics? Of course you know. And you went there. The last time 2 years ago before or so, you went there. Now you are there again. To do what? The other day it was your wife that was launching, was it a book or something? I can't remember.
The Star and Dewale, if you're there, you can chime in. If you're not, then we may as well just remove you from the screen. But carry on, Baba.
Yeah. So what are you doing there? I don't know. They are just making a mockery of themselves. That's my own conclusion in all of this. They don't have anything to offer. They don't have anything to offer Nigeria. And as far as I'm concerned, by default, they've given up on 2027. Let me quickly go to a topic you introduced a couple of days back, I can't remember, a week ago, on the 12-year school. thing. It's a, I had it first. I had it first on your platform. I was really enthused on that day because it's not something that's was in my purview until you read it out, and I've been following it all along. Most foremost education, living today. I've been doing some TV station hopping, and they are all supporting it. I've never heard from the usual suspects up north their views about it, and I'm very glad they are all supporting it enthusiastically. You understand? And I think maybe something they may bring forth sooner than later. And that, of course, will be very exciting because it's going to keep our children in school forcefully or by cajoling or anything until they are 17 or 18 years. So it will also help the government because there wouldn't be pressure in the region of unemployment, because you find people these days who has fell out of school at 13, 14, 15, also classing themselves as unemployed young people. And that, of course, is fattening up the numbers of the unemployed in Nigeria. So once they are in school and learning one skill or the other, so naturally, it will help our statistics in that regard. And people in the north also, because I listened to Senator Ibn Nala 2 days ago, one of their political leaders in the north, and was almost alluding to the fact that, well, people out of school children in their numbers because we don't have sufficient funds to look after them. And I asked myself, really? Because they all have excuses. They want to face reality. But now with the 12 grade system, at least they will be forced to do that. And that will be very, very nice. I hope they will not take this to another, like the tax thing. Let us discuss it over and over and overflog it to the extent that let's look at it, let's raise a committee, and we are still at it for another 4 or 5 years. Because there is, in Nigeria today, you can see what Trump is doing with fiat, presidential order, with pen and everything. Things are, I mean, the last 3 weeks or so has been a roller coaster. It was like, it reminded me of military regime in those days with automatic alacrity. Everything, bam, the next day, which will start happening. So let's see what happened in that educational realm. And Simba, are you here?
Hey, Baba, good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, my brother.
Man, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Man, I want to greet you for what you did yesterday. The show was very, very, very interesting yesterday. You just used the whole show to settle quarrel.
Yes, level, yeah, but suddenly it just went out of control, you know.
You just have to have a way of controlling Tony. That's just it. That's the only thing I have to just say.
It got to a point that I was almost feeling sorry for Tony because I thought he was going a bit too far, you know. Yeah.
Well, he just have to moderate his languages. Because I don't know why people are taking discussion online so serious that some people are so passionate about whatever you say. They want to actually, that means if they have the opportunity, they can even beat you. That's what it means. Well, there's no problem.
The thing is, Simba, let's look back now. But a lot of people, I think they look at spaces like Woman's Platform and the ones that also are in that format as a reality show. It's not a reality show. It's not. It's their platform grounded in politics and political acts. So it's a platform where you have to come, poke at the eyes of the government, and also provide solutions. It's where you lay bare the happenings because it's for posterity. We go back in time, a lot of clips have been shown of 60 years ago in black and white, 30 years ago, records upon records. That's what this is like. Because in another 30 years, people will, after most of us have gone, people will be making reference that I had this thing or this record on this or this thing. Let me search and look for it. They will go discover it and bring it, and your voice will echo. People don't think in that light. That is what platforms like this are about. So whether you talk good or you talk bad, you talk trash, it will be there. It will be there. Now, for instance, if you think of something and say, oh, it was said on one man this thing, I think it was 2 years ago, just type on YouTube, one man went to more 2 years ago, 2022. It will bring a lot, it will recall a lot of sittings of that period. Then you gradually look at the topic, and then pick exactly the one you are looking for. Try it. That's why you should know that we have to be very careful of our conduct, our manners, what we say on platforms such as this. People should realize that it's not a reality show.
I totally agree with you. Baba, this educational this thing that they now change, that's why I even came on board. If you remember, was it not during Babangida range? Yes, Babangida around 84 or so. That was when they introduced the 6334 system. You remember?
Yeah. I said it was by Professor
and it was
Babatunde Fafunwa. He thinks it's Jubri Aminu.
So sorry, Simba. Thomas, check your phone. Sorry, carry on, Simba.
Yeah, Babatunde Fafunwa. Everybody was very, enthusiastic of that system because that time they were looking at a vocational educational system, whereby from the first 3 years, student can learn vocational job skills like technology, home economics, and so many things. And they built centers, structures in most of the secondary schools, whereby they put even equipment that students will use to learn all these things. But the whole thing did not work out. I could remember even my own school, the structure was there, all the equipment, they brought them, and we never used them one day. And it's the same thing. If you look at it, it was 6 for primary school, the junior secondary school 3, and then the senior secondary school 3, making 12. So how is it different from this one that they are introducing now? How are we sure that it's not going to be abused the way the previous one system was abused?
Yeah, my own is looking at it in line that it's going to be straight up. There will be no breakages. It will be seamless. In SSS, JSS, for instance, to SSS, there is a break. You can even decide on your own not to progress to SSS. You fall out. Maybe your parents don't have money. Some states do exams to progress to SSS. Some just
no. It's for that one. Yeah, no, it's not only that is the system. You even have certificates for GSS. Yes.
Exactly. Some states make it automatic so that to encourage people to go. But you find out that at that point, people just fall out conveniently. But this time, if it's 12, definitely there is no stoppages at all. You have to complete it. If they actually have the structure to maintain it so that they can avoid the truancy of high magnitude, particularly in the north, so that whether you like it or not, whether you sabi book or you know sabi book, you must go that 12 complete. Whether you come out and as a lolo do or not, but you must now end up at being at 17
So
or
you
18
mean they will
years.
just if you fail, they will just be promoting you, or whether you fail or not, you must just spend 12 years in school, or what? Is that what you mean? I don't understand.
To me, like somebody who already tired of what is happening in some certain parts.
I think, Baba, I think the only way, if I could remember, I heard that even during the old Western region government punish parents who refuse to take their children to school. I think if you don't have a legislation that will force parents to actually let their children go to school and maintain them in school, whatever system that we adopt, it will fail. It will fail. I think I've told you before, even here where everything is free, they have to make it mandatory. And they said that if your child misses, like, let's say 15 days in a year, in a session, you are going to jail.
That's where the institutions have
where
to
they have
work.
everything free, that is, they have to force them. So to me, if we don't have legislation, whatever system people can fall out at any time. It's not they don't even need a certificate. We have people online. I was listening to one guy, is it Gege or something like, he has a platform where he used to say education is a waste of time.
Is it that dating guy?
No, not that. This one is from Delta. That Gege, that one was a Nollywood. This thing, that one is just the dating. I think this one is an Yoruba boy from Delta. He has a platform and he has thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers. We have people like that in Nigeria that are saying
education is a scam.
It's a scam.
Try ignorance.
And he will be teaching people how to make money and all those things. I think he did not even finish secondary school. And such people, why do government allow them to be in that kind of society? So to me, the only thing that we need is legislations. It must be enforced. If it's not enforced,
Simba, I noticed that too when I've been visiting Nigeria lately. Like, it's been the slangs among the young people now. Like, school is scam, education is scam. You know? I'm like, oh, but where is Nigeria going? Because when we were growing up, it was always school is the thing, you know. You know, it's like they promote school, but now it's like the opposite. I'm like, where's Nigeria going? It's like we're doing things the backward way now, like the opposite of what make those, you know, that thing they used to do to us, say to us growing up, the tobacco where, you know, they promote education so much. It's one of that mentality is why
tobacco where bataria roko koka tobacco where bataria washere nile.
Exactly.
And those things actually motivated us. Yes, it motivated us.
He motivated us.
Because,
today,
yes.
That's why that generation that grew up at that time, they value school. That's why everywhere they go over the world, they always go to school. Even when they will believe school is everything. You understand? Which is good. But today it's like they're pushing this new thing now, like, oh, school has come. They go,
And even Mike, you notice that, okay, who are the role models in Nigeria now? Are they educated people? Yes, people that they are seen online, that they are making millions. They are riffraffs.
You know what's funny? Like
celebrities.
You know what's funny? Among that slang, among the Black Americans, you hear it a lot in their community. That school is, they demote education. Like, school is rubbish, this and that school. And that's why, as a result, they became the least educated group in America. Like, they have the highest rate of dropouts, less that goes to college. I'm like, dude, It's because that's what they promote among themselves. They don't promote education. They just promote more of a celebrity or cool money making, all those things. Whereas the whites, everybody else, even the Africans, everybody else go to school and then they leave them behind. So I'm like, nah, that's what Nigeria now. Nigeria, I don't know how we started copying Black America and everything. I don't even understand. Even entertainment, everything they say. Now Nigerians are using the word baby mama. So many Black American slangs is what I'm hearing in Nigeria now. I'm like, which level? Some of it, I don't think these people you guys are trying to emulate. You understand their condition. Because when you come to America, you realize that these are not people you want to emulate. Because their condition is not very good at all. You see them on TV looking flashy. But when you visit the United States, you realize, this one will be the people who are home. Even when they tell our children not to hang with them in America, can you imagine? And then in Nigeria, they are the people who are emulating. I mean, I don't know, Sha.
Remember, why must every role model be educated? Must every role model be educated?
It depends on what you understand about the word education.
I thought I heard Simba saying that people that are following they are not educated. So I'm saying that must they be educated before people follow them? I'm not saying that there's no decadence in the society. I'm talking about the moral standard now. But must every role model be educated?
Yes.
Okay,
So
in
you
the
want role model to
society,
be
that
ignorant.
why you actually, what I mean is this. You understand? Even if you look at our society, we don't even have programs that promote education. You go for reality show, you go for all those things, you win millions. Go for graduations, convocations in our university. You will still see that somebody maybe led the class. Probably they will still be giving him or her maybe 50,000, 100,000 naira.
You didn't answer the question well, Simba.
Okay.
Every human on earth is supposed to be educated. Period. Every human that has breath on the surface of the earth must, of a necessity, be educated. There is difference between education and going to school. You should not mix the two together.
Madam Mayor, but we've seen in our society people that are not educated, but they are beacon of hope and for the standard and moral standard. And I give you an example. There's a
You
man.
didn't understand what I said.
Education is not necessarily Western education. Even traditionally, culture.
Education is a different meaning. Go and
But
read the meaning of education.
we've seen
Unless you are
people.
talking about going to school. Yes, you can go to school to get education. That's why most people confuse it. When you see school as a place where you go to get a paper, a certificate, then you will not have value for school. But if you see school as part of the environments on earth where someone can go and get educated, then you won't be telling somebody going to school is a scam. There are several ways you can get educated. Your parents can educate you in certain things. Learning a job is education. Learning a skill is education.
Even reading books.
Reading books is education. But if, look at, when I was arranging some young people in those days, I used to speak to them. They were saying this thing Simba was complaining about. Some group of people, are sorry to take your time, was brainwashing them that school is a scam. So when I speak to them, I tell them, you have to go to school. And they start citing to me people like Bill Gates, blah, 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 people who did not go to school and make money. Oh my God, I have to change my tone I rephrased it. I say, go and get knowledge. And it began to sink. So when
Madam
you
Zita, do
want
you
to
think
get
what we should be
education,
promoting?
there are platforms on earth where you can get educated, which includes school. People find it very easy to go to school to get educated in every area of their life. They want to aspire. It's easier to go to a school, because in that place you get something like motivated, empowered. You see people who can help you, teachers and everything. There are some people who sit on their own and get educated. It's not every woman that has such capacity and capability.
Zita, let me, what you are saying, you are right. But all the other platform that you mentioned,
Simba.
you understand?
Simba.
Okay.
Very big apologies. Let me hand over to
Hey,
Thomas.
one man, sorry, before you go, man. The issue you guys were having yesterday between about the issue between Manazita and Tony. I think I have better understanding of what was going on between them, and that's why I feel like you guys kind of didn't understand Manazita well, and I think she was being misjudged to some degree, because I hear things like thick skin, just ignore it, this and that. What happened is I followed this issue for months. It's been going on last year, where even from the beginning when they start, it was not only Tony, even some guys are down in comment section where I bully those guys. I used to ban them. They used to like just go after her, and she ignored them for so long. There was even a time where people are saying what they say about, she will even say, I'll just ignore. She ignored for so long. There's sudden level of, I mean, what's the word? It takes, I mean, how to put it? It takes, there's the degree of amount of time where you have to ignore someone, where you go to a point where you're like, okay, I have to turn around and face you. You understand? So Tony just, I don't know what it is. But one thing I can say is, yeah, if people are grown adults, if somebody want to attack someone and the person willing to attack the person back, yeah, you can leave them, let them battle that. But if someone is attacking someone and the person is not responding back, and the person is not willing to respond back, I think you have an obligation to defend that person that has been bullied, because for the fact that the person is not willing to wrestle in the mud with someone else. So I think, to be fair, you have to just tell Tony to leave her alone. Because the guys will say some of the worst things to her, man. Like I used to, in that comment section, it's not only him, even these two other guys, they will just touch some of the most that literally, if that was said to my mother or anyone, man, the way I would have, but she literally had thick skin where she used to ignore those comments. She ignored them for months and months and months and months. So when somebody is talking about an adult, just ignore it or grow thick skin. She had thick skin, trust me. It went so long to where she had to, at one point, the only option she has is that she doesn't come here anymore, or she has to keep taking it. But the fact of the matter is, you have to just let Tony to cut it out. She's not willing to be wrestling with him, so he has to cut it out. Most of Tony's comments usually go in the private chats. He doesn't, most of the time, he won't put it in a main section comment where everybody can see. He wants to hit out where people don't notice he's saying it. So he call out some of the worst things in the world, man. I'm telling you. So I think you just need to tell him to stop it, or else, because for one reason, she's a woman. If he's a guy that's hitting another guy, I can call the other guy as a guy, hit him back,
Mike,
but I can't see a guy going after a woman like that. And I'll just, if it's my show, that's what I would have done.
Mike, you see, yesterday, when I was venting on this platform, my family members were listening, including my husband, with his team, because most times I don't reveal where I am. So they were listening. When I said that my attention was called to this, and they said, tell the platform owner to address it. They said, you have a thick skin. Yes. What if it's another woman who come to the platform? She's your type, but she doesn't have that kind of heart. And somebody is calling her a prostitute, a demonized woman, this woman a demon, don't you think she will be devastated? So tell the owner of the platform to address it. And you know one thing, Mike, they listen to everybody. And when I want to act, it's only 2 people on earth. It used to be 3 before my father died. I tell God what I want to do. Then I tell my husband. Do you know what they said yesterday? Let them learn the hard way. And when the military tell you, you're going to learn the hard way. People who are in the military, they know what it is. So, Mike, don't worry yourself. You see this on our platform. Appear to one day. We go learn the hard way. Honestly, sincerely speaking, after every, they go say sorry. Me too, I go say sorry. We move on. Because when they listened to everybody yesterday, they were amazed and shocked. It was only Fatai that was making sense. At a point, Fatai was saying, what? I remember one of my husband's friends, he said, the guy was telling them, what part of it don't you understand? Leave the woman space now. Must you interject her?
No, I say that to be fair with one man. I don't think he knew the magnitude of what
No,
he's talking about.
he didn't know. He said,
yeah. The reason why I tend to see things differently because I understand the magnitude. Because to them, they just say it as you are complaining about somebody insulting you, like which everybody gets insulted. You understand? If it was just Tony insulted you once or maybe twice, I too would probably say, I just ignore it. But I knew this for a fact that it went on for
it's not
like
even
a long
insult.
time. Even me, I got tired of deleting.
Mike, you are
I will
not
always
understanding
delete.
If it is, listen, they are not getting, it's only Fatai that understood what I was saying yesterday. They are not getting the point. The point is, you have an opinion. Probably that is the fact. And then you said it. I don't like it. That's why I am on a different opinion. I did not abuse you because of it. I can interject you and make my own case. That's okay. Now, somebody has her own opinion. You don't like it. You have your own. He doesn't like it. She didn't abuse you. Then you turn around. You are not trying to counteract what she said. Instead, you start calling her horrible names. This platform one day.
Also, man, I see that you have to also understand. Most of the attack.
Mike, I don't want us to go heavily in because we spend the whole of
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to be fair with you too, woman, because most of those attacks.
Sorry.
Hold on, madam, hold on. Most of those things were not happening during one man session. Usually the after hour, because most of the time you come here. No, the one I noticed, like it was mainly in the after hour when I'm moderating. When I'm moderating, that's when I noticed. Because you usually spend most of your time in the after hour with the me and Simba and them. And that's when most of those attacks were coming. So there's no way one man would have really seen those kind of comments much.
The one that they
understood
called my attention to Mike. One man
but I just thought I put my own
one man kicked him out. When he called me a demon, one man kicked him out of the platform that day. He said, this demon demonized woman. One man kicked him out. And you know the funny aspect of it? I was surprised. People have never noticed that I don't speak to that guy. I was shocked. You see, Mike, let me tell you this. We black people, I don't know the kind of God that creates us. I would rather say probably we are not very observant. That's why things fly away from us. Do you know that everybody in this platform did not notice that I do not speak to that guy? Even when he be saying, Zita, madam, I have agreed with you today. Thank you very much. I will not. I have never. Do you know why? I have his profile. Why would I be exchanging words with somebody like that? I don't talk to him. No matter what he says, I don't talk to him. Even that day he called me a demon. I don't talk. The day he called me a prostitute, I didn't talk to him. I don't talk to him.
Well, I think you guys have really flogged this issue, Sha. But I think one man want to leave. I just thought I'd give my own. You guys already exhausted yesterday. But
one man, no hard feelings.
No, I wasn't here yesterday, so you guys exhausted it yesterday. That's why you guys didn't shut the show down. So, but let's not go there again because yesterday that was the reason you guys ended the show.
Discussing. I am not offended.
Yeah.
Honestly, sincerely speaking, I am not offended. I'm just telling you people what I am going to do. That's all. I'm not offended.
Here's the deal. One man just tell Tony to stop, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Just tell him to stop attacking, and that's it. That's it.
We will do it and apologize to each other at the end of the day. Oh, one man, sorry, I have to go this far. Oh, okay, sorry, Zita, that we provoked you to go this far. That's all.
I don't think at this point it's a matter of apology. It's more of let's just end. You should stop it because going after a woman for that long, goddamn, man, come on.
No, there is something Baba said. You people have done
Zita, we need to move on from that space. We
no. One man, we are moving on.
We are just 4 days on it. We have 4 days now.
When I know we're on a different topic. I was one I just brought. I just wanted to give my own.
All right. Let me bail out. I think you were talking about education when I wanted to leave. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, who has the floor? Madam Sita, have you spoken about your brother?
No, I have not. That's actually why I came.
Yes, please. Can you kick off the second section for us, please?
No, Thomas. We have not finished that one. We don't let us be in a hurry. Let us finish this educational one first.
Man, go on. Kick Thomas out. He's not one of us. Kick him out. Why is he just joining us and trying to grab that way?
You want to kick the host out? How can you kick the host out?
We don't care. Kick him out.
Madam, you can continue.
Go on, guys. Go on. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Zita, am I the one that? Okay, you are not talking again.
No. I've said all I need to say about the education.
Okay, let me take you back to what you said. You said there are some other platforms where people can be educated, but what you discover?
I said environment.
Environment, yes. If you look at our environment, those days that you are referring to, even some of our politicians, big people those days, some of them did not even go to secondary school. And that was why they introduced the GCE, General Certificate of Education, whereby private candidates can write exam and go to university or other higher institution.
See,
but
Simba, calm down. Let's understand what education means. When you talk about education, most times it's not actually career.
I understand you, but what the environment these days, that's why I'm going to. What people learn in the environment these days, they are not things that are beneficial to them.
So the environment has changed. What we should be promoting is knowledge instead of saying education. You know what I mean?
Okay. Those days, if you look at the environment, even the people around you, they will shape you in your community. Whenever you are doing something wrong, they will correct you. You go to, even if you are watching television, most of the things that you watch on television are things that will actually make you have good knowledge. But now, what do you see? What do you see on? You would be listening to people like all this gege that I'm talking about that will telling you only how you make money. You understand? The environment is not actually good again, like the way you are looking at it.
See, the world removed stick and left carrot. Do you understand?
Do they still flog children in school in Nigeria?
The world we are in now, they systematically removed stick and left carrot. In those days, it used to be carrot and sticks. Okay? You train a child, pet him, give all he needs to give, You give him food, give him clothes, give him, if he misbehave, you use the stick. Few. But for some reasons, the present day world is really frightening in the sense that I don't know whether it's because of the social media. Idiots, fools, retarded people who came out from mental asylum, people during the time of my fathers when they can't even speak in the public because they are dumb. But today, they have microphone, they can speak. So, Simba, we are in a big problem.
Are you talking about DJ Chicken?
They have microphone.
Madam Sita, are you talking about Portable and DJ Chicken?
I'm making a general sentence. You see, when I say they remove stick include shaming people. Do you know in those days, when you say something so dumb, they will laugh at you? In some society today, it's banned. You don't laugh at it. They call it, and the annoying part of it, they bring out very interesting words for it to make it look so bad. Some places, they even put punishment for you to do that. But you don't know that most times those things is a corrective measure. I know my cousin, he's listening. Growing up as a child, he was dumb. Okay was dumb. You know when they call mumu iti boribo. Nayab. Yabbing him, laughing at him, his failure in classes and everything. Today, that guy is a renowned medical doctor in the state of Ohio. Medical doctor. This is Itiboribo. So, had he grew up in an environment where they removed stick and left carrot. Listen to people who were not doing good. Listen to the way they jacked up. They didn't jack up with only carrot. Simba, you don't know what is happening in the society. Idiots are holding microphone, no, and they can say anything. The way people even believe them and follow them, that's the one that is so scary. I don't know if you people can use to scroll YouTube. You will see somebody that has 2-something million viewers or subscribers. You will look at it and say, okay, let me watch this person and see what he's doing. That 2-something million subscribers are with him. You listen to him. You will listen 7-8 episodes. It's bullshit. But his viewership keep increasing. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't. But what can we do now? So,
back to your brother shouting at the judge. This guy.
What happened?
No, we are not done with this topic. We are still not done yet. We are still talking on the education. Don't go to your brother.
Which education again? We
You
talking
don't
about?
do.
Now, Sita, don't listen to Thomas. It's not one of us. It's in Australia, a different continent.
I am in different continents too.
You go on. You don't mind him.
What did he do? I don't even know what the story is. What happened? I wasn't looking at the direction. What did he do?
I don't even know what. Maybe Thomas just want to laugh. What do you want to gain from discussing this Kanu issue?
We have to discuss it now.
Do you have the video? Show us. Let's see the video.
He doesn't have it. He's driving.
Thomas.
Video earlier on. Yeah.
Thomas, for somebody who has been denied conjugal visits for a very long time, what do you expect him to do?
Who told you he was denied?
Well, he's wearing Gucci every day, so you might be right. You might be right, but I expect him to lash out more than that. He's on a long thing. Anyway, go ahead.
No, see, let me tell you something. Hyperventilating. There are so many people who have different ways how they hyperventilate. He was just hyperventilating, you know. It's born out of frustration. Some people do that a lot, okay? When they get frustrated, they lose their cool. So I don't think I have much to say, but I will only say that he's just frustrated. But the way he's taking it is not helping his case. Because I usually tell people, if there is something you have to understand about judges, I don't know whether they teach them in law. You don't threaten them. You don't threaten them. More especially publicly. If you do it secretly, yes, but publicly, you wouldn't like them. It's not helping his case. It's not helping his case. It shouldn't be. And those
Madam Sita, is there any law that give a judge to adjourn the matter indefinitely?
Yes, of
There
course.
should be
Now,
set date. Or
yes, of course. Why not?
Oh, I
I'm
didn't
not
know
a
that.
lawyer, but I know they can put a case indefinite, and they can cite reason. Give them some time to look at it before they will put a date. There's nothing wrong in that. Indefinitely doesn't mean that
But
it will never be
indefinitely
called.
can be 2 years, can be 3 years, can be 1 month, can be indefinitely is not a time. You know what I mean?
Okay, yes. Let me give you a typical example. If you are in immigration law, and you are doing your immigration, you got to a point, they said you take them to court, and then it gets to a point where you need a waiver. Maybe they accused you of something. Normally in immigration, they will say they must waive that thing. Now you need a waiver. The judge might say indefinitely. So they will have to go and look for reasons. You have to look for whatever. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, that we come up with something. So it's not a new thing. They can, of course, why not? Legally, yes. I've seen cases that they moved indefinitely. But that doesn't mean it will not be called back. Indefinite means to give them some time to look at it. I don't even know why the guy wants to come out. If he come out, what will he be doing?
Madam Sita, I have a question, and I want you to understand me very well. Do you think Nnamdi Kanu wants to stay in prison? Because even if they set him free, you know, he has said before, Biafra or nothing. Maybe he just decide, maybe let me just stay here so that the agitation will still, the agitation is still the heart of the people, because the main guy championing it now is in prison. So what do you think he's doing? Shouting on the judge?
You know, sometimes
Talking people down in a court of law. Madam Sita, there's something you can't do in a court of law. Even in environment of a court, inside the court, there are some things you can't do there.
What he did in the court, I call it hyperventilating. That's what it's called. It's like hyperventilating is when it might be caused by health challenges, but when you want to say that somebody had an extreme anger, you can use the word for that person. No, this anger that you'll be so angry that you'll be finding it difficult to even breathe when you are talking. At that point, you are hyperventilating. See, I don't know how, I've said this several times. Agitation of Biafra is not in anybody's hand. It's not within Nnamdi Kanu. Neither is it with the other one in Finland or anybody. It's in the air. So if you catch one person, put the person in prison, another person will pick up. Look, you see Nnamdi Kanu, you see the other one, Njoko. After some time now, by the time they know that they're incapacitated, just like Nnamdi was in prison, and then Njoko find out that Nnamdi can no longer operate the way he used to operate. He took over. Before you know it, now another person will jump out. So
no. That's the deal. I don't think people are saying that we are arresting people for agitating for Biafra. Or I don't even think what we are calling for prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu is because he agitated for Biafra. What we are talking about is the crimes that he committed. Like he did things that led people's death, things that destroyed property.
I understand.
So, and whether you are, what me I stand for is anybody that commit crime for whatever that crime is what you should be punished for. I'm not interested in him being prosecuted for agitating for Biafra. I don't even think the government should even be attacking anyone for agitating for anything. So the agitation of Biafra is not the issue. I don't know why people always saying, "Oh, he's being prosecuted because of he agitated for Biafra." No, he has done something that has led to people's life being lost.
No, agitation destroyed. For using the word.
This guy was calling for properties in Lagos to be burned down.
It's a blanket word. Okay.
Yeah, but no one cares about whether Biafra is
because of the agitation of Biafra. That word, because of agitation of Biafra, is a blanket word. It's just like somebody will tell you something. You have to ask the person question. Like if a foreigner that is not a Nigerian, you stop him and then you tell him that somebody was arrested for agitating for secession. He will ask you how. That's how intelligent person will ask you how. What happened? Then he come down the line. He was calling for people to be killed. He said anybody that doesn't obey, then he has a case. He should be there.
Yeah, but I just noticed that when people are always saying and they want to speak about his case, about why he should be released, they'll be saying they should not go after him because he won't stop agitation. As if they went after him because of agitation. Who cares about agitation? Like, hey,
he doesn't stop agitation.
Yeah, right? No one cares about agitation.
He has been doing his agitation. Nobody cares about
him
before. Yeah.
He's not even the only one doing agitation. Everyone like told Nnamdi, all this. Some people do agitation. I don't think at this point. I don't think anyone after this one say. I don't think anybody in Nigeria will care about anybody agitating again. Because now we are used to agitation. The thing I think anyone we care about is criminality. Once you want to start creating terrorism or creating some kind of environment where people cannot, no, you gotta pay the price. So the next person can learn that, hey, no matter how you feel, control yourself. Don't crime. We have to carry out.
Mike, when somebody say Nnamdi Kanu is being arrested for agitation, what you will ask him is why is Wazurike not in prison? That's what you will ask the person.
Exactly.
Wazirike too agitated. So why is he not in prison?
Mike, the guy dismissed his lawyer and represented himself. How rational is that?
I say he's hyperventilating now. Which
one? But to the point of dismissing his legal representatives,
he can do whatever he wants, man. It can be.
I know, but is that rational? Actually, is that rational in that moment?
You see,
I don't think everybody should be interested in whether he's smart.
They have told him that he's not coming out.
They should be interested in him paying for his crime. That's all.
See, they have told him he's not coming out. It's as simple as ABC.
He's not doing what, Madam Sita? What do you say?
They have told him he's not coming out anytime soon.
To me, I don't even like the way they're approaching it. I mean, why can't they just go to trial and get it over with? I don't like
it calls for the recusal of the judge.
Listen. Let me tell you people something. You have to understand the dynamism of leadership, policy, polity, and governance. It's not everything you judge. When people in Nigeria begin to talk about the way our judiciary is, yes, it's not perfect, it's very bad. But you will find out that in some places in the world, that guy would have been wasted. Even in the United States, I know how many Obama wasted.
That's right.
So
Oh, if it was any advanced country, the guy won't be alive today.
yes.
Even
And nothing will happen. It will just go silent like that. Nothing will happen. So this one, you people are saying, he has been told it's not a case you judge. You judge it, you make it so popular, you make it so rowdy, you make it so frustrating, and all manner of things. No, those kind of cases, you don't judge it. He has been told that all he needs is clemency from, is it clemency they call it, or pardon from?
He doesn't want that.
Or the president. But nobody is pardoning him now. So which
He
one
doesn't even want it.
Huh?
He doesn't look like somebody who is interested in being pardoned.
How did you know that when his
Because
people are
his
going to
utterances after court session indicated that he's deviant in his stand and is not going to, allow.
you see, let me tell you something.
Sorry, that's what he's doing. The guy wants you.
Madam Sita and everyone, why are they even letting him speak after the court section? After the judge has finished his verdict, they should whiz him out. Why are they giving him the attention?
I always wonder that. In advanced work, when they bring it, someone facing,
he's still implicating himself every
the
time
guy's
he
supposed
talks.
to be like shackles, I don't even understand. You're facing terrorism charges and they're allowing you to be.
Listen to me.
He's supposed to be in handcuffs and shackles, man.
In as much as he is there, he has to boost his ego. Remember, he still have supporters.
Yeah, what he's doing is passing message to his supporters. That's what he's doing with this thing. He's trying to pass body language message to them. Like, look, don't give up. We'll continue fighting. That's what he's doing with all those things now. He already had the camera people ready. Like, okay, as soon as he just maybe in that corner, I'll quickly shout for 30 seconds. That's what it's a game now.
Let me tell you people a story.
He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
Let me tell you people a story. It's my grandfather that told me this story. It's a story that when I see people like Nnamdi Kanu, I don't really give a hook what he says after screaming in the court, or if 200 cameras are in his front with even United Nations camera, ICC camera in his front. I don't care. And I will never care. You get my point? Let me say this. The story, I want you people to learn from this story. In Africa, they have the hunter, the local hunter that goes to the forest to hunt for game. On this fateful day, the hunter came to hunt for his game. He saw a tortoise. He just grabbed tortoise. Tortoise is a slow-moving animal. He can only hide inside his shell. It's an animal that, as a hunter, you don't need to waste your bullet or your bow and arrow or even your knife. All you need to do is to pick the tortoise and put it in your hunting bag and move on. Okay? So this hunter picked this tortoise, put it in his bag, walked half a pole away, and then the tortoise said, "Please take me back from where you picked me." And the hunter said, "Why would I do that?" He said, "I'm tortoise. I can't run. I can't fight you. I just want you to give me this last wish." The hunter said, "You are not convincing." He said, "Please, did you forget something?" He said, "Just take me there. You still have your gun, you have your knife, you have everything. Take me there and watch over me." After much argument, the hunter took the tortoise back to that very spot where he picked him. The tortoise told the hunter, he said, "Yeah, we are here now. And what do you want?" He said, "Can you drop me on the ground?" The hunter said, "No." He said, "But I can't run. Why can't you just give me this wish?" Eventually, they agreed. The hunter dropped me. Do you know what the tortoise did? He tore the grasses, used his back his crooked back, scratch all the floor, tore the grass, he jump up and down, clear everything. The hunter said, what the heck are you doing? He said he's trying to create a scene so that when people come, they will see how much he fought before he took him away. I hope this makes sense. So the guy is just trying to show his supporters
it does, yeah.
how much he's fighting, as much as they keep him there. So to me, it doesn't make any meaning. His people has gone to meet the president severally. I didn't even know why they didn't meet the person that put him there, because it was Buhari that put him there. The pressure that mounted on Buhari when Tinubu became the president, I was expecting them to mount that pressure on Buhari, because it was actually Buhari that has the techniques of catching Nigerians wherever they are. He did it.
I don't even understand why. What is slowing them from? What's slowing trial? Why are they not going on trial? I don't understand. I don't get it.
You didn't hear what I said.
No, I'm saying the trial of the. Why are they not doing trial? Like, I don't get it. They keep.
Do you know?
Stuck on the issue of
let me tell
He
you.
is the one stalling the trial by Mike.
No, he's not.
That's what I keep hearing.
That
he's the one that his lawyers are keep using on
he's not starting the trial. They don't try such people. Walai talai. Now me they tell you. I've said it here. This is a global platform. If he's in some country, he will just disappear. What they call those people is disappearing.
I don't even understand Nigeria anymore. Like, I don't even understand what they do in that country anymore.
But Madam Sita, when he filed an injunction to recuse, Madam Sita, when he filed a petition for the judge to be recused from the case, they are stalling, because you are unable to establish conflict of interest. Number one, number two, you are just I don't know the correlation between the judge and his case. He's saying that the government has already signed pact with the judge to make sure that his case is not moving forward. And however, the judge in-law's daughter or whatever is facing corruption charges and all that. That government is saying that this is what we want you to do, or else this case will.
Diwali, let me tell you what's really going on. Right? The kind of case charge the guy is facing. The penalty for that is it's in Nigeria when people get killed, it's a death sentence, right? So his lawyers, I think what they're doing is telling that guy, this case it's this way the penalty you're likely to face. But here's the deal: the only person that can pardon you, the only hope you have now is a presidential pardon.
Yes, of course, and the guy is not ready to pardon him. This thing,
what they are banking on is that a PDP person will become president. Either it will be, or maybe Atiku or somebody non-APC kind of, and he knows that he stand a chance if one of those kind of people become president to pardon him. So that's why they are kind of kicking it down the road. So that way, because they were pushing it for the Open LB to win that last election. Be lost. Like, damn it. Now they keep pushing it. They want to push it to the next election because he knows that if he goes right now and the judgment comes now and they give him their sentence, they're likely going to speed it the execution.
Mike, that thing you are saying, even if Tinubu wins the next election, he might probably not release him.
No, I'm talking about the trial. Like, eventually they have to go on trial. He can't stay there forever now. They have to do the trial.
His case case is very complicated.
The case becomes complicated.
Why this is complicated.
Madam Sita, sorry, before you go on, please. Yeah, just I've been curious about these two questions, and I will ask it respectively. So, what do you think that made them to brought him back to Nigeria? They could have do away with him. Nobody knew they are going to arrest him. So why don't you think they don't? No, I'm just curious. They can do away with him. Nobody will know that he's been arrested and they have trashed him somewhere. And secondly, so why are Nigeria even giving him Why don't they even leave him to be doing his thing over there? Just ignore him. So that question is very curious to me.
Madam Sita, it's not worth the effort or wasting of effort to to waste somebody like that. The government takes out people that are actually of value. For now, it's just like a mosquito in the ear of the government. So they want to keep him behind bars.
Thomas, you still have second
Let me
question. Why they
explain
didn't
it in
ignore him?
as much as I can, if I would be able to convey a message. You see, that kind of person, if they had wanted to do, they let it pass for a long time. If they had wanted to do it, they would have done it the way Obama used to do it. Before you get momentum, before you get that popularity, the quench. That's the easiest way. That's the easiest way to do that one you are talking about, Thomas. But if you leave him to stay this time, this thing they're doing to him now is the best. Because if you deal away with him, his people will be so I don't know how to say it.
They'll move on, Madam Sita. Come on now. They'll move on. Man. They said the same thing now that they ever touch him, they arrest him, that they will turn everything to us. They will move on.
You
Trust
see,
me.
let me give you an example. Osama bin Laden, when they tied him, if they have dropped him, like tie him and walk away, he would have been mortalized. Yes. In fact, they would have been worshipping in his grave.
Who will be worshiping his grave?
His people now.
No, first of all, his people, the people that love him, they're still supporting him. They keep your mouth, they do it in silence. Because if you raise your hair showing that you support him, America will send a cruise missile to your house.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. That was why when they banned him, they threw him to the sharks. And everything died down. You can talk about
even they don't want the people to know his great side, I mean.
So you see this thing they're doing now, they're making him, I don't know.
Madam Sister, let's be honest with ourselves. No Southeasterners, no Southeasterners. Hold on, let me say this real quick. No Southeasterners give a hoot about Nnamdi Kanu. The only reason why they all hailing behind him is because he says what he like him to say. He speaks their mind, and then he kind of like being forefront for Biafra agitation. But as far as him being somebody that they, some kind of charismatic figure, anything like that, he's not. They just those illiterate are following just him as someone that they are trying to lead them to Biafra.
Let me
but
tell
the moment
you,
they take him out of the way, they will start looking to someone else. They don't have any emotional tie to him.
If you know how many followers the man has lost.
So be my suggestion, or?
Madam Sita, finish there. Prince Daddy coming here. I think he wanted to answer that question.
How many followers he has lost? You see, at the beginning it was, if they touch him, Britain will come, heavens will fall, blah, blah, blah. And he's been there for 3 years. Britain never come. He has not been released. The government of Nigeria is not even taking his case seriously. I've not even heard Tinubu say anything on that guy. All I hear is that people go to meet him. Whatever he tells them, they don't come out to say it. I don't know why. They're not telling us what Tinubu is telling them. But all we hear is that they go there to see him. We have gone to the
Madam
president.
Sita, sorry, I thought people are meeting Buhari, not Tinubu. Did people meet Tinubu as well concerning him?
Is Tinubu that meeting now?
No, I thought maybe it's Buhari people went to meet then so that he can be released. I don't even know that. Oh, yeah,
From the
I didn't know
time
that.
Tinubu become, even Soludo has gone, they've been going,
Oh,
all of them.
I did. Sorry. So I'm in the dark. I didn't even know that information. Yeah, go on then. Prince Daddy will come after you. What happened? I think Madam Sita dropped. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I said finish the answer, then Prince Daddy will come after you.
No, I've said what I want to say. He can stay there for all I care. Listen, let me tell you. There is one thing about me. That's why most people don't like me. I'm colorblind. I'm tribe blind. I have my own opinion. You might not like it, but that's okay. You have your own opinion. I don't talk about people or discuss issues because the person comes from my place or the person is black or is from Nigeria. I discuss my own issue based on my own understanding of objectivity. So looking at what that guy did, the way he took that thing to the wrong direction, there are several ways of handling that issue without the mayhem that happened in Southeast. So because of that mayhem, I, for one, don't care where they put him. In fact, he should remain there till Nigeria ends. Till Jesus come, I don't care. I don't even know why we are discussing him. Let him scream as much as he can in the court. Who cares? And after screaming, what happened? They took him back to where they brought him out from, right? No wahala. Those people support. You should go and bring him now. Ngwa, I don't finish. Oh.
Prince Daddy, you have the floor.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. How are you?
Good, how you doing, Thomas? Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great. I just want to hear that your accent. Go on, my brother. Go on.
Yeah, I'll say the only compelling argument, really, maybe I've heard so far, is Mike's point about what about the people Nnamdi Kanu has like killed, I guess, indirectly, right? Those people, and you know, people's children or whatever, destroying their livelihood, and people that died because of this, agitation. That's a compelling argument. But somebody said earlier, is it Baba or whomever, that this Ojukwu that killed millions of people, that's Ojukwu himself, that because of his agitation also, millions of Igbos and Nigerians in general died. They allowed him to come back to the country to form or become a part of a political party, and he became a normal Nigerian. So, what crime possibly can Nnamdi Kanu could have committed that's greater than that of Ojukwu? Okay, that if somebody can answer that question, that'd be great. Nnamdi Kanu, I think overall, maybe it's unfairly treated by the Nigerian space. I kind of think so. Yeah, I think so. And to Madam Zita's, I guess, rhetorical question earlier, why does he want to come out of prison? He should stay there. I thought that was funny. Somebody in prison, I mean, he has a family. I mean, why wouldn't he want to come out of prison and do whatever he wants to do as a free person? It should not be kept in prison for in perpetuity because people think it should be there. I think that the justice system should play out, and they should treat him fairly. I don't think it's a crime to represent yourself in the court of law. And the man is, I mean, maybe extremely frustrated by the system. Is just like Adama was saying earlier, his mental state of mind may not be the best right now. It's a human being at the end of the day. I hope we all know that, and I'm kind of a human being. And by the way, no matter how egregious his crimes were, let the courts or let the system, judge him accordingly, and let him, be serve his time if he has to, or be acquitted. I guess if need be. Somebody was saying earlier, I think it was Baba also, that the judge made a judicial error somewhat by trying to rule on his case twice. So there's a lot of what you call errors made in the whole process, and there'll be some, maybe in the United States, for example, there'll be some cases whereby the persecutors they messed up big time, and as a result, a really grievous criminal with a grievous crime was let go. So if the system messed up because of their trial or the way they treated Nnamdi Kanu, they also should be held accountable. Not just Nnamdi Kanu, they too should be held accountable. So let's be all this fair in this process.
Prince
It's a human
Daddy,
being.
sorry for stopping your flow, but with what Nnamdi Kanu is doing now, is even extending his time in court, isn't it? With his behavior now in court,
Well, apparently it may be so. Maybe, but again,
Can I come in a
the
little
man
bit?
is frustrated. The man is frustrated. I think that the system should be fair. See,
Well, praise that the boy. Is this lawyer, is this legal team that extending the case now? They want pushing the case. They're the one that don't want to go and try it right now. So
I think
the ball is on their court. So you can
can
say
I
it's
just add
the
something, Prince Daddy? Good morning, everyone. I think
How are
you
you,
guys
my brother? Have you guys have not received the release EPA? I hear that you are the one that wrote the petition to the Finland government.
No, not me. What concern me with him?
I'm
Why
just
will I
joking.
deal? I don't have time like that. So
Yeah, go on, my brother. How are you? Long time.
yeah, I'm good. I think you are blaming the judiciary, but you shouldn't blame them because it's lawyer they are trying to frustrate the case. They don't want him to go to trial. And if we follow what the Supreme Court has said, you will discover that they don't really tell him that he was cleared. Everything was in the open. What he's playing is that he's playing, that what they had him accountable for is something that at the end of the day require a long-term sentence or probably death penalty. They are just deliberately stalling the case. That is the point. And I will also agree with Prince Daddy that Mike have proven his case very well this morning because I listened before I went to bed, and I think Baba and the rest have not justified. Mike was right. If you are coming here, what about so many innocent people that have lost their life in the southeastern part of the country? They are innocent people. They're just going about their normal business. What about those people that have lost property? And it's high time we say the truth. Even if you're agitating, there is a very way that you can agitate in a peaceful manner and you can still get what you want if you want to get out of the country. I think the problem here is this. You want to get out of the country, but you are claiming other parts of the country who are not interested in your agitation. That is, if you're a government, that is a way of fomenting crisis. And you are not going to just fold your arm and look at him like that. So you can't blame the government from bringing him back because it's fomenting a lot of crisis. You want to get out. How many states do you want? Is it only 5 states? But you said everywhere. That means you do not have nothing. You just want to make unnecessary crisis. So for
No,
him
Remy,
not,
you are even making mistake. It's not even about whatever he wants. Anybody can agitate.
yeah, I
But
know he has the right to agitate, but there is a way you should
but the
agitate.
issue is
No,
about what is
Let me finish so that I can comment. He has the fundamental right to agitate, but when you're agitating, do you agitate to disturb the peace of other citizens of that country? Do you agitate to maim and destroy property of other people because you are agitating? That is not fair. If you are agitating in the eastern part of the country, what concern Lagos? What concern other parts of the country? What concern rivers? It doesn't concern them. They are not part of what you want. Why are you making life miserable for them? Why are you calling out a lot of their leaders and insulting them and so many stuff like that?
Remy, quickly before you land.
no. Hey, Prince Daddy, before you go,
Hold
let me
on.
say this. Because what I want to say also affect you have to answer it. Because earlier when you came here and you are saying Ujuku that killed millions of people, what happened to him? And I've seen you are talking. Yes, the issue is, what does that one mean to you? That means you don't value life. We will not be using two wrongs to justify each other.
This is not the first time Prince Daddy
But
has
the
said
fact that
something that
Ojuku was
ridiculous.
pardoned, does that make it right for every other person to continue that route?
You say because one person killed 1,000 people, so we should forgive the person that killed 100 people. It is basically what this guy is saying.
Well,
Because
there's something called legal precedence. Let's not pretend, okay? Don't be
somebody that
angels
killed
of
1,000
faith,
people
okay?
30 years ago, because the person,
No.
hold on, the regime back then, they were useless and corrupt, and they let him go. So now you're telling us that this era, someone and 100 people, and because one corrupt regime back then, there was just, wicked or rubbish that allowed someone to get away with it back then. So we should
I
not be
don't
letting
see you
someone
guys
get away with it now.
scrambling. I don't see you guys scrambling to go grab those Boko Haram terrorists in the north, killing all those children and women, destroying their villages. You guys, you're not excited about that.
Hold on.
You got no excitement about that.
So the money we've been paying the Nigerian army, all the bombs the Nigerian army have been dropping in the north. So that's not fighting.
What damn bomb? Is it maybe recently? But
what do you mean recently?
I don't even know. Are you just waking up, or you have taken something this morning?
Praise Daddy, recently they've been bombing since who knows?
Yeah, right. They
Praise Daddy, have you heard about the Nigerian army that mistakenly bombed the
doing all
village?
the shenanigans.
Wait, have you heard about the Nigerian army, Air Force? They bombed the village.
They drop bombing. Yeah. They have been fighting now. They've been fighting. Praise Daddy.
Praise Daddy, have you heard of Amnesty International? They're accusing Nigerian army of killing civilians in the north.
Okay, if true they've been fighting, this so-called ragtag terrorists from the north would have been defeated.
No, not really. That's not the way it works.
They don't kill themselves. They don't fight no damn thing.
You don't defeat guerrilla warfare like that. You don't defeat guerrilla. Yeah. It's not like the terrorists are standing with uniforms waiting. Say, okay, let's shoot by after each other. No, that's not the way it works. It's the guerrilla warfare. If they eat and run, hide and seek, and those kind of things. So don't say they would have defeated them. Even the United States they couldn't even finish Taliban. It's a guerrilla warfare. You don't win that kind of war easily.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with the unknown government in South. Yes, it's guerrilla warfare. That's why you think the army wouldn't have wiped them out. It's like a army to army kind of battle. Come on now.
The army is not wiping out any damn body. That's how they make their money too. They're not stupid. We've had this conversation on this platform before.
There we go.
The army is not doing no jack.
Why are you shifting the goalposts? Why are you shifting the goalposts?
Let's say Nnamdi Kanu killed for shenanigans, killed like 500 people. Is that worth? Is that the same comparison as 3 million people that they killed?
We are not comparing crime. Yeah, we are just talking about
one justice. You are the one making comparison. We are not ready for comparison.
We are not comparing anybody
yet. Crime is a crime.
No,
a crime is a crime.
That Ojukwu was allowed to come back to be part of Nigeria's normal society. If that being the case, I couldn't have the same opportunity.
What are you talking about? Oh, okay.
Prince Daddy,
Prince Daddy. Okay, every armed robbers that everyone in Nigeria now that are serving death sentence for killing somebody, we should release all of them then because Ojukwu killed 3 million people. We should release every armed robber. That's what you are telling us there.
No, I'm not saying that. Don't
what do you mean you're not saying that? That's what you're arguing. We are telling you that someone is responsible for people's death. You are saying because someone else killed 3 million people, they should just abandon
this Prince that doesn't have value for life. It doesn't have value.
It's only white people's line, Jewish line.
Look at the way he's doing away with human beings and he's just mentioning thousands, millions.
People's head and arms. Okay, so stop.
Prince Daddy, I want to ask you a question. The question is this: before Ojukwu returned to Nigeria, they would have signed an agreement, or he would have shown a kind of remorse that I'm not going to go there and agitate or make unnecessary trouble in that country anymore. And I think when they would have done the same thing to Nnamdi Kanu after arresting him. Okay, can you
really? Just saying that we don't know for a fact. They didn't do nothing to start.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Maybe I'm just speculating. But what I'm just trying to say is that for Ojukwu, for him to return to Nigeria, there might be some thing they have signed with him. And I think when he finally came back to Nigeria, there is a relative pace, not that he came back and started agitating. And this man, they still had him in custody. You can still see that he stayed trying to say the agitation is still on. And when you look at what is going on over there,
you are just giving Prince that an argument. There's no argument about this thing.
Let me start. People like Simba walk around. Say, hold on.
Giving him reasons for accepting the you are just empowering him more to be talking that bullshit.
The Nigerian space, the government, the whole structure is, they work with impunity. They've killed more people,
No,
destroyed more
no,
lives.
Prince Daddy, stop
Hold on,
that.
hold on.
I think
See,
Prince Daddy, tell us the truth.
let's not paint Nnamdi
Don't be
Kanu as the worst
hypocritical.
Nigerian ever. I don't think
I
so, by
know
the
we
way.
have a
Prince Daddy,
problem.
tell us the truth. You find a girlfriend from
Yeah,
Nnamdi
I
Kanu's
understand him very well. Even
No.
the so-called United States, what is going on for the last 1 month? Is that an example to follow? We don't want to go to that stage now. But what we are trying to say, we might have our own trouble. But in case of this guy, they have definitely stalling the case. That is it. If they don't stall the case, maybe by now they'll be on trial for what they accuse him of. Maybe at the end of the day they will exonerate him, but it does not want that.
Okay.
That's what he's doing.
I
Everybody
understand
knows.
that legal maneuver. Maybe of course, maybe to I think you guys have said it before. If they charge him on terrorism, he's probably going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Perhaps. Okay, fine. But it's like we've beaten a dead horse. For all these years or months, whatever. And I keep thinking in an overarching way that Nnamdi Kanu is not the single worst person in Nigeria that's committed crimes to humanity in terms of Nigerians.
And of course, we know Abubakar Shekau is worst.
Allow me to land at this point. I'm not even talking about Shekau or these other people that actually carry guns and did crimes. I'm talking about your damn politicians in Agbada and suits, right? That steal your money.
Because politicians are corrupt. If you allow every criminal in Nigeria to continue to be criminals, what are you talking about, man?
That's not the point. Don't
the police,
that way.
Police should go home
I
because
shouldn't make my
politicians are
argument
corrupt. They
because
should not arrest criminals on the street again because politicians are corrupt.
that is not the argument. The argument is that you guys are very good at painting Nnamdi Kanu as the worst Nigerian ever, and I don't think so.
No. We talk about politicians.
We have terrible people. Every day they steal your money that was supposed to go to build good roads that cause accident that kill a bunch of people. They don't build your damn hospitals. They siphon all the money.
You can see what we're asking you. Should we now say because of that we should release all the police should not arrest criminals again?
No, he just wanted us to leave everything so that it become a lawless land.
Mike.
Okay, what is your point now? What is your point? My name Prince Daddy. Let me even call you Trump Daddy because you are behaving like your mentor. What is your point now? Tell us. So they should release all the criminals because the whole country is a criminalized
when
country.
you reduce that argument to our argument to that point, like a pedestrian argument, it doesn't help. Nobody's saying they should release criminals, all the damn criminals, because of Nnamdi Kanu. But I always like to put things in perspective, right? Okay, because Nnamdi Kanu is the person at the quote unquote at the top of this whole conversation, and every day the people that are, I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. I never liked the guy. I think the guy is a joke for the most part. The worst thing about Nnamdi Kanu that was so amazing was that when he had people like Pensat believe that Buhari was Jibril and all those nonsense. The guy is full of BS. It's a bunch of shenanigans. There's nothing about Nnamdi Kanu that's exciting to me. But at the end of the day, I always like to be fair to everyone. No matter what. And hopefully.
So how are you being fair now? What are you being fair to him by saying that you release him?
No, I didn't say that you release the guy. No, I'm not saying that.
What are you saying then? What are you telling us?
Well, I, the way things have been going, I don't think the judicial system is actually being fair to the guy. And I understand the argument that he's stalling. Hold on. I understand the argument that his side is stalling because if they actually go through the process of his crimes, he may end up being in jail forever. Maybe so. But beyond that, you people get really excited. People like Sinbad. You get really excited about people like Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, he's committed crimes. And just like I said, I do agree with Mike's point about the crimes he committed by the killing of innocent people. I do understand that part. But at the end of the day, there are many people, again, you guys will never see my point of view, which is okay. There are many people in the freaking Agbada, those criminals, the politicians, that are actually, but their actions are killing your children and killing your people. You guys don't have a problem with that. You want to
Prince
jump up and
Daddy,
down about Nnamdi Kanu. That's your
Prince
problem.
Daddy, that's your
But
analysis.
how can you
That's
say
your
we don't have
fault.
problem with that? We'll
Sorry,
come here
Mike.
every day
Sorry,
to talk
Mike.
about the politicians. Every
Mike,
day.
Mike, let me quickly
This
answer
guy,
respond
man.
to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, that's your analysis about politicians. It's a little bit far way out of it because everywhere in the world we have politicians. In the so-called America, that is the biggest democracy in the world, there's so many examples that your politicians have not done the right thing. They have siphoned your money. They are as corrupt as Nigerian politicians too. They have used the system to enrich themselves. So when you are calling out politicians, don't always reduce it to Nigeria alone. It's the same thing all over the world. The only thing is that the way they do it might be different, or maybe the magnitude
Well,
of how they.
I don't
Let me
disagree with
let me
you.
finish. The magnitude. Listen, the magnitude of how they still might be different, but at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. So don't let us. We
Okay,
don't
Remy,
always come here.
listen, you turn into American politics, but I don't disagree with you. And I myself, I've said many
Prince
times.
Daddy, Trump is
1
more
second,
corrupt, man.
people.
Come on.
I've said many times that there's corruption in American politics also, and the politicians. I never denied that. I've actually acknowledged that more than you probably know, Remy. So that's not the point. If you want to shift the argument to that point, that is fine. But when I talk, well, by the way, unless you want to compare the standard of living in America and the way things are in America to Nigeria's standard, then maybe you may have an argument. Things work here in America.
No, I'm not
every
comparing
day.
to the standard. I
Okay,
totally agree with you that we are not at par with the Western world. You are right. But you cannot be coming here and be telling us that all what they have been doing is about to stay. The so-called that Nigeria you are talking about, I've seen it,
Remy,
progress
that's
also.
not the way to put it.
Quiet.
Can I say something? You see, when it comes to cases in life, it depends on who is handling your case or who is judging your case. You see, it is very good for us to speak nicely about something and ask why. There are two criminals. One even committed higher offense than the other. Judge handed over more punishment to the one that committed the lesser offense. What does that simply mean? It means who handled your case and who handed over the judgment. In the United States of America, in the year 2022, a young man, an elderly man, just made a comment. He said the president has gotten him so angry that anywhere he sees him, he's going to kill him. And Nnamdi Kanu has said a thing like that severally. FBI went and killed him just for saying that. His friend cried. I watched that video. The friend said, no, he was a nice person. He said, this is a man who doesn't have any form of criminal record. Never even been to police before. Never been arrested before. But he said that and then went there and wiped him. Just like that. I don't want to talk about the ones Obama did, though. I remain the one that is popular. You can, according to people who Google, you can Google and find the man's name. And what he said, how he said it, that made API to go to his house and wipe him. You see, in life, it is easier for you to stay out of trouble, for you to get into trouble and start making excuses and giving reasons why you are being treated the way you are treated. For somebody like me, I don't really care. And I will continue saying it. I don't care how you are treated. I will keep saying it. Nnamdi Kanu is not the first person that's agitated for Biafra. And he's not going to be the last person. But as long as they keep coming and going, one is in Finland. I don't know whether they have released him. Owazirike too went to prison and they bring him out. And I'm sure Owazirike did not spend 3 years in the prison, just as this guy is spending. So I don't really care with anybody making excuses and reasons why somebody went into trouble and why he is being treated the way he's treated, because somebody else is not being treated and went into the same trouble, is not being treated the way he's being treated. I don't get that part. People get executed just because of simple utterances. The person handling their case takes it too far to the extent of removing them from planet Earth. So what the heck are we talking about? It depends on who is handling your case. I don't care. I don't care. Whoever is handling your case, deal with you the way he wants to. I don't really give a look. Hate me, like me, I don't care. I don't care about Nnamdi Kanu. If they want to keep him there for 300 years, let them keep him. I don't care. If another person do the same thing and they decide to keep the person for 2 days, that's what it depends on who is handling the case. Chicken now.
Okay, if it's all about I guess preferences, then then the justice system will not be the best for everyone. The reason why we try to standardize things is to have a fair outcome as much as possible in every situation. Of course, it cannot be perfect. So we can just say it depends on the person handling the case. So if the person is, let's say, an Hausa person like this lady is, the judge, and he doesn't like Southeasterners, for example, I mean, is it okay for her to abuse the justice system in order to satisfy her own
No, Prince Daddy. That's not, I think you do not understand the case entirely. I think you are not really following it up.
No,
This is
I'm
not.
not following the case. No,
This
I'm
is not
simply
you.
I'm trying to
You
follow
do
the
not
logic.
grasp
Hold on,
the.
I'm trying to follow the logic of Madam Zita Ba. It depends on who is handling the case. Of course, it is true who's handling the case, but we try to
Actually, the
achieve.
woman have reclosed herself before. They
Okay,
resigned the case back to her when Nnamdi Kanu said she doesn't want her anymore, and she said okay, and then she left. But the federal high court chief judge resigned the case back to her. It's not that she want to do it. Nobody want to do it. They are just running away because it's unnecessary. How can you be on a case for 2 or 3 years? They don't want it. Also, they have other cases they have to handle.
so
So
are you saying that the Nigerian judicial system is
No, Remy,
afraid
that's not true, Remy.
is afraid to
Baba, that woman reclosed herself before. You know, it's the federal
no,
high court
what
that
happened
sent
is this: Justice Soho returned it back to her to follow the judicial process. Upon the ruling she made, recusing herself, was on oral submission, oral motion by Ejimako. And such crucial thing about recusing yourself from a case should be on motion on notice. Motion, you submit your motion, the other prosecutor will also counter it if they so desire. Then the court will choose a date to rule on it, whether to recuse herself or not. But this on a standing.
So there was a judicial blunder, in other words.
Exactly. The woman blundered, no doubt about that. So she was supposed to correct it.
Okay, Baba, I will ask you some simple. So what is left of the judge to do now? Can she reclose herself now? Can she say, I'm no more interested?
Yeah, Ejimako has to bring in a motion on notice in that respect.
He is not doing
so
that.
Nnamdi Kanu is now taking advantage because he doesn't want that case to happen, like all of you have said on this platform.
So there are two things now.
He's stalling. He's taking opportunity.
So there are two things now. They don't want the woman to be in charge of the case anymore.
They even say they want the case to be taken to the east.
Also trying,
and that case will not go to the east until hell freezes
they're also
over.
Trying to transfer to the east. So that if the woman recalls herself, that means the federal high court have to assign a new judge, right?
Correct.
If Nnamdi Kanu lawyer said bring up the motion, but he's not doing that. So
yeah, because it's a court of record. The woman made a mistake.
Their game plan is that if they transfer the case to the southeast, does that mean that they will release it?
Hell
They are
will
not going to
freeze
transfer
over
the case to the southeast now. They are not going to do that. They are not stupid, okay? So that is stalling. At the end of the day, it's just necessary stalling. But whatever, can we just move on?
It's
playing for America.
It's always nice to so sometimes when people like especially maybe Sinbad and Remy and others when you talk about when you talk about, see, we live, even in America here, it's imperfect in so many ways. But when you guys talk about, you know, the Nigerian judicial systems or the politician, the way things are being done, we all know it's imperfect, and there's so much
No, you always come
partiality in the
with
system.
you always
So
come with
when
a
you get
double
when you
standard.
get someone, hold on, when you get someone and you try to you try to support the government in their actions or doing, and not try to look at the situation holistically, like Baba is about pointing out, you know, the judiciary, misstep. Um, it's a disservice to the entire system. We all know no one is perfect. Just like you
No,
mentioned, also that there are corrupt politicians in America. Nobody
no,
disagrees with that.
Prince Daddy, sorry to say this. I think you always come well with double standards sometimes. And when you are trying to compare Nigeria, as you as a Nigerian, also as an American, and I can see that you try to talk down Nigeria as a country in comparison to America because of the standard and everything. I don't really like that because I've also been to several continents. And
I take umbrage to that. Give me an example. You can't just do a blanket
so
statement like
many
that. Give an example of
examples,
such.
especially
Okay.
I can let me finish. I can see the excitement, the vigor since your man came in now for the last 1 month. You won the election. Yeah, congratulations once again. You can do whatever you want. You can rub it on our face. Are you telling me what has been happening in your country in America for the last 3 weeks? 3 weeks. This is how good examples of people to follow in future. Just let that one be. What Baba is trying to say, Baba might not also grab the whole everything. It might, but I know categorically that woman reclosed herself. Maybe it's a judgment in error by herself, taking that reclose immediately, not filing the necessary paper.
It
At least
was even Nnamdi Kanu that moved the motion. Can you imagine, Remy? It was Nnamdi Kanu that himself moved that motion.
Yes. I read about it.
He said the lawyers
What
should
I want to
keep
tell you is
quiet.
this. What I want to say is this: that the woman is a judge, is an also human being. It's like she's also tired of handling that case for a long time ago, to be frank with you. And I know that the disposition of Kano legal team, the way they approach the case, sometimes they insulted the judge unnecessarily. The way they do all their stuff. And
Remy,
if you are
they are professionals. Don't make excuse for the judge or the system.
okay,
Don't go
I'm
that
not
route.
okay.
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 Yes, you are.
No matter what happened, that is the judgment in error from that woman. But at the end of the
Okay,
day,
good. At least you acknowledge one wrong thing. That is good. That's a
come
good
on,
start.
a judge is a judge. Are you telling me all the cases they made a lot of they sentenced so many people that they are not supposed to be
Daddy, wait,
sentenced?
is my ears deceiving me? Is this Remy speaking or someone else? What has gone wrong with your voice and your microphone?
Are you talking to
Remy?
me?
Yeah.
I'm using my phone. Maybe that is it.
Okay, you are talking like a masquerade you were just bringing from Igbale. That's why I'm just wondering.
Sorry.
But we can hear you. We can hear
Let
you.
me know what they call Igbale. It doesn't know what they call Igbale now.
No, it's
What
not a
is it?
Yoruba guy. Remy is an Egun. Remy is an Egun person, so I understand it. Tó bá gbà fún wọ́n gbà fún wọn náà nìyẹn. Tí Remy bá gbà fún wọn gbà fún wọn náà.
No, it will be very difficult to. I don't know what has come over Prince Daddy. Maybe he has taken something before he came on the platform this morning. The guy is just talking rubbish. I don't know. Prince Daddy.
Why am I talking rubbish? Came back. I'm talking rubbish. Because you didn't agree my point doesn't mean it's rubbish.
No. I think everyone should understand Prince Daddy since Trump has taken over power. They're in power now, so probably.
Okay, so that's why he's talking rubbish all over the world.
Yeah, yes. Abi Baba, I agree to you. No, you say rubbish, but
He followed the footstep. He followed the footstep of his mentor. No problem. You can continue.
You say rubbish. I don't think it's rubbish, especially
Prince Daddy, don't mind them.
So You know, the thing is this: Canada is producing 20% of the entire vehicle being used in the United States of America. So you guys, you are coming with funny policies. So how do you handle that, Trump Daddy? Trump Daddy.
What is
Trump
wants to deal with Canada.
No, we are waiting because at least it was today that I knew that 20% of the vehicle United States is from Canada. I was surprised. I was surprised.
Don't be surprised. Hold on. Don't be surprised. I told you before. Canada is a welfare state to America. There's nothing. I know you know what Motor City is in America. There's nothing Canada offers or produces for America, or America buys from Canada, that America cannot produce internally. Keep in mind, the Canadian currency is roughly about what 7% or so, maybe 10% on a good day, weaker than that of the dollar. So in other words, your labor force or your production capacity and cost is not that greatly different from that of America. So anything that we buy from you is like we're doing you a favor. See, that's part of it. That's why we have a $200 billion deficit with you guys. Not because you guys produce something so unique that we need, that we must have, like China's minerals that we need critically. There's nothing about Canada a lot that we need. You gotta keep one thing in mind. We do you guys a favor, a big favor. Literally overnight, we can switch off the light and say we need nothing from you guys, including the electricity that you give to the two states up north, and we can be fully independent and move our ways. And we send you into a third world country overnight.
Adewale.
It's not Adewale, it's Prince Daddy. No, man.
No, I mean you Adewale, you Adewale, right?
No, this is Ola.
Ola?
Yeah.
You see, thank you for coming in. You see, you don't engage a madman with matchbox and a gasoline. That's actually what Canada wants to do. You don't do that. It's a very stupid thing for anybody, country or anybody. You see a madman with a matchbox and a gasoline, you engage him. You go burn. That man go crash on our economy. I don't tell you not finish. I've said it here severally. You go finish you now.
Madam Zita, this is second time, right? He was there the first time. He tried those things. It's not that he has never tried it before. What happened?
Let me tell you. You see, when people make this kind of statement, what it actually shows is that you were not monitoring what is going on. Since you are not, let me explain to you. You see, when that man won his first term, he was a total outsider. Number one, it was a mixed feeling of shock, envy, and hatred. Nobody supported him at all. If you listen to the children's testimony, even his wife that doesn't speak much, I remember one time they were interviewing her, she said, even when she was begging Michael or Michelle or whatever you people call her, I don't care, to teach her, that the lady hurriedly handed over to her and ran away, that she didn't know what to do, she didn't know where to go to, she didn't know what to say, she didn't know. It made her quiet. He said now that she has already packed her bag. Even in his first tenure, to get a designer to design what the wife will wear on the inauguration day, nobody agreed. That woman used a local designer with her bag to make that her sky blue dress she wore that day. Now, the game has changed. What changed? A president that was old, incapacitated, not functioning, became the president. The hate on this man made them to put the guy. And then, instead of him to be in the middle, according to what they said he is in the middle, he went far left. Everything in totality was in shambles. Ola, let me tell you, you see this Donald Trump sitting in the White House now, it's not the same Donald Trump that was sitting in the White House in 2027. Let me repeat it again. You know, I like talking like a stupid woman. As long as you people don't come back here to say this woman you shop with. You see the Donald Trump sitting in the White House today. It's not the same Donald Trump sitting in the White House in 2027. A lot has happened. Everybody, almost 80, even if CNN can laugh at Democrats on live screen after showing the demonstration they are doing, the prime time can laugh at them. You will know how bad it is. It's a different ballgame. I repeat. If you guys want to engage a madman with a light bus and a gasoline, I wish you people luck.
Madam Zita, unfortunately, economy doesn't work that way. See, because we are talking of relationship that has spanned over centuries, not just 13. So simply means that the Canadian economy and the American economy are interwoven. So there are some infrastructure. American economy and Canadian economy are interwoven. Is like almost the extension of one of the other, or let's say that an integrated part of one of the other.
You see that you
see one thing?
You see that you just said
now? You see one thing? No, let me just round up. Let me just say this thing. You see, when I listen to the people in the academia talking of how America may just be biting more than what they can chew. So I have every reason to believe them than my peer or someone that maybe we just have discussion. Because why did I say so? Because they have the repository of the knowledge and the past event and how it panned out. So when those people speak, I take them seriously. And I'm not just talking of just one random academia people word. I'm talking of the notable economists, those people that can say, okay, they have a reputation and they've joined in even making policies for the states. So to me, it looks like what Trump is doing will just affect Canada and it will never affect United States of America. It's not that straightforward.
Ola, see, that's a clever one. See, allow me, Madam Zita, quickly. That's a clever one. You're trying to, like, you make it sound like America cannot survive without Canada, that because of a long-term relationship that we're doing us a favor. I like that sleight of hands. See, how do you put it? You're making your argument by association. Oh, we like Siamese twins. We cannot be disjointed. It's a lie or lie. You watch a Canadian television, and what they're feeding you guys is not true. See, when Trump slapped the tariffs on you guys and Trudeau retaliated, make it look like is a bold move. Not at all. Trust me, he was just doing that for television, and all the report or the narrative in the Canadian media is just misleading you guys. You have no chance. Just like Madam Zita said, you guys have a zero chance against America when it comes to economic war. You have nothing. And his first term, by the way, was never like this term. In the first term, they actually renegotiated the NAFTA, and that's how they came out with the MCA. Okay, and it was actually a fairly balanced trade agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico. But now, okay, we don't really have that because Trump is trying to make a point that there's no reason why the United States should have a trade deficit with Canada, a small economy that's not even bigger than California overall. Why should they have a trade deficit with you guys? And let me tell you one critical thing from that comes in. See, this unfair trade practices is so damaging to America. And when Trump points it out, you guys don't understand it. Allah, do you know that United States banks are not allowed to operate in Canada? But here in America, next door to where I live, they have BMO, Montreal Bank. They have Bank of Scotia. They have TDA. All those banks,
there is Citibank in Canada.
Don't allow him to. I will respond to him,
all
Baba.
those
Let
banks,
him be running now.
all those banks, they make billions of dollars every year from America. But you allow the Chinese banks to operate freely in your economy, in your country, but we are not allowed to. Apart from banking, there are other restrictions to Americans' goods and services that you guys don't allow. And let me tell you, the other day, Remy Google and came up with $40 or $42 billion deficit. That's not the real capture of the deficit between America and Canada. When you add in it the restricted goods and services that America is not allowed to trade with Canada, it balloons over $200 billion in deficit. So again, Allah, you don't understand the immensity of this transaction that's going on. We are doing a favor. If you pull the plug, we send you into a third world country overnight.
Allah, you see, when, just like Simba was saying before he left, I think Simba has dropped. He was talking about education and the bad information that are being given. I said in those days, you have somebody to correct you. When I listen to politicians and leaders saying, if you tariff me, I tariff you. And if you tariff me, I tariff you. Two of us will believe. The consumers go suffer. I will laugh. Because I don't actually understand the kind of economics they're talking about, whether it's warehouse economics. I've explained this thing before, but people will not believe me. When it comes to trade, the highest buyer have an upper hand.
That's not always true. You know, I said it the other time.
Let me finish. You know, I sabi talk rubbish. Let alone somebody whose currency is the official currency of the world. I gave an example here. You make 200 goods. You have increased the capacity of your production in terms of tech and otherwise. So you can't even produce 10 at a time. You produce thousands at a time. I remember when Obama and China did this trade war, even the debt. When they asked the president of China, he said, what can I do? I already have 200,000 vessels on his way to America. So he has to swallow it. They said, am I going to turn it back? Because if he turns it back, where is he going to sell it? I am not saying he will not sell it, but will he be able to sell what he is supposed to sell in the United States for $1? Will he be able to sell it for $1 in countries like Uganda, Vietnam, where $1 is almost 3,000 naira, 3,000 shillings or 5,000 shillings? Even if he can sell it, what quantity will he be able to sell? I mean, we sit down here to talk about how America is going to bleed because of tariff. And the people you are saying that we bleed him are busy panicking on how to get them on the table. So I don't even know why this discussion is going on. Because if Canada is so good and they know that if you Kick me, I go kick you. You bite me, I go bite you. Why did the man make that comment when he won the election and their president jumped into the plane to come and discuss with him? By the way, for your information, I repeat the man again. The man did not say it's a trade war. He said he's using it for drugs and immigration. So it's not a trade war. He has said that severally, that it's not a trade war. So it's not a question of he tariff to you, tariff him back. That's not going to solve the problem. Because he said he's not going to budge until you stop that thing he said. That is the reason why he tariffed you. He said, stop bringing drugs into our country. Stop opening your borders for your adding them to flood into our country. What is too difficult in these two things? I don't even know this hate for America. I don't even understand it. I don't understand it.
I don't even
I don't
know,
understand it. Even
I
some
don't
people
even...
are saying what the man is doing. What is the man doing? Everything is doing. Even 70% of America said today that he's doing what he campaigned in his election. And these are very rare politicians. Politicians don't do what they campaign. The moment they get there, they change like a chameleon. But this one, from the one he entered there till today, he's still doing those things he said in his campaign. So respect now.
Madam Zita, I know for sure that it seems as if...
Please, he has done the one that made me vote for him.
Madam Zita, you know, when you and Prince Daddy talks about America grinding Canadian economy, it shows that you don't really understand Canada. Because we can go back to go back as far as we want into the history of both countries. So all these things we are saying is not that straightforward. That's why we said, okay, let's even leave that and just base it on this simple principle of economics. Now,
if I may ask, what is wrong in you people being the 51st state?
A lot is wrong.
Give me an example. Just two.
A lot is wrong. We can decide not to be.
Give me an example now.
Okay, why do I want to be Yoruba? I don't want to be Nigeria. Because I want to run myself. It's as simple as ABC.
Yes, I said, give me reason why you don't want to be, because these people are the ones. You cannot be attacked by any nation because
Madam Zita, let me tell you one thing. In the past, America tried to annex Canada, and Canada actually defeated America in the war. So that's why I'm saying that it seems as
that was when Britain was strong.
Forget about
you people now, they will take you.
Okay, you think just like Russia believe they can just take Ukraine easily, right? See, sometimes don't just start it. That's the problem. You never can tell. Wait, see, let me tell you.
You believe that Russia could not take
they have one, that is.
So you believe Russia could not take Ukraine because of Ukraine? It's so powerful.
If it is very easy.
No. I asked a question. Russia could not take Ukraine because Ukraine is so powerful, right?
The question is this: if it's that easy, why?
No,
because it was easy for the forecast that they would take. Why they don't try it? Jenny even believe that it will overrun everybody. And we know the story today. See, war is not like when someone is in a romance. It is easier said than done until you start. So starting it is what people can say, but nobody knows the end. So see, may there be no war. I don't pray. I've never witnessed war in my life, and I don't pray to witness one. You understand? In my lifetime. So the one we heard is you heard it from the far away distance. That is what I can say is as good or as bad as it may be. I don't personally want to witness one. So it's not that straightforward. So the thing is this, because what I want you to understand is this: any country today that has capacity that can produce nuclear, never try to mess up. You understand? Even if you see a child that can do that thing, just respect that child the way it is. That's just the point. If it's that easy for Russia, it will have been just a walk straight away and just take over Ukraine. Never say to me, I know that between Canada and America, there's not going to be any war, and it will never happen. So that one is just too far fetched. So it's not. But the thing is this: it's a basic principle. You'll be enjoying something because why is it that America is having deficit or whatever they are saying? Because you are consumers. You consume a lot. And why do you consume? Because the cost of production in your because you have a very strong currency. So it is normal that a strong currency will look for where they can purchase goods, services, cheaper goods and services. That is exactly what is happening to America. If America is ready to crash the dollar today for Canadian dollars to be stronger, you know, even up to 2013 to some part of 2014, a Canadian dollar was stronger than American dollars. So we knew the implication at that time. It was affecting it was affecting Canadian economy until the Canadian currency became weaker. You go and lower your currency and see whether people will not move towards consuming your goods. Even at that, America produces some kind of services today that the global economy consume. Part of it is your education. And part of it is when you produce all this your tech. When you talk of all this Microsoft, Amazon, and all those things of this world. You understand? So people still patronize. But what I'm saying is this. You want to put tariff of everybody. If you want us to go back to the era of subsistence, you produce what I eat alone without caring of selling to any other body. So America can go, no problem, go and produce your Microsoft, use your Microsoft in your country, produce your Google, use your Google in your country. There are many software developers here too that will be ready to produce for the local consumption there because you want to go back to the world of subsistence. So do subsistence production. Don't do commercial that you push. No. You don't want to buy my product, then I refuse to buy your product. You don't want to buy the UK product, and UK refuse to buy your product. You don't want to buy product from let's say Netherlands, and Netherlands will not buy your product. Then be circulating, be buying from yourself. That is the concept you are creating. Did you know how long China stayed in that kind of delusion before they finally opened the economy to the world in the between late 70s and early 80s?
So for
That
your
is where
mind
they are,
now,
where they are
China is
today.
doing well, right?
What's the definition of doing well? Because it depends on what you want to benchmark. Because you have to benchmark from period to period. It can't just be on anything. So you want to benchmark China in the past 5 years compared to the previous 5 years, or the previous 5 years to now. So when we are saying a country is doing well, you have to put period. You have to put timing. So no country, I repeat again, no country in this world staying in existence. Even the number of flights from the United States of America to Canada daily, stopover, all those. See, by the time you start putting, it's telling you how the world is so connected that you cannot just wake up and say, "Oh, I just want to be the only tree in the forest." What doesn't work that way? If you have capacity, I'm not saying you don't have capacity.
Hold on. You heard this
Okay,
argument
see you
before.
now tomorrow.
Hey,
Rest
Madam
assured
Zita,
that
nice
America
chatting
is,
with you.
is a more insulated. America is a more insulated country than Canada is. Canada has the vagaries of externalities that can affect its economy much greater than that of America. So whenever you talk about comparison, hold on.
No. Only there. The question is this? Why is America economy big? So you tell me that America consume Hollywood only, right? So if Hollywood is all about America and America only, you think Hollywood will be as big as it is today? If that's your tech industry, it's all about America, you think America will be as prosperous as they are today?
Hold on.
Listen to
this. There are so many services and products that are consumed in America majorly by American consumers. A good example is sports. There's no any other place in the world that they play American football, and that's the biggest sport in America. Well, apart from Canada, just next door, but it's not real football there in Canada. The American football is consumed only in America, and it's a multi-billion-dollar economy. Multi-billion-dollar economy, the biggest sport in America, bigger than basketball and baseball. So again,
that's a very weak example, though. That's a very weak example.
Okay,
that's
fine.
It's a very weak example.
That is fine. The point here is that America is able, by its consumer ability, by its large economy, by its diverse economy, it's able to isolate itself and thrive successfully for a long while before it starts to show some cracks. But Canada, on the other hand, has no such protection or ability. You don't have any discernible industry that is so unique that can displace America. You don't have any. If you do, tell me. Because every time you always mention the car parts and some other products that we pretty much invented, so to speak, or we dominate in. And the only reason why we allow you to participate is because we feel sorry for you. Not because you have any unique product, design, or creativity to affect American market. You don't. But you continue to make this argument as if we are, equal.
You see, one thing I discover about Trump supporters sometimes is this: like most, don't let me say most, with due respect to those Trump supporters that still understand the basis. Like I said, it looks like Trump supporters sometimes fail simple elementary primary school economics. That's why I said, are you saying America should go subsistence economy? If you understand what I mean by subsistence economy, you want to isolate yourself from the entire world. You just want to produce and sell to yourself.
This simple argument. If you listen to what I said earlier, you wouldn't make the statement you just made right now, because what you just said right now is totally relevant.
No. Because the question I'm telling you is this:
based on our economy, based on the diversity of our economy and some other factors, we are more insulated than Canada is. It's not about trying to be subsistent or trade by barter or whatever we're talking about.
And your entire way to talk in America, you forgot of your population too. You forgot about your debt profile. So when you say these things, sometimes Trump supporters
the world economy is dollarized, not Canadian dollarized. The world economy is US dollarized, as you know that. About 56% of the world economy, or 65% for that matter. The entire African continent is almost 100% dollarized. So yes, America can carry a lot of debt on its books, but it's somewhat isolated in so many ways by some economic factors. Again, you always make this erroneous argument trying to compare America with Canada. Do you not understand that we're not mates? Is that so difficult for you to understand?
Let me tell you one thing. Try to compare Canada and America. No, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just telling you the impact of your actions. You think when you carry out your actions that it's not going to have negative actions, then you are it's just like a failing the simple mechanism of the nation. It's like you understand. Even when you do gas, even in common gas, they will still tell you say, "Oh, kotaba somo pelo some money." As the third law of Newton third law will still tell you say, to every action there is a opposite and equal reaction. You cannot do anything without having consequences. It's impossible. So I just told you an example now. Okay, although I don't believe 20% of American cars are produced in Canada, to be honest with you, I don't think so. But I know there are some. Maybe that whoever is saying that maybe it's exaggerated. But the question remains that look at it this way: though even those people that you see manufacturing in Canada, you will still find out they are still American companies here. There are so many, like I told you the other time, there are more American workers. There are more American workers in Canada than the same number of Canadian workers. You understand? Using this TM visa in United States of America. You believe that? There are many Americans that are working, that are earning their salary, their wages in Canada on American visa than with American passport carrier holder that are working in Canada than Canadian with Canadian passports that are working in America. So when you say, okay,
hold on, that's a weak analysis. Hold on. What you should be telling me.
No. I'm not analysis. I'm just telling you of how we
What you should be telling me a lot is what is the percentage of Americans that work in Canada and what percentage of Canadians work in America. Not the number. America is how many times? Let's say 8 times bigger than Canada in terms of population. So what are you talking about?
No. Forget about the population. No, see, I understand. Don't go statistics or percentage you want to. Don't proportionate arithmetic you want to do. The question is this: if you have 1.2 Americans working in Canada, so they are taking about 1.2 million workspace, and we have 800 in United States. So let's assume they say, okay, 1.2 million America go back to America. 800 Canadian come back to Canada. You know what it means? So that means that we still have 400,000 work vacancy to fill. That's the implication. So we can't use proportion in this. I understand what you are trying to say. Ratio to I understand that quite well. But when you look at it like in terms of a vacancy slot, okay, 1.2 million go back to America. 800,000 come there, then we go to the other side of the world to recruit more people to come and fill extra 400,000 vacancies. It's just to see it as simple as that, but I know it's more complex than I'm saying it. So the thing is, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is this: in as much as you say we depend on your economy, you understand? You too depend on us because we are buyers as you are buying from us. What you buy from us, we are buying it cheaper, even to produce some goods to even sell back to us. That's funny thing there. Some of the things you are buying from us, all those natural resources, you use it to produce some item to even send back to us. That's what I'm telling you. So it's as if totally that okay, Canadian, we are just giving you goods, you are not doing anything for us. That's not true. See, when you talk of trade, sometimes people focus on commodity and items. They are not looking at. No, wait now. Wait.
Hold on. By the mere fact that you are our number one trading partner, or we are your number one trading partner, if we stop trading with you today, you will not be able to fund your national health care program. Half of the GDP will be gone, like literally evaporate. You'll be making less than a trillion, maybe about $800 billion a year, which would not be sufficient to run the economy if you pull the plug. Now, you're talking to over about a $30 trillion economy to barely $1 trillion economy, in which 50% of that comes from America. A lot, you're not getting it. See, sometimes we need to this is one thing with I guess black people. That's unlike the white people. When they see that somebody's better than they are, they keep quiet and they try to learn from that person. That's why white people are better than we are. Because we will continue to talk loud how great we are, but we have nothing to offer. That's our problem.
See, you are simply not getting it. You are simply not getting it. Trump is concentrating more on commodity markets. You understand that you can measure. He's concentrating on what you manufacture. But Trump is not concentrating on services. The services in Canada, America is dominating. That is where the lies. See, when you listen to the people like Trump sometimes.
Like what services?
When I told you, okay, I've asked you before, who owns Oracle? Who owns Microsoft? Just answer me now. Who owns who owns look, wait, who owns Amazon?
Okay.
You understand? Who owns Amazon? So when we talk of services here, you understand? When you talk of services, American company dominate the services sector in Canada. You know, when someone want to go and lie and just to paint his own thing, that's why he went to the area of that banking. Is it the banking? Now, I can guarantee you that when you look at all the banks in Canada, I doubt if there's any bank using a solution that is not directly from an American company. It is Canada.
So you keep talking on how integrated your economy is with ours in terms of the services that we provide to you guys, and everything you mentioned so far looks like we are sustaining you as a country by our own creativity
and
innovation.
Just stop that. Stop that.
I'm simply repeating what you said.
No, just stop that.
I didn't say anything that.
Let me tell you.
I'm simply repeating what you said.
Just stop it there. See, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you.
Hold on. Actually, 1 second. And by the way, Baba was not correct actually when he said that there are American banks in Canada. Yes, there are American banks in Canada, but they belong to what they call Schedule 2. If you want to do retail banking in Canada, you have to be under Schedule 1, in which Canadian corporational banks have to have a share dominance in that institution. You see how you get these restrictions and laws to handicap American banks?
Prince Daddy, because the world is globalized. Nobody is thinking of subsistence economy. That is why the world economy is interwoven. I can tell you, I can stand there categorically today that there is nothing we want to get from America that cannot be produced locally in Canada. Get that in right. Do you want to talk of aircraft? Do you want to talk of weapon? Do you want to talk of steel technology, car manufacturing, banking? Even if you want to even go to this software development we are talking about.
Okay, since you're so great, why don't you just cut ties and go be by yourself? If you're so great, you can do all the things.
It's just the way I can tell you that. Since
go ahead trade with Europe.
Why are you still buying uranium from us?
China?
No, wait. Since you are so great, why are you getting some item from us? That is exactly what you are saying.
Again, we are doing you a favor. You don't get that. We are doing you a favor. Do you understand we're doing you a favor? We are doing you a favor.
You are not doing. Oh my goodness, that's BS. What favor are you doing us?
That's what you don't get it. You not
what
get
favor?
it.
What favor are you doing us?
It's just like Nigeria.
It's just like Nigeria where we come from. It's just like Nigeria where we come from is saying we are doing outside the world favor by importing tokumbocas from other side of the world. This trade, there's nothing like doing favor where you are trading with people. You are exchanging. You are exchanging goods and services. What favor are you? What favor are you exchanging? See. Let me tell you one thing. I don't want a typical American to just buy into and let the arrogance of Trump become the national matriarch for a typical American. Because this thing, let me tell you, it's just like, okay, look at what China has been doing to America for over time. For the equivalent of Master Visa card, I think this payment system in China is about the world payment system today that they surpass both MasterCard and Visa card. You understand? For everything America tried to bring to that place, they try to have their own domestic one. They domesticated everything they want to do. But you know the type of relationship we have. It's not as if some of those solutions you are saying Americans are bringing to Canada that we cannot produce in Canada. We can. But everybody decides to focus on different level of strength. You don't have to do everything. You allow some people to do
no.
You buy from them. Okay.
That's what we call BS. Why don't you? I mean, look at what you're saying.
You don't have. So
why don't you? Hold on. Why don't you create this product so you can sell to the rest of the world?
Okay. Like do you know how many inventions in technology that originated from Canada? Should we go back to history?
What?
Do you know how many technology that is now domesticated in America today that came from Canada? that came from Canadian scientists, inventors.
Okay, tell me one or two.
Use your Google. This telephone we are talking today. Where's the origin?
This is my point. The best
The
never
telephone.
came out of Canada. Hold on, let me tell you. You're not paying attention. The best never came out of Canada is your Canadian bacon and maple syrup, and we can live without it. We can live without your bacon and maple syrup. We don't need it. We have burgers here. We need other stuff.
So you can do something. You don't even need to put tariff. You can just put outright ban. I say, okay, we don't want this Canadian product to come, and let Canada retaliate. Let China retaliate. Let United Kingdom retaliate. Let Germany retaliate. Let Japan retaliate. Let South Korea retaliate. Let everybody retaliate. You are so great to the point that you cannot even produce LG. That you have to be buying LG. You have to be buying. By the way, who produces LG? LG, Sony, and Samsung. They're about the best electronics today. Why don't you do everything yourself in America?
Okay, hold on. See, listen,
what are you talking about?
Again, before the LG dominance in Samsung and all these companies, there was JVC and other American brands.
Well, exactly. Okay, the question is, why do people?
Allow me, please. See, we have to hold on. We have to give credit where credit is due. Allow me. We have to give credit where credit is due. I respect the Samsung or the Koreans and the Japanese. That over time they perfected and improved their technology and their products, and they are quite dominant when it comes to electronics, and they've surpassed America, if you ask me. And that is fine, and we are a large consumer of their products. But that's a unique advantage you can say that these countries have. But overall, can we do without these products? Perhaps we can. But my argument to you all along is that there's nothing Canada has to offer us today, as we speak, that we really want. We can dismiss you guys. We can dismiss you guys. We can eliminate you guys. We can invade you guys if we want to. You have nothing to offer us. Do you not get it?
I said go ahead and close it. See, what is stopping you? You see, let me tell you one thing. Someone want to speak.
Prince Daddy.
Okay, Sam, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Actually enjoy you guys, and the host, you're doing a good job. Prince Daddy, I don't want you to please get clouded in your thoughts about America. I'm in the state also. When you say we, what we offer Canada, there's no we anywhere. I tell you, the greatness of this country lies on everybody. And with the order of the day, this is the end of an era. The greatness of America is sinking. There's nothing like we when it comes to we speaking on behalf of this country. I say this with all of my heart, beat my chest to it. The better days of this country came and is going to archive if care is not taken. Looking at what we have on ground, looking at the trade war, nobody benefits than these big guys. They don't care, but you and I, who are the consumer, I don't make my money in millions and billions. We're going to be the one to pay for it because of their arrogance, because of the way they just want to prove point, because the guy is uneducated. And I don't want us, none of us here should sound like that, because we are educated. We are. And the way things are going, we need to choose these words carefully, most especially when we're on forums like these, and we need to know a lot of people are listening. I won't speak with my hands on my chest for this country anymore. It's not. Looking at the trade deal between Canada, I won't say the guys who invent this deal, the NAFTA, the agreement between Mexico and Canada, even with China, they are not dumb. If they are even dumb, they are not as dumb as Donald Trump. They are not. If they are dumb, they are not as dumb as him. This deal was carefully crafted together, and it is just like a four-way test of Rotary. Is it beneficial to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendship? None of us here, if Canada decides to shut down the power grid that goes into Detroit, the Michigan area, you think some people are not going to pay for it because someone in Washington, D.C. just feel we can say anything? Look at the Prime Minister. The problem the Prime Minister of Canada had was because of his arrogance, because people back home didn't like the reason why he came to the US to talk to him. Hey, dude, this thing they signed, if you are not educated, let's educate you. And he came out, was talking about annexing, what do you call it, Canada. So what I'm saying is, let's get it very clear. America isn't great. The things that made America have been dismantled gradually. Before you know it, it will be to your 10th Easter, because the enemy within is actually delivering. All they are after is the greatness of this country, and a machinery have to carry it out. That's it. There's no we when it comes to this country, because at the end of the day, we don't amount to nothing. More especially with your color, nothing. So America had its fair share of days of glory. Now, if care is not taken, we were talking about what Canada produces a lot. I have even the food. I carefully choose what we eat here. In front of me, if you can hear me squeeze something, there is a pack of the oatmeal raisin cookie. It's bought. I always pick it up in Kroger. It's brought from Canada, because everything they make here is to send you to ER, is to make you sick. Many of these cookies we eat, you say they don't produce. Every one of us, none of us go without food. American made cookies, as low as the cookie is full of sugar. Either if I see someone going to the UK, hey, buy me this, buy me that. You go into Canada, buy me this, buy me that. Because the ones we produce here are meant to send us to ER, to send us to the big shot of insurance company. The capitalism system here is killing. It's not amounting to nothing. It's just to keep the poor. I was in Canada 2019. I was talking to my friend. I said, look here, fair among every other thing, I know your taxes are high. But this economy, these are people striving to be better and improve as day goes by. America is shutting down. There is no, how many manufacturers, you know what we consume here? We rely on people, we rely on nations, the same nations we are fighting. My brother, I want us to look at it inward and outward. Without these people surrounding us, we ain't got nothing. Look at the clothes we wear. Go check them. Where are they made? How many things are made here in the US? Look at China. China is coming even after the whole thing now, bringing new tariffs. Because you decide to threaten them, you will pay for it. We are the largest consumer, just like Prince Daddy said earlier, we consume a lot. But when we consume that much as we know, and we still want to cause a trade war, we're going to pay for it. These big guys don't know they are paying for nothing, because many of the things they have, they get it with gratitude from people. So we, talking of the United States, good days did came long time ago. This time around, you heard people who cannot even stand up to the United States talking these days, telling you, look, you are not the president of the world. you are elected to govern America. Look at the world, look at the way South Africa dish it back to them. In a long time, we don't have all these. Look at the kind of war we are causing. Look at the statement coming out of the US talking about taking over a land that belongs to someone else. You think we've not lost it? Bro, it's not like before. Those days when we have free enter, we have this, let's say, passe, we go everywhere, we say we are the United States. Bro, even from within, it will surprise you the way things are going when referendums start coming out that states want to be on their own. Then you will know we are in deep shape. Look at the lady in Mexico stood up. Look at the words that were coming out from Mexico against America. Today, groceries have doubled up, if not tripled. Look at the way the immigration system is being handled. Yeah, there are bad eggs everywhere. That's not the approach. That's not the approach. That's not the approach. Trying to put a race ahead of order or to make some feel, oh, you don't belong here. No, that's not the way a leader of a free nation should act. Let's not talk. There's a saying where that the Yoruba people say that they always say ibiti erin meji batija koriko belo man foriko, which means wherever two elephant fight, the grass there will suffer. You and I, the Canadian, I heard one to those said, this will hurt Canada. Not that it will not hurt Canada. It will, but we also pay for it. We also pay for it. So there's no monopoly in this game. Everybody, you have your share, I have my share. Everybody have a share. The stake is very high, bro. Let's not talk for them. No, there's no day anyway. The country itself is having an internal issue now. And before you know it, American dollar is going down. We're talking about, my brother talking about Keni Fufu was talking about earlier, was talking about the BRICS is coming. Nations are joining. These are things that make America. And someone is just watching. Someone is not saying anything. The guy with R is not saying nothing because he's just happy wherever he is. So when we're saying, oh, America don't invent nothing, they are using people's head. Today you heard, there's some weeks back you heard, we'll start bringing people in from India. We start bringing expatriates from in. Where are the people here? Where are the so-called Americans? What can they do? What can they do? They rely on you who are immigrants, who have naturalized, or you are born here, but from an African parent to become someone. Those are the people who are the real Americans. If you decide to carry your bag and go somewhere else where your value will be much appreciated, you will go. Look at what is happening internally. Talking about DEI, you know how much issue these things will cost us. Looking at us having a crash and we're blaming it on a race. We have problems, serious one, that shouldn't even extend across the border. Well, obviously it's across the border now. So we don't need more trouble with what we have. If today they could successfully rig our power grid, we are in total darkness, we are gone. And there are people who can do that here because we've opened our doors. Look at what is happening with our Treasury Department. We are gone. Your information, my information in the hands of someone who we always please his bidder, who will go for the highest bidder. Internally, we are gone. I don't care what party or whatever party is in place, but I know what is wrong. I know what is right. Please, let's carefully choose how we go about defending. I won't defend it. Maybe before I will, but not anymore, because the door and the wall is cracked open. We're in serious trouble. I submit at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. So, Prince Daddy, I hope at least top person opinion now, you should be able to see that there's no way America can be an island. You see, you said something the other time that what can you do in America that they cannot do in Canada? And I'm very happy that Sam just mentioned some things. Go, just pick Google, or maybe you want to do like Forefather. That's to Nigeria. Use either DeepSeek or ChatGPT. Just to Google, you see a lot of invention, even in the medical, in the aviation. You understand? So many things were even invented in Canada before all those things were eventually domesticated in America. Now, okay, Java now that is one of the popular programming language. You understand? Was written by a Canadian. But today, who are those people domesticating it? United States of America. And you see a lot of big enterprise application developed that use Java today. So Ebola vaccine, maybe you don't know who discovered the Ebola vaccine? A Canadian. So they say, okay, maybe what syrup or what do you call it, maple syrup? Or who told you? How did people even get? How did people? If you can take time to even look at the invention of Canadians in communication, this telephone we are using today. So see, let's not just queue behind this this guy, this like of Donald Trump, like Sam Riley said. When they start all this, it's the common people that will pay for it, because the thing should be buying from Canada before, maybe tariff is as low as 2% or 3%, all of a sudden 25% on it. I asked a simple question the other time. Before you even put this tariff, do you have substitutes? That if you don't have substitutes, how long will it take you to provide substitutes? And one good thing that I just want you to know sometimes is that whenever you have this increase in tariff, that the imported goods are very expensive for people to consume, what do you think is going to happen? Consumer will start keeping their money. The thing you used to buy maybe $30 before is now $100. What do you think people will do? They will keep their money, because the little one you have in America there, you understand, the cost will go up because there will be too much. The demand we outweigh the supply, and the price will go up. So once there's inflation like that, consumer will keep product, and when they keep their money, when consumer start keeping their money, what do you think is going to happen? There'll be economic problem, because the thing you want is this: you want consumer to keep spending, so that your industry will keep producing and you keep people in job. But once consumer now start tightening, what happens? You no longer sell, then you start losing jobs. So that's why they say, when they say economics is dynamic, this is what they say. It's not. See, an economist may be right today, a very good sound economist may be right today, and the market might respond to its postulations and will look wrong tomorrow. Another person will be correct tomorrow. Then again, the person will become wrong maybe days after. So it's not that straightforward. So please don't let us behave like Trump. I know that President Daddy has run away anyway. I know.
Run where? I want you to line so I can respond to Sam.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Prince Daddy. I've said what I wanted to say.
Okay, yeah. Well, Sam, I'd like give a strong argument from his own point of view. But it's amazing that America is declining, or has declined in just 3 weeks when Trump came to power. I would love to know exactly when he determined that America is in decline, because his submission was really based on political line ideology. Unlike him, I'm not pessimistic at all. I'm actually quite optimistic that America has regained its strength with a new leader in Trump, and we are forging ahead to make America great again. So I don't submit to his assertion at all. I can agree with him that thanks to his party and his liberal views, that America has been in decline for quite a while, actually, about 30 years or so. And that's what we call in the liberal, in the conservative world, the managed decline of America, because of some greedy people. They want the destruction of America and try to uphold China or strengthen China to the detriment of the American people. And that's why the American First agenda is quite important. And we thank God for Trump coming back to power. You know, I'm not sure, you know, the notion, I mean, I don't disagree that in American produce or food, you know, they may not be the best or the healthiest. But nonetheless, they are plentiful. In this country, America, I'm talking about, there are plentiful ways to get healthy foods. I'm telling you, plenty. Delicious, healthy food, and they're everywhere. If you're willing to spend the money, spend a little bit more, you get healthy commodities, healthy produce. So the notion they have to rely on Canada for healthy food or produce is it's a sham. I don't buy into that. In this big country, America, you know, you have to defer to Canada to be healthy. Not at all. A country that relies on public health system, that's not the best recipe for someone who wanting to a healthy life. I don't subscribe to that. And I still stand by my point that America can stand alone. Canada is we don't need Canada to the degree in which it gets asserted. We don't need Canada. We don't need Canada. We are self-sufficient. And I'll repeat myself. Maybe Sam not heard me say this before. There's nothing Canada produces from your auto parts to aero parts. I'm not. I mean, I said it before. We don't care for your Canadian bacon and maple syrup. You can keep that. But there's nothing else that you produce that we cannot produce internally, and we can do without you. Keep in mind that America is the #1 trading partner. Out of a $2.2 trillion GDP, America constitutes about 50% or more of, we consume 50% or more of your produce. In other words, if we disengage from Canada today, just like I've always said, we will send you guys into a third world country. You would be nothing more like an African country like Togo or Benin, for that matter. So, and Samola living in America, it has quite a pessimistic view of America's greatness. Even with the decline he's talking about, America is still powerful in so many ways. Is it our military you want to talk about? Corporate institutions that are quite innovative and creative. There goes a lot talking about, a lot the moderator talking about Microsoft, Amazon, Oracle, you know, dominating the Canadian market or service industry. If that been the case and you're so unhappy about it, why don't you go you know, create your own programs or software, proprietary software? How come you don't do that? Of course you can't. You can't. You rather complain and point a finger and tell us how great you are. You're not great. Your greatness comes from America. And again, we don't need you. Rather than you guys behave and be appreciative of America, willing to trade with you and treat you as partners. And by the way, the analogy that went to elephants are fighting, the grand suffers, is not a good analogy in this instance, because you guys are not, we're not equals. We're just not equal. It's like an elephant and, I don't know, a small Chihuahua dog fighting. That's the comparison. So you don't compare at all. It's a bad analogy. You must understand the American economy and what we stand for. This is an economy of over about $30 trillion GDP. Where do you stand in this equation? You're Lilliputian. You don't exist. Not at all. You do not exist at all. So you guys have to really take a really good overview of what America stands for. Do not be abused. Rather, you should disabuse yourself from some of the videos you watch online about, you know, poverty in America, homelessness in some of the cities. Those are true. Those are real videos. But in totality, the greatness of America still stands. If we stand up to we can stand up to the task as we've done before in the past. We just need the right leader to lead us, like Trump, not like a weak leader like Biden over the past 4 years, including Barack Obama. We believe in America. We believe in the strength of America. And whatever we've done before, we can do it again.
Prince Daddy.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, speak, Sam. You don't have a speaking. Go ahead, speak.
Oh, Prince Daddy. Nice one. Now let me pick your point. So when you're talking about leaders, you want to check the antecedent, what they've done for themselves. I don't just call anybody my leader. Now, who are you? That goes first. Because if I want to call you my leader, that simply means I should reflect and I should have some values I could keynote from you, then I act upon it. Then or someone could ask me, hey, where do you get that from? You know, my leader. Yeah, I can boldly say that. So in my school of thought, I can't just call anybody my leader. That's one. See, Trump, you call your leader? I'm sorry. That guy is a user. The guy you call your leader. Like I said earlier, I will go personal. I'm not going to, like you say, Democrat or Republican. There are some Republican leaders who will walk, who their work still speak for them here. We've tried Trump before when a lot were eager that he should come in as president. I maintain my word since then. He has nothing to offer. He came in, he was bringing religion. Religion as what? No more gay, no more this. Even the Bible you're reading, he's been reading for donkey of years, is there, written in there. Homosexualism is there. Gayism is in there. So nobody invented it. Nobody's going to eradicate it. Won't be surprised. Maybe his son is even one of them. This is what I'm saying. I'm not going to come here and I can't beat my chest for someone as that. I will look at your moral. Yeah, at one point or the other, someone's hand might be dirty. But that guy he has nothing up there. I saw one of his clips. You want to sign an executive order with a pen, a seal of United States on it, you don't even know what is inside. You are being read to. Okay. That's who you call your president? Who will march up in the what stage? Someone who don't even know how to read? Someone who was just brought on the seat to sit down. Under his watch, you say you're looking for crime and whatever you're looking for. Look at the way systems have been manipulated. I used a word earlier when I said too early fans. I'm not talking about Canada. And arrogance, they say pride goes before destruction. I pick my word carefully. If America continue this way, what make them are the people. And what we sing them are also the people. We're talking about greatness. Greatness don't come overnight. Wherever Trump starts today, he has nothing to offer. Shut down, send everybody back home. Maybe you think the least immigrant, documented or undocumented, they have one thing they offer. When your door is shut, some other people are opening their doors because they know the value. Last week, guys who are illegal immigrants that he uses were interviewed, showed their pay stub in his own company. When this guy come around, I believe we should be able to, we are smarter than this. That's why these parents pay a lot. When we see people who have come to 419 us, we should be able to know. That guy has nothing upstairs, nothing, absolutely nothing. If another guy could come, even his vice, I would prefer his vice. than him because that one adds some level of education. So what we're saying on this space here is very, very critical to our day-to-day. You're talking about how great America. Yes, America is a great nation. Don't get me wrong. Donald Trump is not the one to make America great again. America is already great. His issue is just like a house that is, everything is going well. And my people always say, until the bastard in that house grows up. That's the kind of one we have now. The bastard is grown. Now is ready to sink the house. If you, Prince Daddy, is going to manage a country of this, is this the same way you're going to manage it? You're just going to come and start putting, just want everybody, you fantasize dictators. You like them. So you shouldn't be one of the people that will condemn North Korea when North Korea sealed up the war against its people. Doesn't even know what is going on the World Wide Web. You will like that. Your president, your leader, at one said one time, I love the way his people bow to him. I would like my people to do that also. In the United States of America, you want your military to do a parade for you. This is a great nation. The perspective, when I said America is going down, is because of what makes America. What makes America is the act of kindness of America in impacting its own citizen and also reaching out to the outside world. We're talking about the agency that was shut down. We were shouting, say, oh, there's corruption. Is there any branch of government that there's no corruption, both home and abroad? But do you know how many lives these you say affect? You know how many lives these people affect? For those monetary and humanitarian efforts they do everywhere in the whole world, and someone just came. Those are the greatness of America. That's why they are mouth. That's why they can stand up and talk, and other people will listen to them. You pulled out of World Health Organization? Oh, really? The same day you pulled out of World Health Organization, China used to be a knucklehead in listening to regulations. That very day they affirmed, they renewed their support. You were once there. You pulled out of NATO. When you're talking about military, the alliance, you say you pulled out of NATO. Good. See, all these things don't happen overnight. But when we're talking about how great America is, there are founding fathers that set the stone and the bricks. You don't come overnight. You don't come all of a sudden and start dismantling them. No, it don't work that way. Even as a good manager, when I enter to a new site, a new organization, when I'm being saddled with responsibilities, that's not the way to act. You don't just make change. You study. Study. Don't be arrogant. You talk about how America is a great nation, but he is not the one to make America great again. As he made this, look at him. As I look at your leader, who squander 6 good business. What has he not tried in business? And that's your leader? I wouldn't choose that one to be my gate man if I have that privilege. No. So what I'm trying to say, when you're talking about food, you're talking about, oh, you have to spend more. Do you have to spend more to get the best thing that is good for you when it's available because of regulation that people have put in place to make you and I sick? Don't care about. But other country that I refer to might not be good into your hearing, but they have good regulation to control what their citizens are eating, at least to a certain extent. Their standard. There's nothing we are paying more. When you are paying more, for these groceries, go and look at them. They are coming from overseas, not made in America. We're talking about food. Food is very, very essential. When you talk, America cannot sustain ourselves. You know how many people in this country? What is, I mean, where is the plant? North Dakota, South Dakota, how many people can they feed? Today, what is coming from Mexico alone, the South is enjoying it. What is coming from that side, everybody, those are the cushion, those are the things that brought the cushion effect. America does not produce shit. Just like now, we're talking about all this, the immigration system and every other thing that is going on. Do you know that these guys, even a lot of people are going out of business? Egg price is up. We're talking about just normal groceries. Everything is skyrocketing. But do you know, you and I that eat from, we cook our food from fresh. I don't know, maybe about you. I believe you don't eat canned food. The ones that eat canned food, they don't care. It's all canned. It will remain there for another 5-6 years if they don't open it. You and I don't eat that way, I believe. At least to some certain extent, I know that a lot of people, diverse nation, people of the earth, lives here. They don't eat that way. We're talking about our military. The military is strong because they are diverse. People from different parts of the world, respected men and women, which I'm so happy to walk alongside of them, with them. People who will put this country first. I spoke to a couple of people, even to the commander that I worked under his unit. And nobody is saying, they are the ones who have been crying, who want him back. Many of them, they have their own words to say. We have some couple of contracts with them when it comes to IT and some other things. We work along with one of the new facility around there. We were there when their own direct boss was being called back from Pentagon. And they were joking and laughing at his replacement. Today, we don't have good, you just want to put people in authority, in position because they are loyal. They don't even know what they are doing. They have no experience. You don't want people who will check you. You want people you will be able to check. You want commanders, you want captains or no, it doesn't work this way. It doesn't work this. America is not self-sufficient, bro. When you say America is self-sufficient, America is relying on a lot of people. After today, let China pull back, no importation or no exportation to America. I wonder. What do we produce here? How many of them can pay? None of them, none of these big guys want to pay people their due wages. Thank God for healthcare. The reason why healthcare in Canada, you use the word earlier, you say public health system. Oh Lord, that's not coming from you. Talking about Canada having health system is a must for a good nation that is up and running, not for the privilege only. Not for the privilege. Healthcare system, it should be free for all. You say it's a liberal idea, it's a socialist idea. I welcome it. Because if you are sick, you need to see a doctor. When you are sick, you don't need to see a president. So let's call the bull by the horn. We have our differences when it comes to political understanding and the way it works. Like I said to you, your leader is just using you guys. By the time he's done with his business, he cash out and he's gone. He doesn't have anybody at mind. America is strong. America is smart, because I'm not talking about an individual. We're talking about an entity. Talking about you, Prince Daddy. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about every other person on this platform who are either wherever we are. Because if an average Nigerian gets into this country today, they'll become someone because they have substance. They have substance. And that's where the hate comes in. Because you've come from across the waters, you are doing good. They will ask you question. They ask me question like almost every day. How long you been here? Because when they see what you drive, they know they can read you in 2, 3, 4 minutes. That's what sets us aside. Looking at the typical guys who are American, many of them are even in the bushes. They don't want to do the kind of job you would do because their leaders are telling them you don't even have to have more than high school diploma. Yet the schools, the university are still running degrees. They are still running PhD programs every day. They still have international students coming in here to study, and they are positioned advertising position that says your qualification must be at least a master's degree. And you have a leader that still want to keep them the way they are and still tell them, no, we will sign into law. You don't have to have more than high school diploma. What kind of company are you going to run with an high school diploma? Well, it's not a war against Canada. Canada will survive without America. Let's get that straight. It will hurt. Yes, there's a trade agreement. It will hurt, but they will survive without America. America is not the only country on this earth. There are countries who don't speak to America. They still survive. Iraq don't even care about America. Iraq don't care about America. A whole lot of countries don't care. Look at the shot they threw to South Africa. They threw it right back. Dude, you are not doing us no favor. Stay in your country, govern your people. You are not meant to govern the world because you don't even have it. America had earned this respect a long time ago because their money is where their mouth is. Someone came and said, no more. Yeah, no more. Other people will survive. If you feel it's a waste, go ahead. Then you will be able to talk in the war stage. You see what people will do to you. People become a jest. Start war with people who feeds you. You know what we take from China every day? You know what orders we place from China every day? America don't produce nothing. I'm in a Haiti. America, with all the equipment we buy day and night, we make all that in China. We make all that day and night in China. We send inventory, we send air back and forth. Why? Because in our country, we don't make them. If China is out of business, we go.
That's true. I never even thought of that. All those servers,
yes,
all those routers, switches, yes. Man.
Yes,
that's correct.
Yes, we don't do nothing here. Nothing. We have to be waiting for shipment every time. Has it been shipped? When is it coming in? That's what we rely on. And you want to start trade war? That simply means my own company will suffer if that tariff will go to effect. If I'm paying $20 before, now I have to pay almost $60 for a unit. Is that American being great? If you want to do all that, make sure that this country have a processing plant that will start producing our own. Then you can cut everybody from bringing things in. Awesome. That's how a country becomes great. In his last administration, he promised a whole lot of a manufacturing job. All we saw was golden shovel. That was the end of it. Come on now. If we had me, I'm a very, very straightforward person. I will say it the way it is. I don't care about Biden. I don't care about Obama. I don't care about Donald Trump. All I care about is someone who I can reasonably stand and carefully pick his. You think Biden is weak? Oh no, that's a poor word. Biden been running a public office for 50 good years of service. You think he doesn't know what he's doing? The governor of the state I am now is on a wheelchair. I don't count him as a weak guy. I don't count him as a weak guy. What I'm saying is, we need to start judging people based on their performance. Let's start judging them on their performance. The first 3 weeks of his coming back, homecoming, what has he done? He hasn't done nothing. All he was doing is just causing chaos. No, come on. That's not how to make a country great. You need to be very critical. Religion is one weapon these people are using to keep us the way we are. Calling religion, appealing to Christians. Who tell you the Christianity? I was born, I am still a Christian, but who tells you is a way to meet God? Jesus Christ is not even a Christian. Only the people that followed him and they say to them, he said, these people have been with Christ. That's what I'm saying is, Prince Daddy, I'm going to drop for you now. All I'm saying is we need to be very, 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 very smart with our argument with so-called making America great again. The ancient landmark must not be destroyed. It's coming, you think it's nothing. These guys don't own this country. They killed, they fought to take this country. And yes, it's standing. The great forefather laid the stone on belief and fundamentals. Someone should not just come with his arrogance and just think he's overnight, I'm the one. Nobody's a messiah here. Or you want to play people, you want to play to base. Hitler came, you know what ended him. I want us to be very, very, because we have children and they will ask you, what is your belief? Something happened, and I will drop here. I will make this as my last statement. I was in Canada, like I said, 2019. I was in the airport. I was in Toronto. I was to put something in my pocket, and those things fell. And I saw a Canadian guy and the son. Both of them went on their knees as fast as they can because I had walked a step, picked up my stuff and handed them over to me. They are white guys, they're Canadians. And I walked up to them and I said, thank you, I really appreciate this. In the US, nobody would do that for you. They will walk by you. I'm saying this because morals also is part of the problem we have.
That's true. That's true, Sam. That's true. You know, when you talk of those moral and being decent, being nice, being kind to people, you find out we can India. That's true.
Thank you. I submit. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
allow me. Yeah, sorry, let me take a quick response. Samuel, that was quite interesting. If my question to you quickly is if I said you have a strong disdain for America, would that offend you?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that good.
I said if I said you have a strong disdain for America, would that offend you?
If I have a strong distaste or disdain,
you dislike America.
If I dislike America, you say?
Yeah. I said would that offend you?
Oh, you are entitled to your opinion, but I'm not.
Well, it's amazing. You have some flattering things to say about Canada and other places, but when every time you circle around to America, you always have this negative connotation about everything of America.
If you remember,
imagine you saying a country with 50 states with over 350 million people or thereabout, and you're telling me that the nice gesture at a Canadian airport in Toronto is sufficient to draw a conclusion that there are no nice people in America. It's a lie. I don't know where you live. I think I know where you live by what you just said.
Okay.
What you just mentioned right there, where I live, it happens literally every day. So this is kind of a overstretch of the view of America as a country and its people. See, you can't live in the land amongst the people as an immigrant as I am, and don't have a positive outlook about the people. It's not the right way to go about it. It's quite clear you aligned with the liberal views or progressive democratic view on a lot of things. But in your submission, I mean, you're talking about Trump, for example, as if the man has been in power in his second term for over 3 years. He's barely been in power for like three weeks. But you had nothing negative to say about Biden that destroyed an economy, killed Americans by his decision in Afghanistan and a whole host of other horrible decisions that this man made. You're quick to praise Biden that we shouldn't call him not smart or whatever word that you used. You're quick to praise the man, whereas we all know, without being a medical doctor, just visually by observation, that this man has declined sharply since he became the president. Even before he became the president, we all know his cognitive ability was declining greatly. But you have nice and rosy things to say about him. You fail to mention that the economy over the past 4 years, how Biden and the Democratic policies ruined this country.
Okay.
From our gas prices when Trump was in power. I remember buying a gallon of gas for about $1.69 for a gallon.
Don't go there.
And it sharply rose to. Is it not true?
Prince Daddy, don't go there. Don't go there. I believe.
Is it not true? I'm asking.
I believe you are learned than all these propaganda and these theory you bring it.
No. Listen, I'm not asking. But I'm sorry, Samuel. I'm not asking you a question. No, I'm not asking anybody. I'm telling you that I bought a gallon of gas for $1.69 at a Costco gas station. What do you mean? I'm propaganda. I have receipts to show for it. I live in this country as you do, and I mean, what do you mean? Why should I be lying? I'm telling you. I
want you to make your submission, then I will come back up again. I will get your point down. I'll get your point down.
When thanks. I'm not asking you a question. So it's not propaganda. I'm telling you what happened. I mean, and I don't blame you, by the way. You and many a host of other people that have this amnesia about the time when Trump was in power, where we had the greatest economy in the past 30 or 50 years.
That's where you missed
we had the lowest unemployment. We had the lowest gas energy price. We had the highest stock market. We have a strong trade with our partners. We're respected around the world. NATO paid billions of dollars to America. We had a great thing going for us till they did the coup with COVID that we now know came from the lab in Wuhan in China. Because when Trump said it, they were mocking him and laughing at him that it came from a wet market in China. But we now know today, it's confirmed by the American government that it actually came from the lab in China. See, if you don't like Trump, that is fine. You don't have to like anybody. It doesn't matter after all. Christ was hated. The man that came to save the world, it was hated. So it's not a big deal if you despise Trump. But to want to lie about the man and not portray the true picture of things is quite disingenuous. It's not the best way to go about it. If you have good things to say about Democrats, you can do that. But don't spread propaganda. We literally just had the worst economy in the world. In fact, I've said it before the show. I haven't been in this country for quite a while. Even when we had economic downturn in 2008, for example, when Obama came about in 2009 with the TARP and other policies, we never as a country experienced more than 2-3% in inflation. But in today's America under Biden, we literally experienced over 50% inflation rates. And we talk about Nigeria having a high inflation. We also have high inflation in America. Grocery prices astronomically increased by 33% or more. Some items were over 50%. Bacon literally went up by 75%. In this America we're talking about here, you had no single word to say about that. But you want to criticize a man that just came to power in less than 3 weeks. That's so unfair. Just tell us you don't like the man, and that is fine. But don't portray an outlook that is not real. You rather are spreading propaganda.
What exactly Trump may have done. This is not the first time Trump will be coming, so you can't say he's just been there for 3 weeks.
And I just told you all the successes we had in his first term. I just told you all the successes we had in his first term. We had the lowest unemployment in 30 years. We had the lowest unemployment in 30 years. We had the lowest unemployment in 30 years. We had the highest stock market in 30 or 50 years. We had the the lowest energy cost in the world. Remember, under Trump, a barrel of crude oil was selling less than $30. That even OPEC and the rest of the world economy, oil producers were begging him because why? America was energy independent. We had enough energy. We did not need no damn Canadian oil or any gas from Canada. We were self-sufficient in that regards. And that's why I was able to buy a gallon of gas for $1.69. You know, we had our partners around the world, they respected us. NATO paid billions of dollars in the obligation to NATO. China paid billions of dollars in trade tariffs. I mean, we had a great thing going on. Only if he had won the second consecutive term to continue the greatness of America. So when people like Sam Ola say, "Well, America has always been great," what we were saying essentially is that it refused to acknowledge the horrible days of Biden's administration, how America was suffering, being on the street, being kicked out of their homes, can't pay the card notes. I mean, maybe it lives in luxury and maybe it lives in abundance. Therefore, it has no clue about the suffering of American people.
Let me quickly correct you because maybe not correct. Let me quickly raise observation. You know, many Americans posited that Obama's administration economic policy started yielding results, and some of it, Trump was just a beneficiary of that. When you talk of that energy now tell me, what was the position of shale oil in that energy you are talking about? Because shale oil, I think, increased your local production by 80%, if I remember very well. So, and that started under Obama. So you can't give low energy costs to Trump. It will be that's a misplacement of achievement. So I want to believe that to some extent he reaped from Obama a reform. Let's just see what he's going to achieve in the next 4 years, and then we can really truly compare whether he was a good administrator when he was there, or he just arrived at the right time to benefit from what his predecessor did. So that energy, I don't think he's trying to give the credit to Trump.
Can I come in?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prince Daddy. You see, I want us to get this. Just like, thank you for coming up with that observation. You just see, when we believe, or when we stop believing that government is a continuum, a lot of things will be better. Policies don't just grow overnight. Biden is no longer there as president, but the deals he made when he was there will still work when he's longer. You say, personally, humanly, I have nothing against Trump. I want to clear that. He's a human being. He's a business guy who knows how to play business, the game of business world, and the same way he's playing American people. So my stake, and one day you will look for a clip like this, and you will want to bring us back on this forum. I will say, I'm very sorry with my plight on Donald J. Trump. He's a good business guy. He knows how to run people for their money. I hope you didn't buy one of those watch or the Bible he sold, by the way, Prince Daddy. But let me say something. You mentioned something very interesting. We're talking about achievement of Donald J. Trump. And you said, let me go by the way you said, Afghanistan, mishandling of Afghanistan by Biden government. There was some error, no doubt. But who started withdrawing troops from? Who was the one who started? Prince Daddy, are you here with me? I want you to please respond. Who started the process of evacuating our troops from?
Okay. Okay. Let me respond. See, your talking point is well established in the liberal world. Who started it? I don't understand what you mean. There was a plan. There was a
Which
plan
plan
by the
was
U.S.
it to
government.
evacuate?
Hold on. There was a plan by the U.S. government to withdraw, to draw down the troops and finally evacuate
Okay.
Afghanistan. Okay.
Okay.
So, but it's like me telling you to go to I don't know, from Houston to Austin, and that's all I told you. But because I told you to go there, doesn't mean that you go blindly and you drive recklessly and run over people because I gave a direction to go there. Because Trump started, it doesn't mean that Biden's poor decision to withdraw the troops abruptly did not cost American lives and destroy even Afghanis people's lives too. That was a terrible decision. Rather than trying to tell me who started it, you should acknowledge Biden's mistake and let's move on. Don't know what about it. That's the way it works.
No. I want, you see, and thank you. I think you confirm you are from Texas. But I want to say this. I asked a question for a reason. The plan, who started this plan from withdrawing our troops from Afghanistan? If you don't want to answer it, Trump started this whole thing.
I did answer. I said Trump. I just given now. I said Trump started it, but because it was the Americans' policy to draw down the troops and eventually evacuate from Afghanistan. But it was not Trump's plan to do it the way they did it. You know that.
Now, if I could add this to what you're saying, for every assignment, expect anything. And I will say this to you, Americans on a foreign soil, if anything had happened in the US, if we are evacuating people inside America, you might say everything might go good. Now, I'll tell you something from the intelligence, the aspect of the whole thing. If Americans are there to provide you security, and why they are doing that, they are winding down their operation. And remember, in the process of that assignment, even the president of Afghanistan or the prime minister, whoever that was, had ran out of the country. Their security architecture already collapsed. Now, how much do you think Americans can do? How much do you think they can do? So, mishap will happen. Taliban already took over the whole city. So, casualties is a must. Sorry for using the word must, because there's nothing they could do. You saw the whole drama, you saw the whole thing. And the guy stood his ground, put the whole blame, whatever had happened. But remember, it's not the army general. But because of the way people have been eating in Afghanistan all along, nobody, even some people doesn't want this whole occupy Afghanistan to finish because of the money, the budgetary allocation going to them. So whatever happened in Afghanistan, yes, it affects Americans because some people paid with their lives. And wherever their family is, God be with them and God will console them. Now, we're talking about economy. Donald Trump inherited Obama's administration. Obama fought hard for that economy. And that was the only time I've never seen Trump replied anybody in his entire life. When Obama, the last election, said, Trump, that economy you inherit was mine. That was the only time Trump would not take to Twitter or his Truth Social and type anything. That was the only time. Surprising.
Okay, Samuel, you and I, we have some issues. So let's do kind of the format. Let me interject here and there so other people can interject also instead of a long speech.
Go ahead, interject.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead, interject.
Okay, there's nothing unique about Obama's economy. In fact, Obama's economy was terrible. In fact, Obama had no economy. He had zero economy. We know that. We know that because also Obama inherited the bad decline of America's economy from W. Bush, Bush W. And keep in mind, and I know you know very well, that the economy was being sustained by the feds. Remember, they gave, but at the end of the day, I think they gave almost $2 trillion to the Wall Street people in order to sustain the economy, because we're hemorrhaging jobs. Businesses were closing. The economy, it was going down the drain. Essentially, I know you know, we bailed them out. It was bailout program. So Obama continued. It's called TARP. Obama continued the bailout program, and in the middle of his first term or whatever, jobs started coming back. But keep in mind, it was not a result of creativity or industriousness of the American people. It was as a result of give away. And this was the worst part of it. After they gave money away to the Wall Street people, in 6 months or 3 months, they were reporting profit. How do you put that together? There's no economic textbooks, not even in grad school, whereby billionaire companies constitute profits. So Obama did not do anything great, because listen, Obama's a community organizer. He doesn't have any business acumen. He never worked in the real world, so he had no knowledge of anything. So don't give a man a praise
Prince Daddy,
that knows nothing.
Can I quickly ask you a question before you move away? Are you saying that Obama tried to bail American corporation out was bad? Is that what I heard from you?
That Obama did what?
Did you just say it was bad for Obama to bail American corporation?
No, I didn't say it was bad, but I was highlighting.
You said he didn't do anything special, right?
I mean, Allah, is that how businesses run? If you run your business down, then we bill you out.
Okay. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know how China managed to insulate themselves against the global the global meltdown between 2007 and 2009? Did you know? You know how it is? It is true. It is through subsidy, incentives. That is exactly what that guy did.
No. Allah, subsidy is different from bailouts. There's a clear distinction. Maybe Samala can tell you that. There's a clear distinction. America subsidizes the farmers and some other industries. We know that. But bailout, listen, this is bailout, like you don't know. Your business is down and nothing. You have nothing to offer your consumers anymore because you've gone bankrupt. That's bailout. Then the government comes in and gives you billions of dollars in order to start back up. So free money. Free money. That's called bailout, not subsidy.
So let me come in right quick on that. Say, every government. Now, let me start from almost the last word you said. You said Obama had no clue. He hasn't run. He hasn't worked. But that's one person I was saying that might not have ideas, but he is a very good. Is good at bringing in teams of experts to work on what is needed to be worked on, and that's what a leader stands for. Regardless of our party affiliation or wherever we decide, if I look at Prince Daddy, you are good at this. Come and add this. I don't care wherever your belief is. I need you to help out and build out this nation. That's what we're talking about. I must not like your face to make use of God-given talent that you have. That's my own opinion on that. So if you have someone who has never worked, who has been, a career person, individual, but can use people who are learned to craft laws that will bring a country out of a great recession, kudos to him. He did good. He did well. Now, you're talking about gas price when Trump was there. That price was no more or was not new under Obama's administration. Under Obama, I bought gas at that price. And like Ola said earlier, our local production was boosted at the time when the need arose. Remember that. I don't want sentiment to clear our judgment on this whole thing we have going on. Now, looking at inflation that happened.
Sorry, Sam, you will continue. Simply put, Trump did not do anything about energy.
Nothing.
That shale oil revolution was the reason the American
that's what came back.
So, and it was Obama project.
Yes.
So
No, not true.
I pray that you
To be
don't go
drilled.
there. I have
To
the
be
details.
drilled.
Don't even go there. Don't
See,
even go there.
This is fact and figure. It's there. It's not running everywhere. Let's go online. You can check all this. All this metamorphose into what the infrastructure bill or Biden passed. None of them has started coming to effect. But when you start seeing the effect, it depends on the president that is there. So it's a continuum. We is for political advantage. We, you and I, many of us that are learned, we should be able to bring your pen and your paper and do some analysis. It will help us before we start talking about things like this. Sometimes it's just 1 + 1 also. It's 2 + 2. Critical thinking sometimes. So it's way above all this. We're talking about the group with the energy sector was Obama's deal. And he said that. I remember I said that. He told him, he said, that was my economy. That was what I worked on. And that's good. That's good that Trump came in to have a very good government. But let me say something. COVID-19 came in, regardless of the lab or wherever house COVID-19 burst out. That must be a very big.
Sorry, I'd like you to, if you can, delineate. Tell us exactly what Obama's economy is. What you're saying is just the talking points, just rhetoric about what people say. Obama had a good economy. Fine. I'm just trying to tell you the genesis of Obama's so-called good economy. Now tell me, what industry grew? What? Please tell me more about it.
You want me to tell you more about
energy industry grew? So where are you talking? We just gave an example now. Energy industry grew.
No, yeah, you know.
Okay, based on what policy? What is that? You say it grew, fine. Based on what policy? What did Obama? I need more than the energy industry grew. What did Obama do exactly? Because I know the Democrat, because of their progressive view, they shut down ANWR and some other places in America that we can drill for oil because of the Environmental Protection Agency and their global warming talking point or ideology. For that reason, we know very well that the Democrats are against drilling. Elizabeth Warren was a forefront person on this that was against drilling and fracking and all this thing. We know that. So and Obama too was against fracking. So now you talk about Obama had energy in his administration. Tell us what he did, because you trying to give him credit. You trying to give credit where credit is not due. Quit spinning.
Okay, let me say this. If Ola, can I go ahead? Or you want to interject?
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now let me say something here, Prince Daddy. See, as a president, there are a lot of things Obama achieved during this time. I can highlight a lot for you. Number one, I'll put on the list here is the reform, the healthcare system, popularly called Obamacare. Your guy came last time, was trying to dismantle it because of the name Obama on that thing. He couldn't, because there's nothing they can put together, craft together to bring that kind of health system. I was telling my wife today when they send her something in the mail, all these, after the year, they send you this insurance thing, because it was law then that if you don't have insurance, you give you a penalty and stuff. So they send that thing. So she was like, what is this? I said, that's for your insurance, your work insurance. Just when you file your taxes, they will file it that you have insurance. They won't give you any penalty. I said, all of those things are trash now, because who cares anymore? Those are things you put in check, that your employer must provide you with health insurance. It's no negotiation. Those are the things Obama fought for. When we're talking about the stimulus packages, talking about
sorry, that is not true. I beg, that's not true. You know that.
What do you mean is not true, sir?
If your employer gives you health insurance, that document or that form you're referring to is given to you. But we know in Obama's damn plan, there's penalty for those that don't have insurance.
Yes, that's the same thing I said.
Well, but what kind of a terrible insurance is that? See, sir, by the way, Obamacare was a disaster, was a failure, was a complete failure. Because not only that, they spent millions of dollars on a website that never worked. See, I live in a state, by the way, not Texas. I live in a state whereby we had a great healthcare. I know healthcare in every state is not equal, especially in a southern state. But the healthcare program we had in the state that I live was phenomenal. So Obamacare came to destroy everything because that guy is not brilliant. It's not that quick on his feet.
You see, like I said something, I want us to be very, very objective when we criticize. Just a week, your guy came here and said he froze anything called affordable care, froze everything that is going on. 2 days after, he had to come back and unfreeze them. If Obamacare or Medicaid or Medicare is not as important as you just said, 2 days after, he had to unfreeze it because of the kind of rot he got from people. See, I want us to be very careful and objective when we criticize. That's me for you. If you say Obamacare is such a failure and is nothing, they're just like it's a shamble, like you just said, why can't your guy fix it in 4 years when he was there? And also remember, he was asked, what will you do? You are shouting Obamacare. The name Obama is what he doesn't like, obviously because he's a black guy. I'll say it with all my heart. Now, I'll say this to you. Let's get this straight. Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, might not be the golden statue, but this guy coming together with over 32 million uninsured America to get online, to get on board. Sir, someone did something. What is your own scorecard? What did this guy did when he was there? He was dismantling it gradually. People who pay little dollar for medication start paying more because of his uneducated and unwilling wave. Hey, let's not get this twisted at all. During Obama's administration, it was not a fair administration because he worked. From first time to second time, he worked. That guy worked. And thank God we have someone like that at the time he came in. You are entitled to your opinion, but one day we will sit down, we will all reflect and go back and see. We're talking about the Wall Street reform earlier. If people had come to bail out people, bail out businesses that float dollars, that made dollar what pure dollar is. Dollar is not just kept in the house and call it that it has big power. Government can do that. It's one of the mission of the treasury. Treasury can come to your aid if you have a business big enough that can sustain people. They will come to your aid. So saying is a giveaway. Let's ask what Donald Trump did last time. Giveaway. One of the worst tax cut on it.
Which giveaway are you talking about? COVID?
You know what I'm talking about? The same reason why when all these billionaires had to come around him this time around because they want more. Because during that last time, they ate, they did all they can. That's the reason why they are dead again. To get more.
No, that is not true. That is not true. It's called a deal. Don't mock the billionaires because they create jobs.
Prince Daddy, Steve, Prince Daddy, let me interject. See, what you cannot take away from this is this. Obama inherited economy during the time of Great Depression that was almost similar to that of the 1930s. except that there was no pine of people like in the 30s. Now, American banks, financial institution was already in a collapsing stage. Because that was why I was surprised at that time when you were saying bailouts. Now your automobile industry, you understand, was already in collapse. It was collapsing. Or let me say it was like a total collapse. And that guy bailed that out. So now this guy got to that place when you have one of your unemployment situation, and this guy just go to that place and revive the economy. And as a matter of fact, it is recorded for a very long time among the presidents that you've ever asked that the GDP grew under him more than anybody so far. You know, when you talk of your Kennedy, Johnson, and co that are something very interesting, it was under Obama that you recorded something. Okay, no, that will even be a bad comparison anyway. But it was able to bring your GDP up. You understand? So because if I go that way, there I may be presenting the data wrongly. So at the time this guy was going, your automobile industry was back, your banking industry was back, job creation was growing at an aggressive stage, and the GDP under Obama compared to that of Trump was at least about 0.4 or thereabouts better than that of Trump. So simply means that even the GDP growth even declined under Trump. That's the right way to say it. So it's just that what this guy did, right? Under Obama, as at that 2009, American household debt already increased. People were dropping their key. The problem in mortgage, problem in everywhere. But it was Obama that restored economic prosperity. We should not forget this thing in our haste, because we have this data there, and jobs started growing, to the point that they started calling people from outside to come and join American workforce that you can easily give job out there, because the job was growing. How do I even say that your economy was what you see. The thing is, you just have some kind of a job growth that is faster than the population. You know what it means when you have a job growth that was faster than your population. That's the reason you started calling people from India, from Canada, from Nigeria, everybody to start coming to your economy. You have to find people to take over that economy. That's the situation it was under Obama. So the thing also started prospering, because also that was already indebted before, they started having a very good income at that time. So what exactly are you talking about? So the health coverage, this Obamacare we are talking now, you may just downplay it, but we all know how good, how excellent that thing can be. So the question is this: when you see the bailout of automobile industry, the other time when I say bailout, I ask whether bailout is necessarily bad. So, and I compare it to the type of bailout or subsidy that they gave in China. You waive it. You don't waive it, because as a result of that subsidy, you are saying, you understand, a bailout that they did in China just for the Chinese corporation not to lay off the staff, was the reason China went over supply, especially in the area of the heavy industry. That is why they grew so much. When everybody was going down, they grew so much during that recession that the next thing they started doing just to push the economy out, to go to Africa, to they create sovereign wealth fund that they started using to target foreign economy, just to go and invest there. So Obama did something similar to revive American economy. Just look at American economy with the collapse of your estate in 2009, with the collapse of your automobile sector in 2009 that this man revived. And even if there's nothing, if there's no point of reference, automobile and real estate, that one should even be a good indicator to tell me similar thing like that under under Trump. Under Obama, job was growing at a faster rate than the population.
A lot.
Tell
As a
me.
Canadian, how can you be telling me how great Obamacare was when me that live here, I'm telling you the impact of Obama's horrible
You are an
healthcare
American, but we are
program.
in a globalized economy. See, let's forget about this.
You don't get a free healthcare system in Canada. You don't participate in America. Hold on,
So
you don't
is it
participate in
advantage
American
or
healthcare. So how can you be telling me that
ecosystem?
Obamacare is great?
You have to compare to what you had before. See, the thing is this: the way
And
you
I'm
make
telling you what we
comparison is
had
this.
before. Listen, what we had before was great, actually. Because let me tell you, Obamacare is not. See, the only provision I know. What is the provision in Obamacare actually? I'm telling you, there's nothing unique about Obamacare but to cause havoc in the system.
Okay. Is there anything unique in reviving your automobile industry and your real estate? So, is there anything unique in reviving your economy that went through economic meltdown? You understand? Because I can tell you, I put it to you that Obama reconstructed the economy that was mismanaged, that led to global meltdown. You understand? Bush mismanaged the economy and it affected, it triggered meltdown. Obama got to that place, he reconstructed the economy. And this guy just came there just because he can make noise more than at higher decibel than anybody else. And we actually believe he was the one doing that. No, it was so glaring because when you see the trajectory from Obama time, it was on the increase. It never declined. You understand? And toward the tail end of Trump administration, probably because the way he handled the event in 2020, I don't want to mention, you all know. You understand? Probably the way the way he handled it. You understand? The economy now went down again because probably a person like Obama could have handled the situation better. That guy failed. Trump failed. Instead of doing the right thing, started saying, China this, China that. You understand? A better president will have managed that thing better. And that thing will have reduced the disruption in the world, in the global supply chain that is still creating some kind of inflation today. It was as a result of Trump mismanagement of the event. So what are we talking about? See, it's like we are giving this man more than credit. What? Because it's like, do you know that people that make noise like this are the ones that are really not doing anything but they create activities around themselves? Look at Obama. Obama deported people more than Trump, but he never made noise like Trump, and everything was going. While he was even trying to create a path for some people, but he deported more than Trump.
Very funny. He never made noise. No, the media is the one that didn't make noise about it. But when Trump is about to deport people,
let me tell you something about Canada now.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something about Canada. There is another grand story that Canada wants to deploy 1.2 million people. I don't know whether that is true, but I can tell you, Trudeau deported people, deported immigrants more than even Steve Harper that did some kind of law that created two class of citizenship. You understand? Because Harper was supposed to be the one that should be behaving like Trump. But no, it was Trudeau. But you never heard that noise under Trudeau. But if you want to talk today now, we hear that. Because when you focus on things, you deflect
the
attention.
liberals are not proud of deportation, so they're not going to make noise about it. So I don't understand your argument, really. Not, of course,
no. I'm telling you that Trump likes noise. He likes PR. He likes noise, so that you will actually think is performing greatly, whereas he's just using that kind of PR to position himself away from his weaknesses. So if Trump is going to mess the American economy up now, he will focus on something to give you some kind of PR, some kind of noises, while he's covering his own inadequacy, in no deficiencies. So that is exactly what he's doing. A good administrator doesn't make noise like Trump, doesn't create activities like Trump, like a good administrator like Obama. He did everything silently. A good administrator like Bill Clinton, he did something silently. But those people that are not really great in management, Bush, for example, when Bush got to that place, what did Bush do? He made a lot of noise, went to the Middle East, created a lot of crisis. At the end of the day, what happened? It messed up America's economy. Now, Trump is there again. Are you surprised? From the same party? They will make that noise and they will create a lot of havoc, and the Democrats will come back again and mop up their mess. So the thing is, Obama is Trump is just a noisemaker.
Ola, can I ask a question? And I
Right.
want Prince Daddy too. Is there any country in this world after we had COVID-19, that does not suffer inflation or the economic collapse? Is there any country?
There's no country. I think Prince Daddy should answer that. There's no country. Every country, including China that have been great in managing crisis, they felt it.
Okay, if so, I want us to remain educated. See, gone are the days when people will be fenced around America. They don't even know. You know, many of Americans here, they don't even know what's going on the next street. I was on a meeting a few weeks ago, and we were just talking, chat. So a guy was like, "Hey, I just got back from Singapore. Oh, I'm tired. I need to." And someone just Singapore. Where is Singapore? So like a couple of us were just like, oh. And this is our boss.
Not a surprise when everything is Africa is a country to some of them.
Yeah.
So,
and this is our boss that the big boy. I was like, what's going on here, dude? He ain't been nowhere outside the United States.
Self-contained. Let's not exaggerate. Who cares about Singapore or Fiji or Bangladesh?
See how close at you are, Prince Daddy. See how close at you are.
No. Let me even tell Prince Daddy. Why do you go to space? You don't care about Singapore, but you go as far as saying the people go to the space.
What are you expecting?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Don't you know it's part of education?
See, no, because you're trying to make a big deal out of it. So what? He doesn't know it was Singapore. Trust me, if Singapore was that important, he would know about it. Okay. See, rather than and that what you're saying is kind of holds true for a lot of Americans. They don't know a lot about the rest of the world. And do I blame them when you live in the #1 country in the world? A country that's always dominated the rest of the world and has the best economy and the best innovation and everything. Tell me, Samala, hold on. Samala and Ola, tell me in the past 10, 20, 30 years, all the great innovation in the world, where did they come from?
Come from everybody like you and I. Not
that's a lie. Let's keep it let's be critical about it. What country? What country did Twitter come from? Facebook, Google. Tell me, what country did Amazon come from? Oracle. Tell me. I just need to know.
You know? Okay, now let me. See. I want you to please hold where you are. Ola, please. I want you to unmute, please. If Ola can unmute.
Yeah, I may.
Okay. Now, let me tell Prince Daddy that many of the things he's saying are copy from other parts of the world. You talked about Amazon. You know how long Alibaba has been in existence before Amazon came up?
Ooh, Samala, don't go there. That's a big lie.
No. It's a fact.
Amazon has been around since the 90s. Though it was not big. Listen, trust me.
You see,
Alibaba came way after. Rather, you turning things around. It was rather the Chinese and the West copying America. It's not the other way around. Amazon has been around since the 90s.
Who is supplying Who is supplying Amazon goods?
Well, you were twisting it. Amazon has been around since the 90s.
Well, your process and your procedure and your action might differ. What I'm saying is existence of the same merchant being on ground. Many of the things you see in America, because you're close, your
China.
mind.
Listen, China
to
is a
a lot of
supplier
this
of
has
cheap
been running.
goods, just like Africa is a supplier of raw materials. So don't say we're supplying Amazon. That's totally relevant. That's where the cheap goods are coming from. Okay, that's where the cost of labor is much cheaper, of course, than America and the rest of the West.
Okay, labor is cheap because they need to lure you. Why is labor not cheap in your own capitalist country? Because you prefer to manufacture cheap and come sell it on the high price, high end here. Let's not deceive ourselves with all these glorified names we're calling. These are the guys that compose every one of us every day. You think you see, when we think of little of ourselves and other people, it baffles me. In this space, let's take a stroll to other countries. You're talking about the Germans. You're talking about Japanese. Japanese is living way forward than even the United States. You see the crazy technologies are up there. Just a child come on now. Don't let us be thinking this way, please. That we think we are one hero or one mighty eagle. We are one person. The last time when this guy, man, I don't like this, please. Don't let us think this way. We have great and bigger people somewhere else because they don't have the names or they don't make noise.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that you have kind of a subtle or maybe loud disdain for America. There you are talking about. Hold on, there you are talking about. Ask a simple question. All the innovation in the past 20, 30 years, the main innovations, where did they come from? I ask you. Then you defer to Alibaba in China being greater than Amazon.
When you say where the thing came from, then who are those people? Who are those people that are responsible? Were they typical Americans or they were just immigrants?
That's a weak argument. See, this is the problem. If those people are so great, how come they didn't do it in their own damn countries? Why did they have to come to an environment that's conducive
that's
such
not
a
the
creativity?
problem. If you have deported them, would they have done that? You ask yourself too. If you have deported those people and they are not staying there, would they have done that? Why are those people that are calling themselves the pure American that want to deport others? Why are they not doing it? How come immigrants are the one doing it? It's just like you are referring to Elon Musk's invention now. Yeah, and tell me if Elon Musk is an American. Is Elon Musk an American?
That's why I said it's coming from someone
like Elon Musk today. Deport Elon Musk today and see whether his invention in America will still be the same.
We're talking about you and I. That's why I said when you ask that question, I said it's coming from people like you and I. Are the people in the bush are the one inventing what? Please, let's not. These are the head. These are people that put money into research. Today, go and ask Boeing what they are losing to other countries. Go and ask them what they are losing to Airbus now. You think he is an island or someone is island. If you are great, remain great. That's the way. That should be the manner. Not tearing other people apart. You think that's greatness. That's not greatness. Many of the things you mentioned are invention. Awesome. Facebook, whatever. Are there not people that surpass them? They still live in their yesteryear's glory. TikTok came from nowhere. The same Singapore we are talking about, that was where the TikTok guy came from. Took them on a run, on a ride. And all of them were shouting. Look at the way America was, as if they own the guy. You must sell, you must sell, you must sell. You must sell. I said, oh, net will he sell? He's not selling. You're park where? And who are the ones that are ready to buy? The same greedy souls that you just mentioned. Let's not deceive ourselves. The country is a great nation, but built on principles, built on ideals. And these are the things these guys have come to trace out. And that's why I said, if they continue this way, the country will not achieve no more, we will stop achieving greatness. That's a simple word. Because everybody will put you on the sideline. United Nations Assembly, you won't even see anybody there anymore. If you continue this way, United Nations Assembly now, anybody, when people go there now, they now talk. They talk down on the state. Go and hear what is going on in House of Commons anytime they sit and talk about America. Let's not limit ourselves to what is going on here. Hear other people's perspective about America.
Don't mind the Prince Daddy. The telephone you are using to the telephone you are using to call today, you understand, was invented by Graham Bell, Alexander Graham Bell. So tell me whether that one was an American. Assuming that person was deported. We use that thing. The person that invented nuclear reactor today, when you want to claim that we are this thing, not America. You know, a lot of things like radio, your video game. What are you talking about?
Well,
You
yeah,
think
I have nothing against the country. All I'm saying is what makes
no,
us
not
great.
you, Gary Sam, not you. I'm talking of Prince Daddy.
What makes us great? Let's keep it that way. Let's continue. Let's forge ahead. Not 8.
There are many Nigerians now that have a great inventions in Nigeria. Just imagine, and someone just go pick them and throw them back throw them back to Nigeria. And we are even talking of someone that is a son of an immigrant. You got married to an immigrant. You are using immigrant to work in your factory. Suddenly, you move against people. So that one should tell you that this man is just deceiving people. You know one thing is this: anybody that create activities, just look at that person carefully. Probably the person has something to offer. You understand? That is why in Nigeria today, that the first thing I see when some people say, "Oh, I fight corruption," it's a red flag to me.
They are not doing nothing.
I fight corruption from production. It's a red flag. So, what until the end of this Trump administration, you understand, we won't know the damages that is creating for America and Americans now. Everything will look good. The first thing people enjoy the first time, that was the first economic improvement under Trump, because it was forced, because Trump didn't work for that. It was Obama economy that inherited. So now we are going to know if this man is as good as he's even talking now. This way we are going to know. So guys, don't tell me all this kind of I mean, the question is this: we think America is great, like I told you, close your border, go on subsistence economy, do your Google.
Okay, let's Folly B talk, man. You guys should like give up on.
No, Folly B is going to tell us how to create crypto. Oh yeah,
crypto.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's going to give up financial economy. Folly, are you there? Where are people running away these days? Like people are just tired and
well, in the real sense, when we talk about crypto, do you think crypto can stand the test of time with what is coming?
Me, I don't really. Honestly, if I wish I understood that space. The more they are talking of crypto to me, the more the thing stay blank. Because me, I'm more of hands-on services and product producer than investment. Because in the past, I've bounced several millions of dollars naira that I don't want to mention.
Yeah, because
even recently, my wife lost huge dollars.
Yeah,
thousands of dollars in the stock market too. So, well, when she was doing all those things, I refused to invest, because since I don't burn my finger in the between 2007 and 2008, since that time, I think I've been running away from stock.
Yeah,
so
it's scary.
If I tell you what I have in that stock, you will just laugh. It's better for me to keep quiet, because when you have several millions, you know, the money I had that time, if I use that in on real estate, even though we know people will say that real estate is not the best in Nigeria, I agree, but at the same time, it depends on where you have your real estate.
Over time, it will pay.
Exactly. So,
and even Prince Daddy, now this brings me to a topic where I think retirement, the Western world or back home, because it's a very big topic in my household, and lately, I've just looked at it. I was like, you know what? Does it really worth it? Does it worth it?
The thing is, the thing is, over time, if we get our economic right, is going to get closer to what we have somewhere. Just because with our economy, the way the economy is, that's why we think that retiring in Nigeria is the best. Let me tell you one thing: if we restructure Nigeria properly, and you start paying property tax normally, and the government is running the pipe-borne water to your street, and you are paying for electricity, all those, retirement in Nigeria will be as expensive as retirement in the Western country. Okay, just like I want to assume now that if you are South Africa now, and you say, okay, you want to go and retire in South Africa just because you think that South Africa is going to cheap. It's not cheap. Maybe the little I know about South Africa, it's not cheap. Just imagine you now retire there, now you are paying your bill, you are paying everything. I don't see anything cheap there. So the idea that the retiring, yeah, I know that if I go retire in Ekiti now, which I don't plan to, because I've been so lazy. If not because of that laziness, I should have upgraded myself.
You get a farmland if you go to Ekiti.
Yeah, I want to work till my last day. I keep saying it because I've been an entrepreneur. I've worked. I know what it means when you don't even have job to do for some time, and you stay at home. So over time, I've made up my mind that I don't need any retirement, because while working, while getting contract for some months, not getting for some months, I've known what it means to stay at home. So I'm the kind of person that I'm not looking forward to any retirement. If you allow me, I had a
Sorry,
professor like that.
I have to run. So I share your view quickly on when it comes to retirement, and on the general notion about retirement. Africa and Nigeria will be a perfect place to retire if you want to live a sedentary life, a passive life, and just want to go have a nice house somewhere in the village or somewhere and just sit down and do nothing. Then Africa is for you. But if you've been there for quite a while and you're a mobile person, an active person, and you like to do a whole lot of things, trust me, I think America for me is the right place to retire. I don't see, and even right now, actually, when I go back home, I mean, it's boring to me. I'm not sure what to do. Is it go to the restaurant and eat and maybe go to clubs? It's boring, especially at my age. It doesn't satisfy me. When I was much younger, maybe. So I think I'm well assimilated to this environment. I can enjoy retirement here. Maybe in terms of cost, maybe that's why a lot of people think otherwise. But other than that, if I want to live an active life, an enjoyable life, it can never be Nigeria. It's super boring, and at an old age, it will be much more boring.
Okay. That was a good one from Prince. Well, but I looked at it this way. My few trips I had back home. Now looking at the opportunity back home, because we going back home doesn't mean we just go and sit down and be idle. There's a lot of things that we can do there that will still keep us going and active and like less costly to this side of the world. I was telling my wife a few days ago, we were sitting there, I was like, we were talking about bills. And we got to a point where do we really need all this? Yes, we need them. Yes, we need them. But do you need them to actually survive? Is it a lifeline?
You mean bill?
Go ahead.
No, you mean do you need bill to survive, or what did you say?
No. There are things, things we pay for services and a whole lot. Now I was just asking some question, but I got to a point where I looked at it this way: is a continuum here. You will pay it to the last breath. Whereas in other places you can own them, and you don't have to worry. All you need to worry about is maintenance. And taking me back to Africa, yeah, we've been corporate, we've been, everywhere. I see some couple of people who will live there together who just decide, oh, you know what, I have one. Even by next week, he'll be moving out finally. He had a business, multi-million-dollar business he floated. And it won't cost him anything. He will still be agile. He will monitor his business. If we have to come up here, do some purchase, we have to go to China, he will go and come back. You know, what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to just get, I want to get other people's idea on it and opinion. Looking at if you can float something you know something about back home. Well, especially farming. Farming is a very big thing in Nigeria today. I have guys here that I buy trucks for. Like, they buy trucks. What vans? All these Ford Express, Chevy Express, Ford Transit. What do they do with all these vans? With the request, all they use in their farm, the trucks they use in their farm. When the guy breaks down how much they are making, I was like, what? So you won't believe. What I'm saying is there are opportunities now opening up when we suddenly know back home that we have to take it. Nobody's going to give it to you. And food business is not something you can run down, especially farming. We have ideas from here. There are places you can go, learn some mechanism that will improve your work, your job. You know, it got to a place where I was like, a couple of money put together can actually make life easy. This saddened my heart sometimes. Yeah, we say, oh yeah, we are not going to be like that. But looking at the people who are from here, there are times I go into Walmart because the system keeps them working at that age. I see people over almost 80 still in that store working. Welcome to Walmart. Welcome to Walmart, because they cannot break. If they break, it will affect the system, their bills. To that age. Whereas God, if you say God has blessed us where we came from, to some certain extent, that you own your house, you pay no mortgage to nobody, you build your thing, pull the water, electricity, if it comes, you have you have way around things. You are comfortable. You are not there to just go and leave and let it make impression. Now you wake up. When you mentioned Ekiti, I was excited because I know big guys from Ekiti who are retired doing farming, and they are making big money, big ones. Because I looked at it this way: if this system is meant to keep us tied down. Now I have children that says,
sorry, Samuel, I guess maybe I didn't understand your definition of retirement. It sounds like you retire but still actually working, doing some stuff.
Yeah, you're still working.
You said retirement, but it sounds like if you retire and still do farming, that's a lot. That's like full-time job farming.
No, yeah, okay. When I say retirement, I'm talking about, okay, let me maybe a better word for it. Now, exiting the Western world. Living, I'm done. Like a certain age, yeah, even wherever you work for, they tell you, oh, you are good, you get this amount, they start sending notes to your house. That means it's almost time for you to park your bags and go. But what I'm saying is it a better place to stay and not return home? Because I believe, because there's a movement now, especially among the Black Americans, moving to Ghana. I've seen this trade now. Is some of them in Nigeria, but I have good numbers.
You see, retiring from Western world to Nigeria will depend on who you are. For example, you see as some prof that still lecture at 80. Even if they don't lecture directly in the university, they have their own human resources development activities they do. Look at Wole Soyinka now. Can you say Wole Soyinka is retired? No, he's not retired.
No.
So the thing is, retirement from my own perspective is that maybe you are working for, let's say, organization like say maybe one healthcare services provider, and they say, okay, compulsorily you must retire by 65 and you'll be earning pension. I don't want my life to be like that. As a matter of fact, I want to be the one that be producing service. At least if I'm the owner of my services, you cannot force me to retire now.
Right.
Even when I retire, I create another thing entirely, and that's one of those things that
Consulting and
I want
stuff.
to exactly. I want to put it as part of my plan that even in my old age, even if I cannot lecture in the University of Polytechnic, I can try to create something like secondary school that even if I get someone there, I will still be going there maybe to teach people physics, mathematics, or chemistry, just to make sure I get myself engaged.
Yeah.
So I like my grandpa, my maternal grandpa, till his last day, he still went to the farm. So now, retirement in Nigeria, that thing can even accelerate your time, like your lifespan. By the time you say, okay, look at me, okay, people like us that work like now, throughout from January now, I've been working from home. Unlike last year that I will still go to that site, I've been working from home for a while now.
Yeah, same here.
Working from home is like you put me in a cage. So I have to put extra effort for me to stay fit.
Yeah.
Because sitting down, just standing by computer only, oh my goodness.
Your eyes.
Even though I still have something to gym, I still do press up, I still do all those things, I'm not satisfied.
Yeah.
If I don't take like 20,000 steps a day, it's still like you cage me somewhere. So yeah. I don't want to live that kind of life that will degenerate the quality of my life, quality of living. So because like I said something here that anytime I walk in the park, you will see some 70-year-old people that sometimes you'll be struggling to even compete with those people the way they are exercising themselves. Yeah. So the thing is, over time, because of the nature, the way I work, creating my own business, working as a contractor, doing all those stuff, like I said, job will come today, we might not even come for 3 months, and you stay at home, you be like, say, okay, the world is coming to an end, all those feelings. Just imagine when you are now retired. Look how it's going to be. Hey, peace forever. Thank you for the super chat. It says Samola, I agree 100% on every point on farming opportunities to make millions. It's like close to $1 billion yearly from integrated farming, ranching, dairy, and beef on dairy etc. Yeah. Farmers and scientists don't retire. Thank you. Peace forever. Yeah. So yes, it is true. Samola is on point. So the basic thing is like, do you know one thing about that farming environment? Because me, as someone that went to the farm very well, I don't go lie to you. I like cocoa plantation very well. I like nature very well. When you look at all those cocoa plantations, around that place now, you come look at Kola, Obi, around that place. And the way you go, they hear the sound of those birds. All those nature, you see squirrel, just the way they make their noise. Oh my goodness. You like the environment, and you see sunlight somewhere, and you see some people in some area covered with shade. And oh my goodness. And sometimes it will rain and you have to rush to that farmer's hut. When you look at all those things, you say, oh my goodness, they had some kind of those people that never went to the farm and sleep over, they can't understand. They can't understand the feeling. So people like us, we enjoy that. So that one is a kind of life too, that you hunt, you do some hunting, get bushmeat, and come back to, oh my goodness. So the basic thing is I don't encourage anybody to retire. Even if anybody chase you away from official job, you can always create one for yourself. And farming, I think farming is one of the easiest.
No, I'm not talking even earlier. It was the way maybe the choice of word I used was not.
No, I got your point. It was Prince Daddy that was challenging. I got your point. Do you want, because I'm not going to, because some people will retire. We see some people that are already contributing to what we take them to home. when they are old, all those stuff. Yeah, that well, to some people understandable. Now Igbo I know say, now for here I know say Igbo they buy a casket. They look at his own buy a casket. Or Igbo will go look at well, there's one Igbo that don't buy the place they want, make them bury and then go they visit that place, they tell people, say, okay, this is the and this is job people, just box casket, put casket at home. You know one funny thing, this person we are talking about now still around 60 that you don't they plan all those stuff. Can you imagine? so the thing is, so you know, retirement, like I said, I don't want to no way retirement. Okay? You see Sonny Ade now as a musician. I heard that man first of all went to the village. You know, he went to Ondo town, and later the man just ran back to Lagos again. And you know, the man still dance, still do all the those kind of retirement they make people you that are working very well now.
Yeah, and many people even go before their time because they just
Exactly. Person that they work out very well, you just retire within 2 years. They say, oh, they develop something for leg, and they cannot work out well just because they are not mobile.
Yeah.
I beg, who retirement help? I know they retire.
Yeah, like you said earlier, the moment I log off the system, like in the evening, I'm on the street, I'm out. They know in the house, they know that I'm taking my walk. Because staying put for hours, talking, and even the guy, many of the decks we use that they will say you can raise it up. I bought that one. It doesn't standing. You have to move that body. And
you see where I realized that sitting too much is not even good.
It's not good.
I remember while I was doing I was in my graduate school, so we sit like 15 hours in a day, do some other thing. I hardly work. You know, me, I know deceive you as a man. As a man, I even started feeling it in the other room. Just for sitting not active. I say, wow. I was like, I almost cried until I just eat back my normal gym, become active. I say, oh my goodness, this is how sedentary life can render man. It can render man useless. Oh my goodness, it's not funny.
My daughter was telling me a few days ago, I took off my shirt. I was downstairs doing something, so I just took my shirt off. She was like, what? When last we went to gym? I was like, are you calling me fat or something? Then I realized that I've not been doing well. So like that's a very good point there. If one can structure his life to a point where your body is moving and you are active, it will go well. I'm just sampling people's opinion on that and seeing how it works. I think we always say God will help us. Well, sometimes we have to help ourselves.
The main goal is for us to help ourselves, because you say God has already helped us by giving us good health and this thing. So because sometimes we are the ones using our own lifestyle to degenerate what God has given us. So what God has given us, honestly, we don't even need prayer again, because when you have your two hands, your mental situation is you have the right mental disposition, and you are still praying to God. It's just like someone is wasting time. You don't have to pray to work to. You don't have to pray to God to give you job when you can just talk to people. You understand? I know you can always pray, but you can talk to people to help you get job. You can do certification to look for job. So you don't have to be praying when you can actually help yourself to something. So the life of Sudan, the life of Sudan for us, me, I know like her.
No, you see, you see. That brings us to another point entirely. These days, I looking at the way religion. By the way, disclaimer: I'm not against anybody that does their practice, but I see some trend, more especially in Nigeria these days. And it's actually, I sent some WhatsApp message to people. I said, I fear this generation that is coming up, because I see that the looking at, I saw someone who wanted to buy a place of worship, and anybody who is familiar with Ackman area.
I know Ackman very well now. I did for Nepal with the for that place. So now we they cover all those areas.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
know
you
all those
know
in and
all
out.
these industries that were built there,
Yeah.
all those productions. Imagine buying all those places for church.
They've turned all those warehouses to churches now. I know.
And at the end of the day, inside that same warehouse, you will be praying for job.
That's the killer for you now. That's how we are configured. See, many things we pray for, we don't need prayer. We don't need prayers for it. Yeah, we know that the evil forces can take over people's mind, not allow people to concentrate, to do good. But to be honest, not everything we pray about requires prayer. They actually require actions. What spirituality or closeness to God, what you need by your closeness to God is pure heart. So that when your heart is not evil, when you are not corrupt, you are pure. Just like I keep saying, although some people argue that you can do that without being religious, I say I agree. But sometimes it is good when you have the congregation that you have a common goal, that you don't want to do bad thing, you don't want to do anything that can put you into trouble, and people keep telling you, keep reminding you, I don't do this. As long as you don't find yourself in a crime situation, that everything is pure, so your mind will be pure. There's something that will be troubling your mind. The only thing that they may want to depress you is maybe if you don't have job. But once you can pray, because prayer, there's a place of prayer where when you trust God for job, you pray to God. But not that you pray to God and sit down.
No.
You pray to God just because God is, and you take actions. Actions really matter. Actions. You need certification to become cybersecurity expert. Do it. You need certification to do that. Don't just sit down and be praying. If you pray from now to tomorrow, if you do not have qualification of becoming medical doctor, you will never, nobody will even call you.
Yeah, nobody.
So it's as simple as ABC. You are praying for God to give you food. You understand? And you have your backyard is there that you can even use to put sack and plant yam and plant cassava and plant corn. You are not doing all those things, and you keep praying to God to give you food. Even Bible says people perish because they lack knowledge. So you can pray from now till tomorrow for things in the eye, the prayer. God will just be looking at you, say, look at this stupid boy.
What you are doing, obviously.
So it's like everybody don't keep quiet. So you don't reach maybe they go.
That's why I say people don't keep quiet.
Yeah. Nice coming online, Sam. So maybe they go, Jerry.
I will try and keep up. And see.
I bet they come. Now because of you, we got a super chat from Peace now. Peace forever.
Thank you so much. Well done.
You're welcome, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your company.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys also. You did good.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know whether Thomas is there. In the absence of Thomas, I just want to thank everyone for coming online. So we'll be expecting you to join tomorrow while we share knowledge together. Although if anyone still want to come to the room to just have a gist, you can still come. So I can just leave the link here, and people can still come and discuss, even though I'm going to shut down from the front end. So just feel free to come if you want to come. Thank you, everyone, and see you later.
Yeah, bye.